Okay. Yeah, just start things off on a really ominous note. It's a dark and stormy late morning where I'm at. Dark. That's not even that dark. It's actually pretty light out where I am. ah, I figured this would probably be a bit early. Hello, Alice. We got one. Already got a person here. All right. So, anyone who's coming on here, welcome to Sea Monster Live once again. This is number 27, I believe. That's what it is. All right, and we already got someone coming up here. Oh, my day's going pretty good. And for our first guest, we are bringing in, you may know him. Who he's been showing up on streams of the late, and we've discussed his art. But let's bring on here Hoshi 0071. Here we go. Hello, are you in, good sir? Hello? Oh. Up, you there? Oh. Okay. Also, we got the flicker of lights.
Hello.
All right. Antonio actually first showed up here. So yeah, his I guess on the front of his mic. So
I saw. Damn. Yeah, let's. It's
I figured I'd start this one a little early. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I figured I'd start this like a bit early today because we got quite a bit. We got quite a bit to go through today.
Yeah. I'm gonna share the stream. Like, let the stream people on Gojin, on Makai Gojin server, because he has some history with Adam. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just let him know that you're doing this.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. So, and C Animus, will very likely show up. I'll send him the link because he's seen Nosferatu, so he'll leap. So I figured there'd be some insight. Animus has seen it. Yeah, the movie. So we can hear a little bit of insight. Yeah, I would just say, like, this is probably a bit of like this may very well be an extension of the Nosferatu discussion, really, because obviously Adam's videos here are going to be a really good springboard of just further discussion or analysis on the film. So, it's really nice to hear that there are a lot of people out there that are really like they're digging the film and pretty much saying like, "Yo, this thing is really good." Obviously, obviously you got
most of the reactions I've seen have been from mixed to positive, with the occasional exception like our subject here. So,
right.
Which, honest to God, that's awesome.
Yeah, and let me just say, I got notes. I pretty much have notes, so I am prepared. I've come very prepared. So there's like just in case, in case Adam leaves out, like because we're gonna be looking over his spoiler-free video and then his spoiler-filled video.
Yeah, I was talking with Kaji Kuru about him. He's not going to join, one, because he doesn't see Adam as worthwhile, and two, because he hasn't seen the movie yet.
Okay.
Yeah. He basically, he wants to watch it on his own time, so, because he's dealing with stuff at the moment.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Part of me also hopes Zim shows up, because,
yeah. Honestly, I'm wondering if that will happen.
Yeah, because he said he's seen the movie and he shared his brief thoughts. So there was that.
Yeah, yeah, man. It'll be interesting. Yeah, it's definitely it will definitely be a really neat. It should be a really neat stream, because it'll be with people who have several takes on the movie, who have like well, not like several different takes, but they each have like could bring something of their own to the table of discussion on the film. Springboarding off of our subject.
Yeah, considering Zim himself has a tumultuous history with the guy.
Yeah. So, basically, I've seen the movie. Like, I've seen the movie twice in theaters. And the second time was to, not only because it's a great, great fucking movie, for starters, because we're seeing it twice, but also to support it, but also to prep for this, really. So I was at least able to take some mental notes or remember some key details that will be relevant, I'm sure. And I think we got all right. We got Hoshi 0071. Hopefully, looking good.
Hey, dude, you better?
Hey. Nope.
You there?
You are
Still
on,
can't hear you.
Antonio.
Hmm.
Is your mic working?
Or do you have something hampering the mic?
Yeah. Is there signal? Okay.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Something must be
Something on because he got on just fine with us. So, like,
yeah. He was the first to show up, so gonna just find. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what. Who knows what's happening?
Yeah. I have not yet rewatched Nosferatu. Yesterday, I went to rewatch Sonic 3, though, which that film is still glorious. Goodness gracious, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, neat little picture. Motion picture. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been remediating a bit on, both Nosferatu and the Sonic movies. Like, because, honest to God, both are polar opposites, and yet they both gave me very well experiences this year.
Yeah.
Did you see the bad Sonic 3 review? That one, it was that one guy who just lambasted the movie and stated he wasn't paying attention.
Is the thumbnail for it like say kids deserve good movies or something like that?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know I haven't watched that, but I have heard of it. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Thing is, I was aware of that guy because he did a video on the Minecraft movie trailer when it first dropped.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah. Bruh. You weren't even paying attention to the movie.
Okay. Antonio's saying he's having trouble with his mic. So, and that's okay, Antonio. We will be here. We're gonna be here for a while. So, and and we got the Animus here. How are you, good sir?
I love GXK.
Oh man.
It's a really good film. There's absolutely, definitely nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, no, nothing's wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not 1,163 lines into my script.
Have you finished your script?
No,
Oh God.
Oh Lord!
I am nowhere near finished.
Sweet
I
Jesus.
doubt I'm even halfway through. Hello, Alice.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I'm going through literally everything in the film, and it's the amount of stuff where it's like, so this is bad dialogue again.
Yeah.
Do you
Oh.
at least go in depth as to why it's bad?
Yes.
Why it's bad
It's like
dialogue?
the first time it's bad dialogue for this reason, I go, this is bad dialogue for this. When it then comes up again, I go, so this is bad, this is that again. But also, here's the other thing. And then just keep doing that all the way through. Because there's so many instances of it. The overall, if I was to just hello Antonio, if I was to give the whole film a label as to why it's bad, I will just say goal orientated writing. Everything in the film is focused towards a goal and it will get there regardless of how much sense it makes or how much world building it has to step on and destroy or how many characters it has to flush down the toilet.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
Anyway, how's you guys?
I'm
Oh,
fine.
quite good actually. Quite good actually. Although it depends on like how far my sanity will go down by the topic of this stream. We will see.
Same on my end, as well as tomorrow. Zim stream tomorrow. Because Gramuglia strikes again.
Oh my God! You're. Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, the
Oh.
stupidest man on YouTube.
I don't know. There's a lot of competition out here.
I don't know, he is
But
quite bad.
Yeah,
yeah.
he did a 1 hour retrospective on the history of kaiju.
Really?
Yeah.
Him.
Like
Yeah.
as if
He
his
did a
Godzilla
1 hour long
video.
retrospective on the history of kaiju, and from what I heard, it is not accurate to science. Which, I mean, like, I've been talking with Kaiju Kuru about it. He said it's like not actually the history, but he's honestly enjoying it, which good for him. I'm gonna go in blind, but as someone who did 2 research projects on the history of kaiju, yeah, this is kind of important to get it right.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially when you're
That's
going through a century's worth of history.
I was going to say, that's a lot of history to go through for somebody who thinks Godzilla is inherently funny from 1954 onwards.
He didn't do it
Yeah.
alone. So there's that.
Yeah. Okay. How? All right, Antonio. Is your mic working now?
Gotcha.
Antonio?
I don't think it's working.
Yeah, it's still not. Yeah. Yeah. Like I'm not hearing anything. Like there isn't even like the waves, around the avatar. So something's going on.
Antonio, if you owe me £1,000, say nothing.
Oh God. Yeah. But anyways, moving away from GXK. So you've seen Nosferatu, I presume.
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw it last weekend. I really liked it.
Awesome.
It was a lot of the old. It was a lot of old filmmaking styles. It was. There was a great comparison between sort of more modern filming styles in the I'd say the more light-hearted parts of the film, like when they're in the city and like introducing all the characters and whatnot, is more traditional filmmaking. But then when they go to the castle and have like all the interactions with Orlok, the filming becomes a lot more like old styly, like the way the camera is quite fixed and like moves in very like stilted fashions and stuff like that. Is like I loved the contrast. It
Yeah.
was it. really made an impact on the filmmaking and some of the actual storytelling choices they made as well to certain characters, which I'm not going to spoil here just yet.
Yeah, so yeah, basically Nosferatu's been out for a while now, so if anybody hasn't seen the film yet, I mean, at this point, like there's going to be spoilers. It's not even like, it's kind of inevitable.
My internet might be being a bit crazy, so if I cut out, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, Godzilla 2005 saying Final Wars is better than G14 and God, bruh, no.
And
objectively false. Objectively false. Takes off the street. Get out.
Yeah. Well, I won't sit. No. We won't. We don't want to live in an echo chamber and all that. That's.
I know. I'm joking.
Speak for yourself.
I'm joking.
Yeah. Oh God. Great. I just realized that our subject here is like posted like another video, and it's God damn it! Help!
I literally just downloaded his videos.
Prolific.
Yeah. Okay. So there's so there's his spoiler-free video, spoiler-filled video, and I literally just found out about this, like his top 10 disappointments of 2024. Apparently it's at number 1, Nosferatu for him. So
I didn't know whether to download that one or not, but since he would probably, I would imagine he'd cover
this man's
those
on his
points in his other film video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'd just like to point out I've never seen this guy before, so I was interested to know, like, is he a smaller YouTuber who's like on a similar level to us, maybe a bit bigger or whatever? He has 92,000 subscribers, so technically he's a bigger YouTuber, but his videos don't get more than, on average, than like 1,000 or 2,000 views. It's quite interesting.
Yeah,
it doesn't really help that he looks like a discounted Chris Stuckman as well.
A little bit, yeah. I would say, if nothing else, I would say Adam here does like. I would say Adam is at least like a foot above Chris Stuckman, because I'll give Adam this. He's at least honest about whether or not he likes a movie. Like,
well,
that's for sure.
Sorry, you've just reminded me of a point I made in my script. Minecraft World. Yeah, there's a when Godzilla lands on France, there's a bit where the camera pans up towards where, like, you see a fire in the distance where Godzilla is. It shows the footprint Godzilla has left behind, and I made a comparison to that and Godzilla 98. So, because the reason I remember it is because Stuckman, in one of his Godzilla reviews, says, I used to like Godzilla 98, but then I got a brain, to which I pressed X to doubt. But in Godzilla 98, they have a footprint, and in that footprint is like really well done. Like it's an actual physical hole that they had to dig, and it's got gradients to it, how a foot would leave like different levels of impression based on like how the foot would move. And there's the hollows where like the curves of the toes and all that. So it's a really detailed footprint, and it looks realistic considering what it is. In this 2024 film with CGI, where they can make things look as however the hell they want, and they've got Godzilla's footprint looking like someone got their Haya toy and just sort of stamped its plastic foot into the floor and went, there you go, that'll do.
Interesting. Yeah, so basically, like the 98 film, they basically dug a hole, and to like at least for the first one that they're in, which I mean, obviously he would have to have because they pan up and they show Totopoulos in that hole where the footprint is. And I guess maybe like they probably may have like, did they CGI like the other footprints, the trail of footprints, after that, or was it?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay,
because otherwise that's a lot of fucking digging.
Oh yeah, I bet. Okay, Minecraft World. I'm gonna bring him back on. Antonio's saying that he's just gonna stick with comments. I mean that's okay. Don't worry about it, man. It's it's all right.
It's fine, dude.
And also
technical issues happen a lot. Just looking.
Also, Godzilla 2005. We were joking about the differing opinions being not allowed. It's a joke. But, all right, you're welcome.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was alluding to, but okay. And it's not the differing opinions, it's other things.
Yeah. It's kind of the conclusions, really. How you get them.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Okay. So I guess we should just kind of get this shindig going here.
Yes, definitely. Although I will say one more comment. Alice 98 is still bad. I do agree. GXK is much worse.
Gaichikuru, don't take pity. Don't take pity on us. We know what we're doing. I think we have one brain cell shared across all three of us.
It's like the eye with those three witches in Clash of the Titans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give me the brain cell. I need to use it now.
Yeah. Anyways, so got this. All right, so so you got it pulled up. We're going to be doing the first video. It's called Nosferatu movie review. It kind of sucked.
Yeah, I've uploaded the video in the What's-a-Doodle.
Okay.
I'm tired. I just got back from the newest vampire film, Nosferatu. Boy, am I drained. No, I didn't care for this one. Let's talk about it in a spoiler-free review.
Jesus Christ. He's aggravating me already.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you know that this guy didn't like -1?
He didn't.
Yeah, Zim did like a stream of like a retrospective of this guy. Like every time he talked about not liking -1. Here's the thing. I want to talk. Let me bring up like the particular take that he had about -1 that really stood out to me. Like upon
let me brace myself.
Listen to Zim's stream. I think there was an instance where I swear to God, he said that like Akiko was annoying every time she cried. Which first of all, that only happens twice. And second of all, she has a very good reasons to cry within context of the story. And three, I'm pretty sure at least for one of those instances, if not both those instances, a good number of people probably cried with her, considering how well the movie did the story and lead up to those instances.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm just still recovering from that statement. What's wrong with this guy, besides having a plastic face by the looks of this image?
Let's just put it at he has hot takes.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at there for now.
Yeah. Oh boy. Anyways.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this video, aren't I?
Oh, I did.
Strap in. We're in for a hottest. We're either in for a hottest or EFAP.
It's gonna be hotter than Mustafar, baby.
Oh, good lord. Boy. Leroy! Play you. Oh, he really is this kind of
Before I ram a stake through this movie, if you wouldn't mind taking that mallet and spiking the subscriber for 2 hours, feels like about 8.
Let's go back a bit.
In all seriousness, I am tired. It's about 1 a.m. here, and I know I don't look the best because
Okay,
I'm
Adam,
ugly. But
word of
also,
advice.
I'm just weathered from
Adam.
this film.
Word of advice: do not record at 1 a.m.
If you're tired, just
Stop
wait.
recording at 1 a.m. For everyone on the internet, stop recording at 1 a.m. This is going to do problems with your mental sanity. I know. I am someone who is going insane right now. Stop doing this.
Hang on. Godzilla 2005 just said he thought GXK was better than -1.
What? What?
How?
Are you? What the?
Oh.
I know.
Where does this guy get his opinions from? His ass?
Oh my god! Oh my lord!
Oh
What
my
is-
god! I don't even want. No, we are not covering that video. No.
No!
No. No.
Zim already did a better job with tearing apart his -1 thing. I think we can handle this. I think we've got our own ass.
Ooh, it's only 13 minutes. This video. We can do this in less than 5 hours.
Well, we got a spoiler video as well, so we got a gauntlet.
This is gonna be EFAP,
Right.
is it?
Because I'm ugly, but also I'm just weathered from this film. It's a little over 2 hours. Feels like about 8. It's a very slow moving vehicle, and I know right away, as soon as you complain online about a movie being too slow, you're gonna get the inevitable comments. Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker. Sorry, it's too thought-provoking for you, dummy. And that's just not fair or true to say. I realize.
I was going to say that the perception of time is what is the thing? Time is relative. That's it. The
Yes.
perception of how long a film is entirely relative to the person watching the film. If you're not enjoying the film, yeah, it's going to feel longer. If you're enjoying the film, then it's going to pass like God knows what. So saying it felt long is just going to be saying, okay, I didn't like it. It's like, yeah, okay, that's fine, but you need to explain why. Like, if you say like weirdly, now this is a good one. Sea Monster. I watched Alien vs Predator 2.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no.
I liked it.
Oh boy. Requiem? You liked Requiem?
Yeah,
Huh.
I thought it was
I'm not even
really
gonna
good.
question- I'm not even going to question how.
Watching a
So-
predator turn into Clint Eastwood and start like actually being a competent predator, beating the shit out of a bunch of aliens, I really enjoyed that, especially after AVP.
The
But
first
again-
AVP?
Yeah, the first Alien vs Predator when they're in the temple and 2 predators get murked by one alien straight away. That I was very annoyed by that film, and just a bunch of things wrong with that film. And then just watching the very simple, straightforward. Here is a predator hunting aliens and using aliens as bait at using humans as bait at some point without really any care for the humans. I really like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But one of the complaints about the film was like it's dark, but then yeah, it is dark, but then the darkness actually complements a lot of certain lighting effects in the film. So a valid complaint can be made, but it has to be made with a good bedrock of understanding the scene. So him saying, "Oh, this film is long," okay, cool. It might feel long to you, but you need to have a good understanding of why it felt long. So he needs to explain that in this video, or possibly the next one we shall see.
One of my big things with Nosferatu, because me and my brother, we rewatched the original version as well. The original version felt about as long as the remake, despite being 20 minutes shorter. And
Well, actually, an hour
I
shorter,
still did-
almost.
yeah, but I still found myself enjoying it. And partially ironically, because some of the effects I'm sorry, like Orlok's visage is great in the original, and it holds up amazingly. But like when he's getting in the box of Earth, the lid just moves on its own, and it is way too funny.
They tried to show telekinesis in the original film by doing like stop motion, and
Yeah.
in modern eyes, it looks a bit weird.
Yeah. Though
Yeah.
I still did find myself enjoying the film, both ironically and unironically. Like, there's still a lot of aspects here that hold up. Music's great, the visuals for the most part are really well done. Orlok's visage, like I said, is still really good, and hell, the ship sequence, for as long as it takes, still is actually quite tense.
Yeah.
So even if it did feel as long as it did, it's still a good time. I still had a good time with it, and the length, honest to God, helps it. And it's the same for the remake. The length, the slow burn, helps build up Orlok's visage and his character absolutely selling exactly who this is.
Yeah, and not only that, but it also helps build other characters in the film that aside from Orlok, especially Ellen Hutter, and her connection to Orlok. So, it's like there's a lot of time. The movie is a long film, but there isn't really a minute that goes wasted pretty much, and
that's
like
and that's not even taking into account the stuff that the film is adapting, because it is a Dracula adaptation for all intents and purposes. I'm rereading through the original Dracula book. That is a dense book, even without taking into account its structure. There is a lot that happens in this book, and Nosferatu is adapting 90% of the whole thing in its own way. So it has a lot to go through.
Yeah.
I did catch myself out when watching the film, because I was thinking of Dracula rather than Nosferatu. When is it Thomas Hutter? I can't remember the actor's name. Weirdly, the actor who played Renfield in the Dracula,
Nicholas Hoult,
and then plays Thomas Hutter, who's basically the same character, but also not. It's a bit of a weird one.
Jonathan Harker, the guy who gets stuck with Dracula.
Renfield. Well, the reason why, Nicholas Hoult played Renfield, in the movie Renfield. The thing is, like, the reason why Renfield is the one who's like the one who sells the real estate to Dracula in the Renfield movie, it's because it's the similar thing that happened in the Bela Lugosi Dracula. Like, like in the novel, it's Jonathan Harker, or in Nosferatu's case, like Thomas Hutter. So Renfield's already kind of is already a nutter pretty much by the time we meet him.
Right, okay, I've got the characters mixed up. That's annoying, because that was quite a funny comparison to make between the two, because him in Renfield is okay. In Nosferatu, in Nosferatu, he does a really good job.
Oh yeah,
especially in the fireplace scene that he did. Oh, his expressions.
Yeah, and I would say he's definitely like really great. Yeah, he's great during basically like throughout that whole sequence when he's in the castle, and pretty much I think he did a fantastic job, like, but at the end of the movie pretty much. So yeah, he's excellent in this.
Yeah.
There's a nice little detail. I wanted to point this out before we get into the drudgery of what is going to be this video. At the start of the film, when the girl first contacts Nosferatu accidentally, he makes her stand on tiptoes, like with telekinesis, levitation powers, whatever he has. He forces her onto tiptoe, which he does later on when he meets her, because he's so much taller than her. He basically forces her to rise up so he can like kiss her better.
Yeah.
When she's talking to Thomas earlier, like just before he leaves, she stands up on her toes to then better kiss him. And I just like the comparison between her willingly do it for the person she loves and him forcing her to do it for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that Ellen's heart is in her love for her relations with Thomas, whereas with Orlok it was just like, look, I only messaged you like once, Count, okay, I wasn't serious, or something of that nature. Like, it's essentially Jeremy Jahns kind of puts it. It's like, it's what happens if like a girl like slips into the DMs of the wrong guy. Like, that is ultimately what it's a funny way to describe this movie, but it's like, it's not.
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
Yeah,
it's fairly accurate.
In multiple contexts, it's not wrong.
Nope.
All right, let's get on with this. Oh, I'm not dreading this.
I'm arguing with fictitious people right now, but I've been around the block a few times on YouTube. And I also went back to an old familiar from Robert Eggers, The Witch. Saw that a couple times now, and I still enjoy the crap out of that movie. Also a very slow-moving vehicle, but it's interesting. I love where the story's moving to. It keeps you guessing. Nosferatu, not so much. And it's honestly a damn shame, because there's a lot of talent here, not only with Eggers' beautiful visuals and amazing score, but also you have some really solid actors and Aaron Taylor Johnson in this movie.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, God. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of the Aaron Taylor Johnson hate. I really am.
Dude is not a bad actor.
I liked him in this. He was actually one of my
favorite job here. He
characters,
did a good job in G14. Craven the Hunter was an unfortunate mess, and even then, from what I've heard, he did okay.
He's excellent in this.
So he was actually one of my favorite characters in the film, because where you got everybody else is quite involved with what's going on, but everyone talks about Willem Dafoe's character because he's quite over the top, strong-headed, almost eccentric at times. He stands out quite a lot. But Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, whose name I can't actually remember now, he was like the skeptic of the whole thing. So stuff's happening around and he's trying to deal with it. And just watching him cope with what's going on is quite fascinating to see.
Especially when it all comes to a head where he loses literally everything that he loved.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everything that he could have cared about. His two children, his unborn son, and his wife, all in one foul swoop, all because he didn't believe them.
Yeah, basically he was trying his damnedest to like keep everything together, but ultimately but by trying to keep everything, level-headed and trying to like make sense out of everything, he's ultimately like kind of punished for it, essentially, which is a really tragic irony. Like someone trying to essentially like just protecting, caring about his family, making, for their well-being, while also just trying to make sense out of everything. He's ultimately just like, it's just not enough, because he's ignoring the real issue, which is that the unthinkable, the unbelievable, is real, the nightmares are the things that children dream about in their nightmares. And when they say like when the little girls at the beginning of the movie are like, no, we don't want to go upstairs, Daddy, there's a monster in our room. There's a monster in our bed.
I love that.
Yeah. It's set up. And then you just have like this horrific payoff. It's like, well, there is a monster that just show up in one night, and Daddy ain't there to save them.
Because the dramatic irony of it is just chef's kiss.
That sequence genuinely made me jump out of my seat, because like I was thinking that was a red herring. It wasn't a red herring. That was foreshadowing. This is how you do good foreshadowing.
Oh yeah.
especially in a lot of modern. Another reason why I like AVP 2, the child dies. It's just when at the beginning of the film, you see the face hugger on the dad. You're like, oh, how's the child gonna get out of? Oh, he didn't.
No.
Cool. And then you're watching
boy.
Nosferatu, and it's like the girls are complaining about, oh, it's doing on bed, and the daddy's like, don't worry, I'll protect you, and takes him up to bed. You're like, oh, is that going to be foreshadowing for later when like Nosferatu turns up, and then the dad has to protect them? No, it's not, not at all.
Yeah,
Especially
in
since
fact, they hold a whole. Sorry, go ahead.
it also helps sell Orlok's character. This is a monster through and through.
Yeah, especially it's like
Yeah.
all your loved ones are going to die, and you're like, are they though? Are they really? Yes, they are.
Well, here's the thing: like, if Ellen's like terrified of him, like before he even like shows up, and the fact that Thomas is, when he's in person with Orlok is like terrified out of is like petrified with fear of him. It's like there's no doubt that that when Orlok says he's gonna do something or he's gonna do something horrible to your loved ones, he's gonna fucking do it. Like he is a man of his word. Or
Even then, even with that, there was still a thought in the back of the head of, okay, maybe they're going to stop him before he does anything. Nope. Absolutely not. The wife almost dies, and then the wife does die alongside her kids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and, Aaron Taylor Johnson, like, just does a great job in this movie.
Yeah.
He honestly, I think he stood out in this movie better than Willem Dafoe in this. And Willem Dafoe's great in this. I don't want to undersell Willem Dafoe. He's great. He's great in anything he's in. But yeah, it's kind of like, well, yeah, I kind of figured Willem Dafoe would be great, but the other actors like Lily Rose Depp, Bill Skarsgård, Nicholas Hoult, and Aaron Taylor Johnson.
We're going to talk about Bill Skarsgård.
They stick out a lot more.
He has things to say about Orlok. Oh boy.
Well, one thing I would just before I press play, just to send us another like 20-minute tangent. He says about this film's dragging, where he watches The Witch, and that was all right for him, but he watched this film and he felt like it was dragging. Could it possibly be because this film is 100 years old at this point? Was he feeling like it was dragging because he knew what was going to happen? Is that a potential?
It could be.
Does he address it?
The original. That's my thought. I don't know if he's seen either the original or the Werner Herzog remake.
Or how about, or maybe, I'm pretty sure he would have to have seen like other iterations of Dracula, because Nosferatu is technically Dracula.
Yeah, but
it's Dracula with a different name and varnish.
Yeah, true. Granted, he does bring up the Hotel Transylvania movies, so there's that.
Well, those don't count.
I know.
They're
funny, but they don't count. I like them.
Get it?
I like them. They're funny. I find them funny.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, The Witch is good as well. Like, I mean, I don't want to undersell The Witch either. Like, it's also a good movie. But if you ask me, I think Nosferatu, was, I don't know. Like, I would have to like compare the two, considering they're both Robert Eggers. They're both supernatural horror drama type movies that are gothic in ways. I would have to like compare, like, okay, like which film did like the story it wanted to tell better? Did the characters, like, I'd have to think about it, but yeah.
For me, this was my first Robert Eggers movie, and honest to God, I'm sold on his style. I've been meaning to check out The Northman at some point, and The Lighthouse has also been on the back of my mind, but this was my first experience with the guy, and yeah, he sold me. Good job, dude. Good job.
Yeah.
Right,
I've heard good
let's get on with this, because we're 40 minutes in. We're less than 2 minutes into this.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Most interesting person is Willem Dafoe, who acts like he's in a different movie completely, like a Broadway musical or something. He's very over the top, overpronounced with things. He's like throwing fires down at one scene, like, "Ha! I cast ye out of the flame of darkness." And I'm thinking I'm at like a Universal Studios ride. But everybody else is pretty lackluster. Nicholas Hoult.
Pause. I was going to say you don't disrespect my goat, but you didn't disrespect my goat. However, you're wrong about my goat. He's only eccentric in one scene. Two, debatably.
Yeah. And oh god, he's about to say something with Nicholas Hoult, and he said everyone else is lackluster, and he started with Nicholas Hoult.
I do want to state this about Willem. I do want to state this about Willem, about Von Franz, though, first.
Yeah.
It don't bother me at all with his eccentricity, even for the little times it was on there, because that's how Van Helsing acts. I kept thinking of the book while watching the movie, and yeah, this is about as on point as you can get for a Van Helsing character.
Yeah. I mean, like, the closest I would say is that he's a bit like Anthony Hopkins' take in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Well, Francis Ford Coppola's take on Bram Stoker's Dracula, but that's what. Yeah.
I have not seen that movie. I've heard good things. I might watch it. I might check it out because Gary Oldman's in it. So.
Oh yeah.
I watched it. It was alright. I wasn't like overdone with it, to be honest. But then that might be because I watched it quite long after it came out. So, I was going to say his eccentricity, the eccentricities in this film are duly earned because of the fact they talk about the fact that he was shunned by most people because of his occult, obsessions. And then when you see him, he's talking about not being able to. He's in like a trance almost, and they have to snap him out of it, and he starts talking about, oh yes, I'm here for I saw a vision and blah blah blah. So clearly, the eccentricities of the character are very well earned.
I just realized, in a way, he's sort of a reverse a parallel to Knock, Nosferatu's servant, where they're both very eccentric. They're both very in depth to their servant, to what they're doing, but they both have opposing goals. One seeks to take out the light. One seeks to serve his master. The other one seeks to destroy the master.
Yeah.
With both being helpful allies towards both opposing sides.
Yeah, one's trying to help Orlok achieve his goal of getting Ellen, and the other is pretty much trying to stop him. Even if it means killing Ellen, essentially, so that she can bring the count literally to the light.
We'll get
that
to
works
that
quite well.
Yeah.
Because can't remember the house seller's name, but he gets killed in sort of like he goes to Orlok's coffin to distract them, and then Willem Dafoe's character takes them there too. Oh, Knock, sorry, yeah. Knock is in the coffin to distract them, and then Willem Dafoe's character is also there to distract them. They're both there for similar reasons, but opposite goals, as you point out. That's actually quite a good comparison.
Yeah.
I just thought of that. God.
Yeah, they're both trying to stop Thomas and essentially the good guys from stopping Orlok. In a way, like one of them, obviously one's like, taking his master's place and essentially like willing his life. And Knock and Ellen you could even say it's like they're both sacrificing themselves for one goal or another. One to save Orlok, or to ensure Orlok gets what he wants, and the other to, she does kind of give Orlok what he wants, but in doing so, she's killing him.
Yeah. As well as like, I'm trying to formulate it, but like, also, oh god, I'm losing it. It'll come back to me. Like, yeah.
Can I make a request? If these clips of us end up mostly more Sea Monster But if these clips end up in a review video, can I request that this Adam Does Movies guy gets his face painted with clown makeup?
God, I wish I had the software to make that happen. You know,
I'll see if
Like, God.
I'll see if I could do it. I'll see if I can do
Download
it.
GIMP.
I have Photoshop, so I can work with that.
Yeah, that works too.
Nice. All right.
GIMP is free.
Dried. But everybody else is pretty lackluster. Nicholas Hoult, who I freaking love in a ton of different things, especially The Great. He is great in that TV series. But here, he's like an NPC. He's just kind of wandering from scene to scene, doing things without a lot of excitement or intrigue to the character. His wife, Ellen, played by Lily Rose Depp, is...
That's why his character works. He's literally just a guy who's caught up in all of this.
And he's not blank-faced. Like, there are several points, like when Orlok is approaching him at the fireplace, he's like,
literally that clip he just shot. Is this just the fact that because I'm just going to take a break for a second. You keep going.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, like Nicholas Hoult, like is clearly like Thomas looks horrified about what is about to happen, about what Orlok's doing. He has no idea what's happening.
Dude does not just have one facial expression throughout the film. I'm convinced you didn't watch the first half of the film. The man is screaming at the top of his lungs.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Oh. Right.
Oh boy.
I've
And what's
just formulated my thoughts. I get the impression that this guy, he doesn't understand subtlety of expressions. So that clip he just showed there when I can't remember her name now. She's going on that. There's actually, speaking of it, there's a lot of one shots in this film. Lots of like very long takes that just keep going and going. But because they're so well done, you don't really notice until afterwards. But in that clip there where she's going off on one about the dreams that she's having, and Nicholas Hoult is sitting in the background, and he's like, the expression on his face is a plenty going on in that expression. So for this guy to say, oh, he's just blank and not really showing anything or blah blah whatever the hell he just said, is he just not? Does he kind of understand subtle expressions?
Yeah. It's like a gradual thing where he kind of goes from like, okay, honey, it's like, hold on, honey, it's fine, or kind of like, look, it's gonna be fine, all right, I'm gonna be fine. It's only gonna be for a few weeks. I'm gonna be gone. Don't worry about it. Nothing's gonna happen. And then she describes to him the dream, and as she describes more and more detail, like he just goes like, oh shit, this is kind of
what have I gotten myself into? What is happening?
Not even that. Not even that. Like he knows that she has the nightmares and all of that. But he's all like,
no, that's later. That is much later.
Yeah, yeah. He gets. I think that this is like the first we see of him. Like this might be like news to him, where he's like hearing some of the deets, if you will, about what she's dreaming. And. And even then, she's not like obviously stating like, "Oh yeah, there's a vampire." I'm had this dream where I'm getting married to this 8 foot tall vampire, pretty much.
Yeah.
But she does say, she just in metaphor, she's like talking about
intrigue to the character.
There it is. Oh. That's the shot.
Yeah. Right there.
I mean, look at him.
Yeah.
He looks blank.
He looks concerned. He looks so concerned.
Yeah.
And what the hell are you going to say about Lily Rose? And what is he going to say about Lily Rose Depp here? Like, I mean, you got. What are we in for?
Oh boy.
His wife Ellen, played by Lily Rose Depp, is the one that's kind of getting a lot of the Oscar nods. A lot of attention's being placed on her and the performance she gives in this film, and I ask why. I really do. It's coming off a lot of the times as very comical, very silly. She gets seizures a lot. She's like, "Where are you going?"
How is
What?
silly?
Oh,
Oh.
Okay, how do you expect someone to ask when they're partially possessed by a what is functionally devil?
Yeah, and here's the thing. She doesn't like when she's asking, "Where are you going?" Like that's like I mean, maybe he's like being hyperbolic here, but it's like she's not acting out where she's like, or like that doesn't happen until much later in the film. But yet, it's like that's later in the film, and there's really good reason for her to be, for why she's acting like that. There's like in the plot, it is obvious.
Exactly.
and just do you know when someone says something and they're making comments about something that they have absolutely no awareness of? She's having
Yeah.
seizures. So she's having fucking seizures like people do in real life, and he's sitting there going, "Oh look, it's really comical when she shakes around like that." Please go up to somebody who suffers from seizures and say to them, "Hi, you look funny when you're suffering."
Like, also,
Fucking dense
Adam,
asshole.
listen to me. Listen to me. You strawmanned us with the Marvel argument. Why the hell do you think people are saying that? With comments like this, why the hell do you think people are saying, "I'm sorry, it's not a Marvel movie" or something like that? Why the hell do you think people are saying that?
Yeah, and plus Marvel movies have been shit lately, so like don't even.
My point still stands.
I fucking sorry. I really just really hate it when people make comments like this when they have absolutely no understandings of like conditions, the things that people go through. It makes them sound incredibly isolated and stupid and small-minded.
Yeah, and even
Which,
if this is
weirdly,
supposed to be for humor and all that, which I mean, this seems to be this guy's like sort of like style where he is trying to be a little more like just having a little more energy or humor to his videos. Like maybe I don't know, maybe probably rethink think just twice, at least twice about doing the seizure joke. I don't.
Yeah,
when
this is
people can
since when was
absolutely
this
be
ever comical? Since when was a seizure, especially in this context, or in any, actually not even in this context, in any context, comical? Outside of The Simpsons, I guess.
I mean, yeah. But one thing I was going to say is when people can make jokes and insult people, that's absolutely fine, but they have to be correct because it's a very fine line between being accurately funny and being inaccurately stupid, and he's so far fully on the latter line, on the latter side of the line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why someone would to be honest, like it's like the whole thing with when people make fun of like how the Riddler's like like throwing a tantrum like in that interrogation scene of the Batman, where he's like, this is not how it's supposed to go. Like people just like laugh about that. It's like out of it's like it's only out of context, maybe question mark. But it like when you're watching the film and when you have the context, like I don't know how that can be funny. If anything, this is like especially Ellen's seizures. It's like really, it's like every time she goes into seizures, I'm just like, oh fuck.
It's funny out of context. Hell, not even the seizures are funny out of context. With Riddler, I can see why it's funny out of context. But much like Ellen, in context, it makes sense. He's a mentally deranged character who is jealous of what's going on and is trying to do something about it, though taking the wrong path.
Well, in the context of that scene, he's trying to he's pretty much like he's trying to make sense of like why Batman isn't like going along with his game at this point. Like, is he even like did Batman like not know about what's happening?
Exactly.
Like he thought
with Ellen, we know this from the start of the film. She has been in conversation or connected to Nosferatu, to Orlok, throughout the entire film, and now he is.
You cut out a bit. Minecraft?
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah, I think we meant to say is like, and now Orlok is coming, essentially. Like Orlok is okay. Yeah, you cut out a bit, like at that last bit about.
Like and now he's reaching out to her properly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's.
I think the evidence of how good her acting is during those scenes. At the start of the film, she where you first see what it turns out to be Count Orlok. She's having a seizure in the garden. And when I watched it, I thought to myself, that kind of looks like she's being fucked. If I'm being completely honest, it looks like she's being really, really well railed.
Yeah.
Then later in the film, she then talks about the fact that about that scene, and her dad finds her and starts saying like sin, sin. At which point it's like, oh yeah, she was. So yeah, that was actually well performed in that case.
Yeah. And there's also even a later scene where when they're at the where they're at like the shoreline, pretty much. While Friedrich and Anna are talking, Aaron Taylor Johnson and Cassandra Nova, pretty much from Deadpool Wolverine. It's the same actress, by the way. Emma Corrin. While they're talking, just being like, "Oh, come on, let's just talk about little Friedrich Jr. here. Like how's he doing?" And next thing you know, they catch Ellen like essentially having a seizure, and she's splayed out, like legs out, and she also looking like she's getting she's getting like some creepy Orlok going on.
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Really Sheev.
Really Sheev.
Oh boy. But yeah.
So yeah, in short, those are well done. This guy's talking nonsense.
They're not funny.
They're not funny.
How the hell did you find them funny?
I guess he's going
funny,
by art.
And neither's he.
He's like taking cue from Arthur Fleck. It's like comedy is subjective, Murray. Isn't that what they say? All
Murray.
of you. Murray. Anyways.
Roger Rabbit did a better job shaking. Granted, she can roll her eyes in the back of her head, which is impressive. I will give.
You don't just say that! God damn it, man!
Jesus Christ.
Let's go.
God.
Let's go.
God help.
For that. But tonally, there's something just off about this film. I get that he's trying to pay homage to some of the classics. Obviously Nosferatu's been done a few times over. So he's putting a bit of an old-timey spin on it with the way people are acting in the film, the way he shoots the movie, which is very tripod and dolly heavy. This camera's constantly turning and then turning back and pushing forward and pulling back. It does have so many good merits about it.
The cinematography. Okay, all right. I'll let him finish.
From the cinematography to the sound design to the clothing to the visuals, like the builds of the sets, some of the practical effects, like that stuff is all so good. But it comes down to the runtime and the story, and these are two departments where I think it completely misses the mark. And also,
okay, so we've already talked about the runtime.
Yeah, the runtime is entirely subjective. He can shove that up his ass. I'm already not being happy with this guy. He's just complained about the filmmaking, i.e. the camera work, which is reminiscent of the old style camera work, which it is deliberately trying to copy and does well, especially again, comparisons between certain scenes to make the difference, to make the comparison and make it feel stronger and more deliberate. But after saying, "Oh, I didn't like all this," he then says, Yeah, but it's all good though, and the actual complaints are this and this. Yeah. So was it bad or wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially when you take into account that the original was while 20 minutes shorter, tried to be of a comparable length. And
Yeah.
when you also, again, factor in the original book, there is a lot that happens in the original book.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot is pretty much like going on in this movie, and they pretty much like you again utilize the time very well, pretty much, and it's already like considering that Nosferatu is like they condensed the story of the Dracula sort of adaptation type thing, where like certain characters from the original novel aren't even present in this, because like the dynamics are different, like. Yeah, like essentially, like Friedrich Harding, Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's essentially Arthur Homewood, and Anna Harding is his wife is Lucy Westendra. Lucy Westendra, it kind of has like I think at least in the Coppola version, she has like suitors pretty much.
Yeah, she has three suitors in the original book, all of them of various different eccentricities, except for the one that she actually chooses. I think it's the one that she chooses that dies, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm going through the original book, so I'll get to that eventually.
I think she chooses Arthur. I think the one who dies might be Quincy Morris. I think.
No, yeah, it was Quincy. Yeah, it was Quincy. That's it. Yeah, and then what was the third one? Frick, what
Jack
was the third one?
Jack Stewart. He's the guy that runs the asylum.
Stewart.
So
okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Nosferatu bad.
According to her, he was good.
Like, yeah, the original film condensed, like, it sort of combined the suitors into one character. And then,
pretty much.
And especially considering here, Von Franz is given a hell of a lot more to do. Like, dude just shows up out of nowhere in the original film.
Yeah, and he doesn't really do much, really, in the original Nosferatu. Like, he's just kind of there. I'm not even sure if he even... it's been a while since I've watched the 79 Nosferatu, but I think he probably had more to do in that one, maybe, but not a whole... But I definitely don't recall him having a whole heck of a lot more than he does in... really. Like, definitely, like, not as much as he does here.
Yeah.
Almost every memorable horror film has a great villain. I can think of one with Bill Skarsgård himself in the It films as Pennywise. Here he plays Nosferatu, and I hate him in this movie. First off, I don't think I've ever found a mustache threatening at all. It's not intimidating.
Tell that to Hitler.
Already.
Yeah, that sums it up quite well. Or also, actually, no. Let me give a different comparison. Tell that to Vlad the Impaler, the guy who inspired Dracula.
That's right.
Well,
him too. Stalin. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We can talk about multiple real life terrors who have a mustache. Dracula.
Which
Dude has
one?
A stash and is rocking it and is absolutely terrifying. Plus,
wait, hold on. Which one? Which one you?
Dracula in the book. He has facial hair.
Oh yeah, that too. Well, here's the thing. And if we want to go outside of like horror villains, pretty much, and just talk about characters in general who have threatening auras with a mustache. I mean, Saddam Hussein had a mustache. Yeah. No, I was gonna say Douglas Gordon, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My boy, my baby boy. I love him. But like, mustaches can be threatening. Plus, Orlok is a resurrected corpse, and it's debatable whether or not he's still human. The mustache is the one I described him in the discussion as sort of a mockery of humanity, as if this demon is mocking us. And the mustache, I think, adds that. It's the last.
not only that, he also has a big...
It's the last remnant of any sort of humanity that this thing could have.
Well, yeah, not just
And
the mustache, but he even has a little bit of head of hair as well, just on one side of his head. Though the other half is entirely bald. But and I think that's even a style. From what I recall, I think that's even a style for like Romanian people in general as well, like or like nobles and what have you.
Yeah, but I think the mustache also adds to the mockery because of how well done it is. It's the one thing that on him that actually looks somewhat well made, and it's as if it's artificial. It's like that one. It's like the plastic nose, mustache, and glasses thing that you see in the cartoons, where they use that to disguise themselves. It's sort of like that. It's as if it's hiding amongst us with that, and as if it's mocking us with that.
It's kind of like his coat and hat that he wears when he's in the castle, and then the coat that he carries around with him for most of the rest of the film. It's very ill-fitting. It doesn't quite fit him.
Yeah,
and you realize why, because most of the time when he's attacking people, he isn't wearing it. So it's clearly just like, it's just him, like you said, a mockery of humanity, like the last vestiges of his humanity that he sort of draped over him like a funeral shroud.
Yeah, that's how him.
Yeah, it's almost like a literal his wardrobe could almost be literally like it's him. It's like a metaphor of him just being like a shell, essentially. Like it's like literally a husk, and all that's like inside is just. It's basically something is inhuman, pretty much. Yeah, Zim's in the chat. Hey, Zim. We're suffering here. And yeah.
Yeah, we took one of your old enemies. You're taking the other one tomorrow. Dude, I can't wait for that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's rewind this a little bit.
I don't think I've ever found a mustache threatening at all. It's not intimidating. It often comes off as silly. When I see Nosferatu the first time and he's rocking a Ron Swanson underneath his schnoz, I'm not scared. Unless I'm his barber, I suppose. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. This vampire kind of sucks. He's old, of course. Nosferatu's been around for centuries. This guy's no spring chicken, all right? Shave the mustache, dude. You're not pulling it off. But he also has a very old way of speaking, and I hate it. He has that Transylvanian sound, blah, blah, blah. But he also adds a lot of brrr onto everything. I can't roll the tongue like he does, and he rolls the fuck out of that tongue. Every other word is a tongue roll. And he speaks as if he's an old man ordering soup from a deli. So slow. Everything he says is an eternity.
How do you expect a walking corpse to sound like?
Who's been around for centuries. He's literally rotting away.
Can I just... He said this film, a lot of the characters in this film are very like drab, I think it was he said earlier. Is that Willem Dafoe's is very eccentric and everybody else seems quite dour in comparison. And then you have this ancient vampire from a different century who's talking like an old man from a different century, and he doesn't like it. Oh, this film is bad because I don't like the portrayal of this really well acted and quite accurate character.
Not even from a different century, long dead. He's an undead being. This is a creature that shouldn't be alive. How the hell do you expect that to sound?
Yeah, exactly. Like he's from like Orlok is from like a bygone era essentially. He's essentially like, it's ironic because like we call him a man out of time when really he's a monster out of time. Pretty much in this instance, everyone is dour in the film because they're dealing with like this horrifying unholy force that is just beyond their comprehension. They don't understand, and the people who do understand, who try to warn them, they don't believe them. Like Ellen, she's trying to warn everybody, like Friedrich and Thomas. They don't really believe her, with Friedrich even just sort of pretty much alienating her as the film progresses. And Willem Dafoe, Von Franz, is eccentric, but he's still taking this shit seriously. Like he's still like, look, you guys have like, in order for us to face evil, you have to acknowledge that it exists. Like he's trying his damnedest to convince the people that something is wrong, that there's something wrong with Ellen. And as they progress, it's like this evil. If there's an evil out there, it's very real, and it has come for her. It is coming for all of us.
This is evil made manifest, and this is a really, 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 really weird comparison. But when I think of evil made manifest, I think of things like the Overlord from Lego Ninjago, where it's this raspy, hard and powerful but still subtle voice. It's a thing.
Yeah.
It's, again, weird comparison, but like, listen to how he sounds, listen to the Overlord, and then compare that to Nosferatu. That's evil incarnate. This is the physical manifestation of terror and the plague.
Yeah, like the way he speaks, he's
dead.
Yeah, the way he speaks
that.
Yeah, the way he speaks is that he's essentially like this evil that has that has pretty much been awakened after centuries of just like laying in the darkest pits. Like he's and Zim says like eccentricities is literally the point of Orlok. His speech distinguishes him from peasants of the region and the ragged nature of his body. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, and. It's not like it's also like like I said, he's an undead evil being. That's why he kind of said like, in fact, that's kind of like why Bill Skarsgård, kind of said that he was kind of like taking cues from like Mongolian throat singing, when he's talking like Orlok, where he's like, it is a black omen to journey in poor health. You will remain here and rest yourself.
Yeah. Like, come on.
It's almost like he's being acted well.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bill Skarsgård is a goat. He is one of the goats.
Dude knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. He's better in this than he was as Pennywise, and he was great as Pennywise. So
yeah, dude did amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I brought that up earlier, Helsing being eccentric. Hell, it also kind of fits the original style because, like, the original acting in the German Expressionism, eccentricity is all over the place. In fact, this is just the case with silent films overall, because they're still drawing a lot from theater, so eccentricity is going to be the name of the game.
A lot of the older films, they basically got theater actors and went, get in front of this camera and start acting, which is why the Thomas Hutter, is it Hutter or Hucker? I can't remember now.
Hutter.
Hutter. That actor in the original Nosferatu, when you see him, especially earlier on in the film before he meets Orlok, a lot of the times he's got this huge smile on his face, and you can almost hear him laughing through the silent film because he's expressing so hard, because that's what they did in the theater, because he's supposed to act to the back row.
Yeah, and also that's another thing that makes the original Orlok work so well. It's because, relatively speaking, he is incredibly subdued, even with, like, in contrast to every single acting to the other actors in the movie. Orlok is very, very stilted, very subdued, and very much not doing the all-out expressive. It's as if it's shocker, not even human, like a zombie or a walking corpse.
Yeah, like the fact, and it pretty much like essentially the eccentricity throughout the film. It's like you pretty much have it in black and white, and just like maybe just tweak the look just a little bit, for the lighting or the shadow and all that, or contrast. Like this movie would fit pretty well as like a new Universal Monsters movie in a way, because like it would just be like another rendition of Dracula. It would just it would fit in quite well with that roster. Or even though Orlok and Dracula are technically the same character, but since Stoker's widow was about to slap the filmmakers of the original Nosferatu in the nuts in court over using her late husband's property, like like they had to change the names.
Yeah. Though, honest to God, I don't blame her.
I mean, I can understand that.
As the film is, I do not blame her for how she acted. Seriously, that is oof.
I can understand that, but at the same time, if the film, if there weren't any surviving copies of the original Nosferatu, who knows if we would have even gotten this film, pretty much, or at least the way that it is, sort of. The name changes probably wouldn't matter. If you were to stick with this version of if this version of Nosferatu just was kept the same writing and everything, it's just that the character names are as they were in Bram Stoker's novel, pretty much. Or I don't even know. They definitely wouldn't. We definitely wouldn't have the awesome creature design for Orlok in this. That is for sure. It would not. We would not get it if there weren't any surviving copies of the original F.W. Murnau silent Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Anyways.
He's going to talk about the design a bit more, so we'll go with that.
To assign him a character in the hit Disney film Zootopia, it would be that of the sloth, just to paint you a picture of what you're in for. This is an R-rated film for some nudity, not a lot, but a little bit. A few graphic, gory moments, and it might as well be rated R for the age required to just sit through this thing. I think older folks Nosferatu's age might be able to get through it no problem, because clearly they have all the time in the world. You can't roll the tongue. So without getting into the details, the basic plot is simple.
Adam, how old are you?
How old are you?
I am pretty sure I'm half your age.
I'm pretty sure I'm 10 years younger than you. I've seen the movie twice in theaters, and it's I was never bored.
At no point was I bored. I was either squirming in my seat or glued to the screen.
The sloth from Zootopia. Yeah, he compared Orlok to being like the sloth from Zootopia if he was an animal in Zootopia. Fuck.
God damn it, dude.
What the hell? I don't even. All right. We've decimated this point already about his take on Orlok, so it's just.
This is highly subjective, highly subjective. It's I don't like it, therefore it's bad. Not it's bad for this reasons, therefore it's bad.
We'll definitely get a bit more into it once we get to the spoiler review, because this is the spoiler-free stuff, and we're already tweaking.
This is a taste.
Genuinely, I am significantly younger than you, and I was able to sit through it no problem. I had a great time sitting through it, either because I liked squirming in my seat, or because I was genuinely glued to the screen and invested what happened. You don't say shit like that. Don't say shit like that. Period. Ugh.
Exactly.
My God,
either this guy is. What would you say? Just looking at him, how old would you say he is?
I think he said he's 40. He's probably 40. He's probably enough for he said that he has kids, so he's
confirmed multiple times that I think he has 2 kids. So
I believe
just looking at him, late 30s at the youngest, mid to late 30s at the youngest, which, dude, I am. Oh my god.
So he's talking absolute bollocks.
I'm assuming at least. See, I'm assuming you're at least younger than him. I don't know about you, Animus, but oh my god.
Not by much, to be honest, but at least I don't look like this.
Still, even
at least my taste in films hasn't diluted so much that I'm taking takes this bad.
Okay. Zim says he's like twice my age, I think. So like 40s. Okay. All right. 40. Jesus.
Yeah. Christ in heaven.
Yeah.
Thomas, being the gentleman and the scholar that he is, has to leave the little lady for a while to do business off into the countryside, where he's going to meet Count Chocula and sign a little certificate so that the man can pack his bags and move closer to the city. But Ellen seems to have already familiarized herself with this mysterious man. He pays her visits in her sleep. Dreams of a very seductive nature. I know this because Ellen makes all sorts of provocative noises throughout the film when she's not heavily breathing constantly to annoy me. In fact, a lot of people...
God.
I don't get that. Breathing heavily. She's either making seductive noises or breathing heavily. Is this in reference to her seizures? Because otherwise, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No, she breathes heavily a lot as well throughout the film. It's not just the seizures, but she's also like heavy breathing. For one, no, she straight up tells you this information. You're lying. She straight up told she exposits to the audience this information via warning Thomas, not just telling, but warning him about what he's up against.
Yeah,
and the fact that she has familiarity with him.
Yeah, and also I think she was breathing heavily when she's like in bed, and talking to Von Franz about how her dreams grow darker. And she's like describing like how she's had like this ability, these psychic abilities that has essentially alienated her from the rest of her family. Like when she's able to like know what her presents on Christmas were going to be before she even get the chance to open them. And how she was essentially exiled or instituted potential. I think she may have even said she was instituted by her father when he caught her just being like sitting. What you doing?
Exactly.
And so yeah, and she's like really worried about Thomas because like Thomas was like the only person in her life that she's known. Well, aside from Anna, I mean for sure. But Tom,
it's not even just the only person in her life that she's known. It's the guy who staved off for how long have they been married?
You cut off like significantly.
It's the guy who staved off Orlok for how long have they been married?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't recall. How long ago did they sit? It would have been.
That was a rhetorical question, but you get my point. She states in the movie that she has not had the nightmares for so long because Thomas and her got together.
Yeah, they've been together for long enough so that right when even though like they probably remarried like at least relative, like maybe not super recent, but like just recent enough to where Frederick, when he's talking with Thomas the night before Thomas leaves, he kind of pops the question like, so when are you and Ellen expecting going to be expecting, like that, like that's usually kind of question that is asked, like that would be asked like fairly recent, fairly like early into the marriage between the couple in question.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, it kind of depends. Granted, I think it's like 18 or 19.
1838. 1838.
Okay, so yeah, that would be a little bit earlier then, considering.
Well, here's the thing: like how long they've been married, or how long all we pretty much get the idea is like they would have to have been together for long enough to know that they're right for each other.
Exactly.
And to be that committed to each other. How long that may be, like the exact timeline, isn't completely relevant, but still. Also, we got we got the Atom Smasher in the chat.
Hey.
How's it going, guys?
Wonderful. We're loving it.
Oh man.
You could say I'm special.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Katsubu's asking, are they gonna call? Is he gonna call him or as in like or like Edward Cullen next? It's like, oh, no, I hope not.
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, just prepare for a list of names.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yeesh. Let's go.
In this movie have a hard time breathing, especially our count. Can someone get Nosferatu a goddamn inhaler? Because every breath this man takes seems like it's his last. Come closer, young Padawan. And we're in a Star Wars movie now. You know what? I was thinking about Star Wars because at one point Lily Rose Depp is rocking some all black gown with this whole head thing, and it reminded me of Panda Bear from one of the Star Wars prequel movies. Padme, she gets in her emo phase in the second or third film, and it looked very familiar.
Okay.
Is this guy all right?
Again.
Is this guy all right?
To the point of the breathing, how do you expect an undead corpse to sound?
We've decimated this like thoroughly like this point about his point about Orlok. This is just, like at this point we're just like, all right, let's just have him make another joke about Orlok's breathing and way speaking. Like, all right.
Just remember, it's one of those cases where he could spend more time talking about the plot or problems with scenes, but instead it's another joke.
The thing is, unlike -1, he did make a spoiler review, so he's probably going to be talking more about the plot there.
So we're just this is an appetizer for what's to come. This is an appetizer before we get to the entree, where we maybe start hearing a little more deets. Maybe.
Also, in case he does watch this, because he did watch at least 1 hour of my video. Adam, the reason why we were able to find all your videos on your topics is because you have such easy search optimization. So you always put it in the thumbnails or the titles. So it doesn't make my job all that hard, my friend.
And plus we're able to we put all this stuff together and just get all the reason why we get all this stuff together and be so thorough and be so in depth and spend hours talking about your wackiness, if you will, is because we take pride in our work. I think I've said that in a previous stream of yours.
Yeah.
What does take pride in your work mean? I don't know.
We'd also like to see some improvement in. I know you have the whole thing of it's a guy talking to his friends about movies. Not all of us talk about movies the same way. Not all of us talk about movies the same way.
I know that your thing kind of broke up there, but yeah, like the idea of, my style is a group of friends talking about movies is so broad, and so many bros talk with each other about movies. Clearly, it seems in ways that just so happen to be more in depth than you. Yeah. So I don't know.
Let me make a comparison. When guys talk about having relationships or even having sex, it's normally very short in terms of, so how was it? Oh, it's great. Cool. How's your relationship going? Oh, it's going all right. Yeah, did some stuff. Oh, cool. Women will go into way more detail, and I usually find their conversations much more fascinating, especially you get two of them talking to each other and you're just sitting there listening. They go on and on and on. There's so many details. And it's great because then you could just take notes and like, okay, I need to do that. That's not, I don't do that to and do that.
Well, that's the thing is that like in social situations, women usually are like that. But with like guys, if you're just sitting down, just drinking and playing games, you will get some really in-depth conversations on whether it's games or movies. It's just like,
that's what I mean. It's like group of people talking for a group of friends talking can be, yeah, that was great. Or it can be, yeah, I really enjoyed this little detail of this and how this went together. It's such a wide range of differences.
Exactly. Yeah.
And how in depth we go, even with the details, like with I enjoyed this detail, how in depth we go, and that absolutely varies. I know for a fact when I'm talking with some of my friends about this, I don't go as in depth. Either because I'm still processing the film, or I would like to try discussing it at some other point in a very different fashion later down the line. This Nosferatu was the latter, Sonic 3 was the former. And yeah, very different ways of discussing it, especially when, depending on the friend or the person you're talking to, like, when I'm online, when I'm talking with Kaiju Kuru, he and I were on a similar wavelength when it comes to like critical analysis, so we're a little bit more in depth. Whereas with a different friend in person, we're not that. He's not as much in that kind of thing, so we're talking in a more broad strokes manner. Oh, I like this. Oh, I like that. I think the acting was great. I think the visuals were good. I didn't like this character. Okay, but I did like this character. Blah 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 blah. That kind of thing.
In relevance to this film, I went to watch it with a mate, and the first thing he said to me when the credits rolled, he just leant over and said, "I couldn't stop thinking about Dracula Dead and loving it."
I mean, like, I know for myself, I saw it with my dad, and it ended up being like a really. It was a packed theater. I wasn't expecting it to be as packed as it was. And afterwards, me and him had a pretty long conversation on things. Like, it's all the idea of this channel right here. This is the channel people go to be like, guys, just sitting down talking about movies is exceptionally narrow-minded, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to see it with my brother, one of his friends, and my friend, and all three of us had different ways of talking about the film. All three of us did enjoy the movie, but we all expressed our enjoyment in various different ways. Like, yeah, like I said. So,
yeah. So it's. I think it's saying to a point that this film, considering what it is, still appeals and is still enjoyed by a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions, and yeah, a lot of different people like it. So for him to go, oh, what is so boring? Only old people will be able to sit through this and enjoy it.
Funny, because
I'm guessing.
Funny, both times I went and saw the movie. Yeah, no, it's all right. Both times I went and saw the movie, there were like younger people, right? Especially the second time I saw it, where after it was like right after the holidays, so there's more people out. There were like a lot of younger people there. Now, I mean, there is like the occasional just sort of chuckle anytime someone says he is coming, pretty much. So that's,
that's like to be expected. You don't say that. You can't say that nowadays with a straight face.
But here's the thing: like, honestly, like at a certain point, I remember I forget which movie review it was he did. I think it was like Sonic 3 that he mentioned like a bunch of people just being rowdy and like making a joke about telling them to shut up, but he decided not to. Like, in cases like that, like, unlike Adam, like, most people will just have the spine to say, yo, can you, like, just shut the fuck up, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, it was still fairly, like, they weren't doing stuff like that throughout the movie, really. It was just, like, on occasion. But, a lot of those, like, younger people were like, yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Like, my brother and his friend are 4 years younger than me, and I think I'm just over half Adam's age, roughly. So, or just around half Adam's age. So, like, there you go. There you go.
Well, isn't the big thing nowadays is that if you have like a low attention span, that's a problem. So, like, if you had problems getting through Nosferatu, I think that says more about the decreasing attention span of people rather than it being designed for specifically older folks.
Yeah.
So this is the guy who watches TikTok videos but has to have a second or third video included with his TikTok video because he can't have the attention span to watch a like 1 or 2 minute video like just as it is. He has to have other things going on whilst that's going on.
Yeah, he has one earbud in which is connected to a different device that's just playing fast-paced music, and another device that's just connected to Family Guy clips.
Oh.
Anyway, let's get back to this horror show. And I don't mean
I'm not sure if you want to also include this as well. I can add this to you too. You know the other guy who's essentially like Adam's like second buddy essentially.
Is Renfield.
Hack the movies, yeah. Apparently he also did a live stream talking about the movie as well. Although Adam commented that Tony was too big of a coward to have him on to talk about it, so I'm not sure if you want to
Adam does movies. If you are watching this, come at me, bro.
What him up?
Wow.
See, I think you need to get his attention. Pocahontas.
Okay, let me see.
But I can just I'll put it in private chat for you if you want to look at it later.
All right. Thanks.
That's what she said.
Dun dun dun.
Oh boy. Anyway,
Beetlejuice. One of the two. If you're looking to sink your teeth into some scares, though, Nosferatu's going to have you covered every half hour or so when the mood is right. There's going to be 3 or 4 pretty aggressive jump scares in this thing. And I'm talking aggressive.
Jump scares.
But he literally just said when the mood is right. He said when the mood is right, you'll get some scares.
That's what I mean. So you'll get some scares. Here's some jump scares. I'm like, there are so many more like scares and like things that'll make you creep out, and there's so much in this film that could be classed as scary. But all he's classifying as scary is the bit where it goes,
Adam, it's called a slow burn, my friend. The scare part, and the scare part is the build up to Orlok himself. The entire movie is a build up and payoff to Orlok himself. It's not jump out of your seat. And honest to God, I think the fact that it is a build up to Orlok himself makes the jump scares actually kind of work, because in a way we don't see Orlok full body we only see it twice. And it is for very, very, very specific sequences.
Yeah, the most like explicit example of like a jump scare moment is when the guy's like going down in the lower decks on the boat, and Orlok is like it's like I only remember 3 jump scares: the coffin, the cargo box, and the house at night. The second one is pretty much the one that you could classify as like, okay, yeah, this is probably like something that you would see in something like the Conjuring movies, but it's a really well done jump scare. Like the jump scares in this movie, when they come. Like they're very effective because of how well built up they are, and they're all like legitimate. Like it's not like a false scare. I mean, there's like one false scare in the movie, which is kind of like when Ellen suddenly is behind Anna in the dark of the night.
You can feel that. You can feel it coming. All right. But he's like you can see the dark patch behind you. Like, oh, what's going to be there? Oh, it's her.
Yeah, it's
the one I wanted to mention on the ship when the guy goes down to lower decks, ahoy, with the axe, and as he's going towards the crate, you can see by the firelight, he's like there's stuff hanging next to him, and as he goes past, one of them turns. You're like, oh shit, that's Orlok.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really nicely done. It's just like it's not like dun or anything like that. It's just there it is, and he walks past and it moves, and you're like, oh shit, he's behind him.
Yeah.
And then you're just waiting for him to actually attack the dude.
Yeah. It's like at that point you know it's coming. And even the fake jump, and even the one fake out scare, it's not like they just play like a musical sting, like you keep like oh god, there was like several moments in like Halloween H2O pretty much where there's like false jump scares and there's like a musical sting where it's like dang! And it's like, oh my god, it's just you. But no, there's nothing like that. The fake out scare in this movie, there isn't anything like that. It's just like okay, we're just looking through the darkness. It's like there's no soundtrack playing, and when she turns around, it's like, oh god, it's Ellen. they like it's not overstated. It's just like it's kind of like something that it's something that would happen in real life. Really, like you could just jump scare someone. It's not like there's gonna be like an orchestra playing.
I know
like,
I've been jump scared multiple times by my brothers, both sometimes by accident. Actually, half the time it's by accident.
You know, like that one scene where he's like, it's the middle of the day and he tries to stake Orlok, and then Orlok pops out of his tomb before Thomas ends up getting back into the castle.
Yeah,
like that's one jump scare where like you expect it coming, but you're also surprised, since even though he's in a crypt where it's still like daytime, so you wouldn't have expected him to pop out anyway. Because in most cases in vampire films, even if you're in a dark place, you'll still have the vampire be pretty much immobile throughout the entire daylight cycle.
It's not actually like it's daytime. It's more so night has just appeared. Like you can see this with the lighting.
It just drops.
Yeah. Night has just appeared.
Like you're not expecting him to pop out like just like that.
Yeah. Also, Kasaibu's comment.
The appeal is mostly atmospheric horror, as Omnivore said in his review. Yeah, well, that's the thing with like a lot of gothic horror, is that atmospheric horror is the main driving force of the horror.
Yeah, that's part of why the original Dracula is so effective, because of the atmosphere and the structure of the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in that regard, the oh, sorry.
Yeah, I got. Let's see, Antonio or Hoshi, are you? Is your mic working now?
Got it.
You got the floor.
Crickets. But I do actually have to get to work. I wanted to make sure I got on this just before that. So I thank you all for letting me come on. But I do have to unfortunately say adieu to you guys, and Godspeed to the rest of your endeavors here, as well as if you guys are coming on tomorrow. God rest ye monkey gentlemen.
I'll be on tomorrow.
I'll be on.
It's gonna be pain.
You never know. We might still be here when you get back from work.
My God. What's it called? I'm gonna be working till about 11 tonight. So if you guys are still here, literally, then I would be like, you know what? The 3 hours of Godzilla -1 was bad, but these guys, they were making fun of me for like well over 10 hours. Like, how could you do a 10-hour long live stream making fun of someone who just has opinions on movies, guys? I mean, come on.
Who's just a movie fan?
Yeah.
Had to do it, okay?
Movie fan.
That's one thing I should do, is probably just do a shirt idea, because I think he did a -1 never forget. So just do a Godzilla just movie fan with like air quotes.
Oh man.
But you guys have a good night. Enjoy. Awesome to catch up with you guys as always, and stay tuned, because February 8th, the good old condom debate round 2. Lucky Boogaloo.
Oh,
yeah.
It should be interesting.
Peace, gentlemen.
You take care.
Anyways, on with this drudgery.
Music goes from a 10 to a 100 instantly. Something always pops out in front of the camera, which gets Lily Rose Depp worked up again.
Fuck you.
Fucking hell, dude. Come on. I'm enough. God damn it.
Dude.
Nobody
Hey,
reminds me of
Freshly
it.
Madge. Freshly Madge. Sorry for acknowledging. We're just kind of we're in hell. That's still.
Yeah.
Oh God.
We are in with the devil.
Protein and urine.
Oh no. I was just thinking that, but I thought you take protein in urine and then just put a black block over protein in.
A black what?
So you got protein in urine, the words, and then just blank out the words protein in.
Ah.
Oh, so just urine?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. I'll just do
This
two
guy might be
versions
too good
actually.
for urine, though.
Yeah, I think this. Yeah, I think I'll just do two versions, and one word with the words blanked out, and the words not blanked out, and we'll just—it's like vote on your phones right now, and we'll decide.
All right.
Oh dear. I don't want to press play, but we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
You guys working on Nosferatu over there, or a Who Framed Roger Rabbit sequel? What you doing?
Shut the
Same
fuck
joke
up,
again.
please.
God damn it,
Wasn't
man!
funny the first time.
I will say,
Funny
running this
as
stuff
his
into the
face.
ground. Stop it.
here's the thing: going through this video, vetting process, just to see if it would actually be like, oh, hey, would this be stream worthy? At this point, like by this point in the video, I was just like, please stop. I think I genuinely needed a break the first time going through this video because it's like
I sat through the whole thing in one go. How I survived, I have no idea.
Oh Jesus. I don't know if I'm gonna get through the first viewing.
we'd probably have to just get into the spoiler.
I already know.
Well done, you laughed at your own joke, you fat.
He knocked it. Yeah, he knocked on it. Ha 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 ha.
Hardy, har, har, hardy, har, har.
Hardy fucking har. God.
I'm about to pull
He's
a
not doing
Squidward
well, it
with
must be
this
said.
man.
No, not well.
Also,
Anyways.
Roger Rabbit wasn't shaking when he'd made that noise. He was pleading.
Yeah.
So he's just wrong on so many levels. He's as wrong on as many levels as he has creases in his forehead.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my lord.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of amazing reviews for this movie. I'm not trying to be contrarian. I saw it with several other people who were also bored to tears with this.
So you're all stupid. So I'm being really nasty to this guy now, but he's made fun of people who have seizures twice. He's lost any good faith with me.
He strawmanned us, and he also strawmanned people, us, people like us, when they say, "Oh, you just went into it expecting a Marvel movie." It's like, so far we have not said that, dude. We have not said that. We only brought up Marvel once, and it had nothing to do with like, "Oh, you just wanted a Marvel movie."
And even then, look at the point. Why do you think people say that? Even if that was the case,
exactly.
why do you think people would say that?
Yeah, and plus, why would anyone? It's like anyone in their right mind would not even use that argument, because anyone in their right mind would pretty much get some kind of an idea that maybe, just maybe, Nosferatu isn't gonna be like a Marvel movie. Anybody who would go see this movie probably have a good idea that it's not gonna be a Marvel movie. Like, I don't
Exactly.
So don't even bring that card in. Don't even.
Think about his argument so far. The film was long. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a long film. The guy playing an ancient vampire, like almost ghoul. Yeah, he sounds like a really old guy. Yes, because he is. The actress who suffers from seizures has seizures. Okay,
and that's bad.
Yes,
for some reason.
And it's funny for some reason.
And everyone acts really dour and like somber in a film about death and people dying and the plague and darkness and evil. Yeah, I wonder fucking why.
God damn it, man.
Basically, he's complaining about this film being what it is. It's like people who say It's like what was his name? Oh fucking hell, Mark the Cyborg. I was having a chat with him about killing the monsters, and he was saying, "Oh, Godzilla 2014." He'd say, "Oh, Godzilla 2014 is bad because in Godzilla -1, blah 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 blah." Okay, can you tell me about Godzilla 2014? Yeah, in -1, blah blah. 2014.
Wrong movie, dude.
It's like,
Wrong movie.
yeah, it's like, if that moment could easily be described like in the same vein as like when in Cinematic Venom's first video on Lord of the Rings, not his second, not his re-review, his first review on Lord of the Rings, where he's like, there's a point in that video where he's like Lord of the Rings doesn't work because of this. So I love Harry Potter because it's like, wait a minute, like hold on.
Wrong movie.
Yeah,
like they're both iconic fantasy
remember that.
stories, but wrong movie.
Yeah, Gandalf isn't very good because I can't even remember the guy's name in
He's
Harry
not
Potter now, the old
Dumbledore.
guy. Yeah,
He's not Dumbledore. Yeah, Harry Potter was an actual character, unlike Frodo. Oh God, I love that Cinematic Venom's first. To be honest, I think Cinematic Venom's first Lord of the Rings video is like, it's like in a strange way, I kind of love it now for the most ironic reasons possible. Like, I mean, it's good that he's definitely he did the second video where he's like, no, actually, Lord of the Rings is really good. I've walked back on it. I take back all the things I've said about it in the past. Where even that second video, he literally did it with the format of him just going back in time to stop that first video from even happening.
Oh yeah, his first video is just so wrong. It's so wrong. It's entertaining.
It's like the Room of movie reviews. It's where just like, wow, it's like, wow, wow. Gimli wanted Frodo Sam dead. That is like, you don't hear that.
Oh, that was fantastic.
You don't hear that take very often. Kasabu says, I saw Megalopolis twice. It ain't marble sludge. Wow. You I'm a
I saw Megalopolis. It's bad because there's no explosions in it.
I'm sure there may be other reasons for why. I haven't seen Megalopolis. I've heard that it's not that good. But I mean,
it's a film of its time, unfortunately. You know, we were saying earlier about the acting is in the original Nosferatu is very theatre acted. Because getting theatre actors to play in films is a scene at the start of Megalopolis. Is it Megalopolis, the very old film?
No, you're thinking of Metropolis.
Where there's a character. Oh, I'm thinking of Metropolis. Which was Megalopolis then?
Megalopolis is the new Francis Ford Coppola movie that
I've not seen that one.
So hard. No, I haven't. Okay, yeah, you're talking about Metropolis.
Yeah.
Antonio says he tried to get a new headphones, but didn't work.
It's fine. It's all right, dude. It's all right, dude.
It's okay, dude.
That's all right. You can suffer. You can still suffer.
Yeah, just in text. Yeah, just it's okay.
Right. Let's go.
Speaking of which,
you came into this review hoping to hear your thoughts projected back to you. I'm sorry if it doesn't line up. I went in wanting to love this movie. I like his other stuff quite a bit. Well, there's not enough explosions. It's not because it was too intelligent. In fact, this movie has some really stupid parts. It's a bit pretentious at times, and some of the acting and some of the scene direction is just puzzling. I'll give you an example. There are several moments in the film where our poor Ellen is having one of her fits. Just completely going into a tantrum like a toddler. She pops the back, doing the whole body dysmorphia thing, crawling around, speaking in tongues, sweating up a storm. And then not 7 seconds later, her husband's like, so shall we shag now or shall we shag later? It's...
What the fuck? Okay. All right. So...
I'm stuck on the pretentious bit. Where the hell is this movie pretentious?
Yeah.
How?
Okay. All right. Let me go down the list. Yeah. First of all, how is this movie pretentious? But the first real point is, no, dude, we weren't expecting you to, say the same things that we thought of the movie. We expected you to have, like, we've been expecting you to give like a solid reasoning as to why you didn't like Nosferatu, and so far it's been a disaster. Like, it's like you haven't
exactly explained the problems with the film.
And second of all, the scene you're talking about where Ellen has her fit and Thomas is all like, "Hey, do we shag later?" That is not what fucking happens in the movie. Thomas, you completely went over. How did you miss the beats? There were like several beats going on in that scene. Okay, let me describe to you what happens. So Ellen admits to Thomas that she knows Orlok. Like that, her and Orlok have a history, and Thomas is like, "You what? Why weren't you telling me?" And okay, so and then she goes into like, how could you sell me to him? When you signed, or like, I don't know if she exactly says that she signed that contract that Orlok kind of gives to Thomas that he signed, which it was written in occult language, so there's no way that he could have even be able to read it. So he's all like, I didn't even know. I don't, or something like that. She's basically just like going complete, like just kind of turning on him. Like it's Orlok's influence over her. Just kind of just kind of letting that, just like whatever, like sort of things, like how could Thomas like have done this, and so on and so on. And she does the whole thing. And she does the whole Venom sort of tongue, crazy rolling eyes back and doing the tongue thing. She kind of looked like Venom with that, but that's for sure. I mean, it's very freaky moment, and then she starts doing the whole thing like, no, Thomas, it's okay, I'm all right. Don't please, don't, please, I forgive. It's okay, honey. And then essentially just rub it up on his legs, essentially. And then she looks up and she's all like,
middle leg.
You'll never love me the way he does. And then that is when, and then Thomas, even though he's aware that Ellen is still being influenced by Orlok in some ways, he's trying to like have the love that he could give her overpower Orlok's, essentially, when he's essentially having fucking her.
He's trying to stick it to the guy who's trying to take his wife.
Yeah, he's trying to stick it.
Weirdly, my interpretation of that scene was that she was imagining it.
Yeah.
Because there's a very sudden cut between them shagging, and then suddenly it just cuts, and she's lying in bed. And I don't think he was there either. So I was wondering whether that was her imagination.
The intercourse. No, they were having sex. It's during the second night. Like one of Orlok, the second of the 3 nights that Orlok kind of proclaimed her. Where
Taylor Johnson's wife almost dies.
Well, she does die. No, that's the first night. The second night is where she does die. But no, this scene I'm talking about, like he's having sex with Ellen. Thomas is having sex with Ellen, and then there's like a really quick cut to Ellen's basically face covered in blood, like blood coming out of her eyes and mouth and what have you. And then it cuts back, and Thomas then has like a bit of a jump or what have you, and he sees like Ellen still convulsing in arousal and sexual pleasure, pretty much, but and talking, but it's like about Orlok doing it, and that's when he realizes like, oh shit, he became influenced by Orlok as well, and then he tries to essentially like just comfort her, and when she hold her back and just hold her in and just be like, and he's like, it's like, no honey, it's like, no honey, it's not, it's not your fault. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to go and kill him. That is like there are several beats going on throughout that scene. And Adam here, like, I mean, here's the thing. I can understand with this being a spoiler-free video, like you put this out, people are going to be like, oh, hey, what did you think of the movie initially? Should I go see it? Should I not go see it? That's kind of the point of a spoiler-free video. And then you get to the spoiler-filled video where if you do that, then that's kind of where you go a bit more in depth on what your thoughts on the movie, why you recommend it or don't recommend it to people. That's where you start, getting like kind of like how Jeremy Johns, when he does his videos, like sometimes he does do the spoiler video on that same movie.
Yeah.
And then you get to, because like for instance with Joker 2, where it's like people are wondering like, yo, what does Jeremy think of Joker 2 because he really liked Joker 1? Should I go see Joker 2? Should I not? And he gives his rating about why he thinks considers it to be terrible, which it is. And then he gives it a not recommendation. And then he does the spoiler video. It doesn't do it with every movie that he's seen, but he does it. But it's occasionally. Then the spoiler video comes up, and it's like, okay, now let me go a bit more in depth as to why I have issues with this movie, why this movie's not good. All right, I can understand this being a spoiler-free video. You don't want to go that much into detail about the beats that go on within this scene in Nosferatu, where Ellen's like in her possessed seizure state, which then leads to Thomas like having intercourse with her. Her and Thomas having intercourse while she's imagining Orlok. I can understand if you're not going to go into details about that in the spoiler-free section. But, and this is a big but, when you pretty much like omit the fact that there were beats going on within that scene that led up to why Thomas would be having sex with Ellen, then that's just being dishonest. Like, you've seen the movie, you have to know why that there's a reason why he was doing it. So you either weren't paying attention or you're lying.
Exactly. TLDR.
Oh yeah, he was just so bored. He was so bored because the film was long and there was old people in it and there wasn't enough jump scares. That he just didn't pay attention to the film.
Yeah.
This guy's great.
God damn it. God damn it.
That ridiculous. Because this movie takes itself so seriously, these silly moments are far more pronounced. Even the witch had some good humor to break things up and loosen
silly
the
moments.
atmosphere a bit.
This isn't at all.
There's dark humor in the movie, but it's not silly.
This isn't.
We're gonna have to wait till the spoiler review to get all these details, aren't we? And they're gonna be terrible, aren't they?
Yes.
We're already in EFAP territory right now.
We are. This is baffling.
I'm waiting.
Wow.
I'm waiting for him to say something on a comparable level to the line. I'm waiting for him to say something on a comparable level to the line. But I'm waiting for him to make that even worse.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I will say, I think the whole thing of him saying that Thomas is like, hey, I want to get my freak on with possessed women or something. That probably might be the closest thing, if you ask me. That's up there.
Hey, boy.
To that.
This movie is just dead. Like a vampire, I guess. Across the board, there's hardly a single emotion elicited from
No
this
shit.
film.
No emotion.
No emotion.
Stupid.
No emotion.
What is that's good. All right, that's a lie. That's a fucking lie right there. Liar.
I can't believe that. There's no emotion in the film. What is he talking about?
I don't even know. Here's the thing, it's like, I don't know, dude. It's like you're wondering where there's no emotion in the film, and we're saying like there is emotion in the film, and it's like, oh yeah, where in the film? And we just be like, we just hand them the Blu-ray copy or whatever, and just be like, go watch it. You'll watch this. Watch it. Watch the film.
This is why people say to him, "Oh, because it's not a Marvel film, he thought it was boring." This is why, because there's emotion all the way through this film, and he didn't notice any of it because most of it is subtle. It's usually the dour sort because again, dark, dour film. It's because people aren't shouting and hollering. Oh my god! But even then, there's still people expressing extreme emotion in the film. I don't understand how he didn't see. I mean, he might be being hyperbolic. He has to be being hyperbolic. But then
He has to,
hyperbole.
He is.
But like I said,
he's
you
either
have to
lying
have
or
these.
he's either lying or being hyperbolic, and it's probably both.
It could be both.
You can only do these kinds of criticisms if you're like correct, but he's not, so he sounds stupid.
Yeah, yeah. I had a point. God, I had a point here for right there. That would be. Oh yeah, that's right. The people who say like, oh, you went into this expecting a Marvel movie, those aren't substantive criticisms of you as a critic, sure, but don't just use that as a way to just sweep, have it just be a sweep statement over anyone who criticizes you for your take on this film.
You're not
this is just
you're straw manning. You're straw manning and you're vague posting when you say that.
Yeah.
God
yeah, you're straw manning people who have actual reasons for why they disagree with you so heavily on this, because here's the thing. You can have your opinion can still be wrong if you pretty much don't have if you have insufficient information. Omniviewer pretty much said this. You're entitled to your informed opinion. And weirdly enough, you've seen the movie, and yet you still seem terribly misinformed.
Exactly. You're flat out lying to the audience, and then you have the gall to strawman them. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. This is EFAP all over again. This is EFAP cut him again.
Except here's the thing, you know what? Yeah, even EFAP's Cotton video elite had like 2 points that are maybe valid, maybe.
Yeah, granted, and we still haven't even gotten to the second one. God damn it, guys! God damn it.
And get this, For what I understand, the spoiler video, he's probably going to say information that's not the same. That's not quite the same. Not so much more detail, but it's it contrasts to what we are hearing here. So let's be ready.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna
chill.
Let's just take a breather. Let's just take it. Oh God.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get a drink quickly.
We'll take a breather for just a moment.
Whilst I'm sitting, I just thought, look at the picture we've got on the screen.
I need a drink.
Look at his hand positions, and just imagine what he might be doing with those hands. That's where he gets his film opinions from.
What are we? What are we trying to? Let's see. What exactly?
Well, imagine there's 2 people standing beside him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Are you saying there's 2 people beside the hands or something?
Yeah. And he's swallowing all that down. That's how substantive his opinion is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're just taking a breather here, chat. Oy vey. Is he chatting to himself, or is he channeling his inner Italian? That's a good question. I guess to address while we're taking a quick breather from this video, no, Joker 2 is not bad because it's a musical. If anything, the fact that the film is a musical is kind of the least of its issues. The musical portions the musical numbers in that film are probably like some of the things that the film has going for it. It's just that, quite frankly, plot is like the plot. Given the facts that it's supposed to be set in the real world, it's still just kind of like it's just not. It just has like events play out that they're just like, how could that even play out? Like this is just, and it's ultimately just a film that really it's redundant of itself. It's kind of it makes itself redundant by the end. Like Arthur doesn't really like it. He kind of starts out more or less in the same place as he started by the end of the movie, and then he gets shanked, and it's just like, so what was the point of this 2+ hour movie? And plus the fact that, and plus like the fact that the film just doesn't even, really, the fact that the movie just kind of it ultimately, like I said, it really just makes it all kind of, it makes the first movie redundant, and it makes itself redundant really throughout its runtime. Like it just makes it go, okay, so what was the point of all that development that Arthur went through in the first movie? Like what was the point? Like I get what message you're trying to say here, movie, but it's still, like I get the thematics, I get what you're trying to say, but the thing is, you did such a poor job with it. I don't like the film is shot really well. It's acted amazingly well, I would say, but it's still pretty shit. But the movie in general, the writing is quite terrible. So no, I don't hate Joker 2 because it's a musical. I hate Joker 2 because it's a terrible sequel to Joker 1. So it's internally inconsistent. But that would probably be more the former as well. Like I can say that. Internally inconsistent.
Yeah,
all right, is everyone? Anyways, I was talking to Katsubu in the chat.
I just got a drink and then had to use the bathroom for a little bit.
That's okay.
He's gonna get on my nerves again. I know it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
He just
It's all gonna be
drunk.
good, guys.
Katsubu was asking if he's channeling his inner Italian with this.
Sure. Let's go with that.
I'm just saying, speaking to a brick wall.
Yeah.
I was going to call him a double-fisted wanker, but yeah.
Well,
what?
He's
other than artsy.
Artsy. Also, I know he's not gonna get this far because considering how he felt about Zim's stream.
No. Oh no. He's like, here's the thing. He didn't even like. Here's the thing. In his like, what was it, like his Golden Globes 2025 winner stream, pretty much that he did with Tony from Hack the Movies. He pretty much is all like Zim put down a super chat. And it's like, hey, what's up? And they're like, oh, hey, it's the guy that did the stream. And Adam's all like, oh, yeah. And guess what? There's another guy. I'm not going to say his name or plug the channel, what have you, but mark your calendars. On January 11th, he's going to host a stream on Nosferatu. Beep.
Yeah, that made me laugh. That genuinely got me. That genuinely started making me laugh.
It's kind of funny, though, that, like Zim, how's your subscriber count at the minute?
He's not here.
Oh, not Zim.
Yeah.
I mean, Zim's like 1K, isn't it, or something like that? See, how big's you still 280?
283 so far. So
we took up those numbers, guys.
We got him up those numbers.
Oh,
mine's at what was it?
500
something. I can't remember now. That's bad.
am at. Let me double check real fast. I am at 743.
Oh, that's quite good.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the YouTube space for like 4 years now, so there's that.
I just
But-
like the idea that people with numbers like this low are getting the attention of somebody who's got 90 odd thousand subscribers.
I
It's
know,
funny.
right? That's crazy. Here's the
It's
thing:
funny.
like you could like it's the whole thing of an army of 5 can defeat an army of 100. I guess in a way. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if in this instance, but it's kind of like that similar sentiment.
Yeah.
It's like when it's the other way round, you expect that. Like somebody with 90,000 subscribers does a stream on somebody with 500. That the 500 subscriber person turning up in the chat is almost guaranteed. But then to hear that a 90,000 subscriber guy is watching people's streams and then complaining about them, mate, what is wrong with you?
Thing is, he didn't
Bro,
even
come
get
on.
through Zim's entire stream. He only got like an hour in.
Yeah, he probably didn't even listen to a lot of the points really. Like,
No,
and he missed out on a lot.
No, he did listen to a couple of the points because he commented.
Yeah.
So he even commented as well.
Wow.
Blimey. This guy must be quite paranoid.
I mean, he stated he did want an echo chamber. So.
Well, he's got that between his ears.
Wow.
Like a cardboard box on his head, Well, it's pretty, solidarity.
Hey, don't disrespect Jimmy. Solidarity Gaming.
I
Don't
wasn't
disrespect him.
feeling anything for the characters. Again, Thomas is perfectly fine. He's likable, but that's just because Nicholas Hoult is likable. His character is just kind of nothing. He's there. And Ellen.
Nothing. Oh my, nothing.
First of all,
it's for no reason all over again.
Dude. Oh my god.
He's in the film for no reason.
I'm walking and talking for no reason.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Let me just. Protagonist, the leading character or one of the characters in a movie, novel, or other fictional text. The main character or one of the most prominent figures in a real situation. Simply
Thomas Hutter is likable.
Christ.
Thomas Hutter is likable and relatable because of the fact that he's a regular guy who's thrusted into this extraordinary situation. He's the guy that we follow for the first third of most prominently we follow him for the first third of the movie.
He's just
like all the way until
who's wrapped up in all of this.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Like he's essentially the guy who we are guide more or less until up to a certain point, not throughout the whole movie, but up to a certain point, and then later on, we essentially the rest of the movie follows much more prominently Ellen and her dealio. I mean, Ellen's the main character ultimately in this movie, so that is kind of. That's the whole thing. But like Thomas the Hutter is essentially our window into the world into Orlok's world and and essentially the hell that he's about to inflict on the world.
Exactly. This is the Mark Russell argument all over again. Oh my god.
Yeah. Do you know what? I was going to say this earlier when they were talking about we were talking about the fact he said, "Oh, there's only like 3 scares in the film. There's only like 3 jump scares," and that's what he considers to be scares. There are whole scenes in this film where the scare is the entire scene, where there is something scary happening for the whole thing, and you're on edge, or you know something's coming along. Haha. There's a bit in, I think it's right after Thomas wakes up Orlok, and he's run into a room and locked the door. Orlok makes Thomas open the door for Orlok. Or was it his shadow's hand? I can't remember now. One of it. Orlok opens the door into the room where Thomas is waiting for him, and there's just like this. You know Thomas is done for because he's in he's in a room with no exit other than the door, which is now currently got a vampire standing in front of it.
A vampire and a
You
pack
know
of
he's done
wolves.
for, and you're just watching Orlok walk into this room, and you're like, oh shit, he's in trouble.
Well, here's the thing. Well, actually, Orlok's shadow. Hold on a sec. Orlok's shadow kind of comes through, and it actually it pretty much influences Thomas, like with like the flick of his fingers to influence Thomas to open the door for Orlok. That is kind of what happened. That's kind of more of the details of what happened, but still.
Another standout sequence with the scares is Orlok's arrival into Visburg, where it's where like everyone is going absolutely haywire as the boat slowly approaches the harbor. Nock has broken out of prison, has killed a man, and is just screaming, "The master has arrived," or that kind of line, as Orlok disembarks and makes his way through town. Yeah, that. Yeah.
Well, even then, like the boat crashes, and we don't even see Orlok get off the disembark. Really, it's like Orlok arrives pretty much at the same time as Thomas arrives. Actually, so the reason why we don't see Orlok disembark is because we see Thomas, finally arrive in the town at the same time. So
that's where the scares are from. That's where the scares are from. It's not a Five Nights at Freddy's game. It's a slow burn, like I said.
Yeah, and right after that, I think I think right after that, like almost immediately after that, we see Nock essentially rowing. Like the reason why Orlok doesn't disembark is because we see Nock like rowing the boat with Orlok's sarcophagus to Schloss Grunewald, which is the estate that Orlok has bought in Risberg. So, yeah. I mean, it makes me wonder, like, if there will be like others, like what the extended cut will be like, because the home media release for the film will have an extended cut that's going to be 3 hours. It's like, man, this movie's already great this movie's great already as it is. I would have figured like, it's like, wait, there's going to be a long. Like, it makes me wonder, like, yeah, I think this could be one of those instances where the extended cut might, will pretty much add more details to an already great movie, and it would be kind of like the extended editions of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, where it's like the theatrical version is already great, but the extended cut is the way to go because it would give more detail and flesh things out even more so than they already have.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see more of Bill Skarsgård as Orlok. His performance is immaculate and the highlight of the film overall. So
it's like
this film is good. This guy is not.
Movie good. Yeah, like the movie really does like the film, like I guess it's kind of one of those instances where the movie still feels complete, even just the theatrical version, even though there's like more scenes that are going to be added back in a home media release. I guess it's kind of a showcase of like how they have like a real, like Robert Eggers had a really good editor who kind of knew where they could afford to cut the film and what to keep in, per the studio, because they still working with like a Hollywood studio, which is Focus Features, who's like more mainstream than something like A24, where they're like, okay, we're gonna let you release this movie as your vision, because we trust you, but we pretty much wouldn't recommend you have this be 3 hours long. So we suggest you maybe cut it down to like 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then they were like, it's like, all right, yeah, it's like, okay, challenge accepted.
I can't imagine how Adam would have felt had the movie been 3 hours long. Oh boy.
It makes me wonder
Clearly
if he's going to.
This man is not used to length.
No.
Yeah. Yep. He is.
Right, let's do this.
There is just kind of nothing. He's there. And Ellen is barely present throughout most of the film. She's constantly having her little fits and her tantrums. So it's hard to really get in the mindset of her or
We have
Wow.
multiple sequences from her direct perspective. What do you mean it's difficult to get into her mindset?
It's him saying she's barely in the film. So I'm gonna have to rewind that because I'm pretty sure he. What?
Again, Thomas is perfectly fine. He's likable, but that's just because Nicholas Hoult is likable. His character is just kind of nothing. He's there. And Ellen is barely present throughout most of the film. She's
barely present.
What the fuck?
You realize the entire plot hinges around her, right?
Yeah, he's not even specifying like in what way is she not present? Is she barely present? Is she barely present physically, or is she barely present in terms of it, like figuratively, like the film focusing on her? Which, first of all, if either case, wrong.
You're wrong. She is one of two protagonists of this film, and the entire reason the plot happens.
She's the main protagonist. I almost said antagonist. She's the main character of the movie. She is the reason why everything about this movie, everything that happens, what Thomas does, what Orlok is doing, what everyone is doing, revolves around her, Ellen Hutter. Everything. Exactly. The whole plot surrounds her. She's pretty much the catalyst for everything that plays out from frame one from the first frame of the film to the last.
Exactly. And if you're talking physically,
he's so wrong.
Again,
yes.
If you're talking physically, roughly half of the film's shot composition is dedicated to her specifically.
Yeah, she's in the shots at least half the time.
Character we see in the movie.
Exactly. And she's the last as well, along with Orlok.
Exactly.
The film begins and ends with Ellen and Orlok.
Christ in heaven.
Like, I don't understand how he can be so wrong about that. I'm still struggling with just understand how he can be so wrong. She's barely in the film. Were you even watching the right film? Was he watching the original 20? Did he accidentally go and see a showing of the 1922 version? It's just
even there, I would say he's kind of wrong because she's actually quite prominent in the 1922 version. Not as prominent as she was in the remake, but there is a lot of prominence for her even when she isn't physically on screen.
And she's also more or less prominent in the same way, in the 22 version as she is in the 79 film. I would at least.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more, maybe, but I mean, like the 79 film. I think I'm not even sure if even the 22 version has this, but there is a scene in the 79 film where she is having a one-on-one conversation with Orlok or Dracula in that instance. With Orlok, in the 79 film, Ellen's pretty much named Lucy, which it's confusing as hell. Like they swap Lucy and Mina's name in that movie. Where Mina's the main character whom Dracula's going after, and Lucy is kind of like the other girl. In the 79 Nosferatu, they swap the names for reasons. Like Lucy in the 79 Nosferatu is essentially Mina or Ellen. Let's just say, pretty much. Like she has a one-on-one convo with Orlok or Dracula in that film, and I don't think the 22 film has that. I could be. Minecraft. You've seen it like more recently. Did that ever happen? Or in the 22 film?
In the 22 film, I don't think they ever meet until the ending.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah.
Heisei Ghidorah is better than Legendary Ghidorah. Just because you have Heisei in your username, that doesn't mean everything in the Heisei era is better than Legendary. Exactly. But I like Heisei.
I didn't buy.
I like Heisei Ghidorah. Don't get it, like design wise, he's pretty cool and all, but he's not much of. But come on, like Legendary Ghidorah has like undeniably more character to him. Let's just
Actually, since the MonsterVerse has been brought up, one thing I wanted to say, when I was looking at Orlok's design in the remake, I kept thinking of Titanus Abaddon for some reason. I think it's the zombie-like appearance, and in a way, it helped me appreciate Abaddon's design a bit more. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Anyways, how far are we in this video?
Fits in her tan-
9 minutes of
Not,
can't actually tell. Is it
9
13?
minutes of a 13-minute video, so
Jesus Christ.
Come on, we can do this. We can do this.
We're almost there. We're almost there. We are 2 hours and 35 minutes into the
So
stream.
it's hard to really get in the mindset of her or sympathize with the character that much, especially when she kind of has the hots for the Dark Prince. I was joking with my friends about this movie because Nosferatu looks so atrociously ugly and he's got that dumb mustache. It'd be funny if Ellen was like, I remember falling for him years ago. And then they could have done a flashback to high school and it's like a Grease setting. Nosferatu's got the leather jacket against a T-bird leaning up. Ellen has a hoop skirt on, laughing with the other girls. Are you going to ask him to the Sadie Hawkins dance? He's such a bad boy. Nos. There's Nos. What's up, ladies? Blah, blah, blah. Fangs on the table. I hate this performance so much. I prefer Adam Sandler's interpretation of Dracula in Hotel Transylvania. That's where I'm at right now. But
okay, so Ellen does not have. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Ellen does not have the hots for Orlok. She doesn't even love him. The reason why she why she even came in contact with Orlok, the reason why anything was happening is because Ellen was alienated by her family in her youth because of her psychic abilities. And she's desperately looking, especially by her father. So she's desperate. So in the beginning of the film, the very first scene in the movie, when she first meets Orlok, telepath through psychically, she's looking for comfort, connection, some form of love for any being, like spirit, like being, out there, like to give her something, anything to reciprocate, her longing for some kind of connection. And Orlok is the one that answered. And at first, as we see, she doesn't even, she's all like, she's all like, kind of into it. But then she finally sees that very thing that answered her. Like, I think she only sees like his shadow at first. Like his silhouette, pretty much. So you could argue that she doesn't see the monster like up close. Didn't see the monster get a good enough look of Orlok before she goes outside. So she's all like, "Oh hey, cool." And then when she's out in the garden and she starts moaning, pretty much, and then Orlok kind of telepathically like starts causing a seizure for her. She sees him. And it's like very implied that she's seeing him at that moment. That's the very first time she sees his face, like what he looks like, and she's like, "Oh my fucking god!" And so she's not in love with him. In fact, if anything, she's pretty much regret ever even meeting him in the first place, and she's trying to distance herself from him.
Yeah, she's
that's why
trying to run away from him. That's why she does marry Thomas when she does. And that's why because Thomas's marriage holds him back.
Yeah, Thomas, the love that she has for Thomas and the love that he has for her is the kind of love that is the love that she was actually looking for. Whereas Orlok, as he puts in the film, he's pretty much an appetite, nothing more.
Exactly.
Like
I'm
he's
genuinely starting to think Adam got this movie confused with Twilight.
Yeah. So I just don't even know. And Okay, just so anyone is clear, like if anyone were to wonder, like, wait, why would Thomas like sign a contract which he doesn't understand the language of written, that Orlok gives him? Like, well, Orlok, like for one, Thomas is already like at his whim, and and Orlok is all like, oh no, like since Thomas can't even read, he won't even be able to decipher what it's actually saying, what it means. The contract that Orlok gives to him so that he could have full access to Ellen, essentially, or essentially so that Thomas could pretty much, without knowing it at the time, like kind of divorcing Ellen. It's kind of like it's like an unofficial divorce paper, kind of. But even then, it's not even technically that. It's just kind of like a way for like Orlok just kind of convinces Thomas to sign it because it's like it's all just formality, in the customs, what have you.
Yeah. I view it as a deal with the devil.
Yeah, it's basically a trick to invite a vampire into your place. Yeah, that is what it is.
Yep.
It's a contract. Yeah, like a vampire can't invade your privacy, but but he can convince you to let him invade. So in a way, that is it's like you think CNN lied about the controversy back in the 90s? What is he talking about? The fuck is he talking about? Okay, what are you talking about, dude?
Anyway,
I don't know.
Let's find out later.
Suppose we can rub tummies a little bit and talk some more about the beautiful cinematography, the interesting shots of like the giant shadow hand going across the city, and some of these eerie castle motifs. Yes, there are beautiful moments, of course. It's Eggers. There's going to be some very pretty stuff. But I don't care. I'm trying to get lost in this movie.
Said it!
Capture.
He said it! He said it! He said the line! I don't Ugh. I'm sorry I had to talk over that. I was just like wondering, see, Animus, he said the line. He said it.
Yes, he did.
oh boy.
To be fair, normally that's said about criticisms, and people say, "Oh, I don't care about those criticisms." Actually, no. To be fair, the cinematography in this film is quite a large part of why this film is very good because it's so well done, especially in certain sequences where the cinematography is essentially telling the story or setting the scene or setting the mood. So the cinematography is quite a large part, and the fact that he's just gone, I don't care about a significant part of the film. Okay.
Okay, right there you failed.
Yeah.
The list fails.
I mean, yeah, amongst everything else, like literally everything else. I'm like,
Oh,
and that is why
decided to answer your question. See, monster.
That Shin. That Shin. Heisei Godzilla thinks Shin is more pro-imperialist than Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. Did anyone pick that? Did I pick that? Or?
Yeah. Just mulling that one over.
That's a tangent for another day. Actually, no. Yeah, no, that's not a tangent for another day. Just watch Fractured Diamond.
Well, I mean, that could be.
I'm thinking of deleting all my because I've got all the parts of Fractured Diamond up, and they're in various conditions of like copyright destruction. I'm thinking of just taking all those down and just leaving the one big video up, which is a shame because you've got all the comments and everything for those videos. But I think I might take those ones down and leave the big one up. It'll be easier for people to just go straight to that one then.
Yeah. I think the whole conversation of like,
I agree that Shin is pro-imperialist, but I do agree that that Godzilla versus King Ghidorah can be interpreted as such. I don't think that was the intent, but I agree that it can be interpreted in that manner.
Here's the thing. I think if that could be like some kind of topic for a stream discussion, if you will, like which one is like more pro-imperialist or like Shin being pro-nationalist.
Yeah, honest to God, I think the debate has been thoroughly dissected, both with Fractured Diamond, comparison that Omni did, and your essay on King Ghidorah, on versus King Ghidorah. I think that debate has been completely fractured to the point where, you know what, let's just leave it. As long as we're just saying -1 isn't that, we're good.
Yeah, as long as -1 is good. -1 is not bad. Thank God.
Nor is a fascist.
-1 isn't bad. Yeah, -1 is good.
Yes.
Thank fuck. Although I'm starting to wonder whether it's a bit of a curse that it's too good, so good.
A part of me.
I guess it's just
kind of with this.
Yeah, let's get back to vampires.
We've got a couple of minutes left.
Yes.
Lost in this movie, captured by these characters, creeped out by this creature of the night, but it turns out he's just another basic simp, pining over the hot chick in town. How embarrassing. Well, there you have it, my thoughts on Nosferatu. You know, I didn't put out my top 10 movies of 2024 yet because I was waiting to see this film first, assuming that it would be in the top 10. What a freaking shame that that's not the case. And in fact, far from. But rest assured, person that came here hoping for a good review, I'm sure it's going to have a very fine go on Rotten Tomatoes just because of the director's name alone. But also this movie carries with it a level of prestige just from the trailers, from the hype going into it that critics will not be able to resist, giving it high marks, giving it the pat on the back, maybe sprinkling in a couple criticisms here and there. But overall, this is a very safe, easy movie to give a recommendation to for...
Wait.
Well, you want me to let it go?
Finish it.
Okay.
Recommendation to for them, for the cowards. Not all of them. Some are sincere, but I just... Listen, this was a pretty full theater. People were snickering and laughing at parts. People were leaving the movie pretty noticeably upset with what they wasted their time watching. It is a slow-ass burn. It feels really long, and I just can't imagine many people sitting there watching this thing going, oh man, I can't wait to experience this again with Broom Handle Guy and his dumbass storyline where he's going to go chase after a woman in town. It didn't work for me.
Oh, sweet irony. My sweet summer child. Hey, here, let me see. Hold on. Let me pull up Nosferatu's box office. Let me just pull it up here.
I'm going to pull up the Rotten Tomatoes score as well.
What? No. I'm just pulling out the box office just so that it can suggest like how many people, like suggest like how much of the world's populace has seen.
I know, but he also brought up the Rotten Tomatoes score, and I want to pull that up too.
Okay.
The Rotten Tomatoes.
No, that's funny that you
is 85% on critics. It's fresh, and 74% for audiences.
Yeah.
God damn.
Pretty good.
Thankfully, Rotten Tomatoes is a terrible, terrible thing that nobody pays attention to anymore.
I know.
Yeah, true. True. So the movie, Nosferatu has made what looks to be about 100 and a little bit around the neighborhood of $106 million. So yeah, a lot of people have seen it, and apparently people, and there's pretty likely people who have seen the movie more than once, like me.
Yeah. Oh my God!
Is this old man shouts at old film? I don't know what category to put this review into because it's so wrong.
Oh yeah.
Old man shit. Oh boy. Oh boy.
The worst Nosferatu did was some duplicitous things to get in bed with someone's fiance.
Yeah.
Well, I mean he killed some children as well.
you could call that a simp, but in a way, it's also her fault. Actually,
Yeah,
no,
she- I
not
mean, she-
even.
well,
She didn't even mean to call him.
Not really.
She didn't mean for it to
Yeah,
happen,
that-
really.
I retract the her fault statement. I retract that. No, Ellen was innocent in all this.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: Nosferatu killed a couple kids and made a mother watch before killing her and her unborn child, as well as bringing a literal plague onto everyone's houses. So it's not even so. So I don't know. I think those kind of trump.
I guess you could say he burned our crops, poisoned our water supply, and delivered a plague into our houses.
He did? Well, he did one of those things. I don't know about the other two, but I mean, he probably poisoned. He probably fucked up our water supply, maybe with the rats.
Listen, I had to make the SpongeBob reference, okay? One day,
Hey,
flickering the lights, man. I'm going to drop that at some point.
Hey, well, it's the SpongeBob reference that you wouldn't expect from a Nosferatu-related video, so there you go. I mean, I'm surprised nobody. I'm surprised not enough people.
Do we want to watch the rest of this video, or do we just want to go to the other one, or do
How
we want
much
to
is-
save the other one for another stream?
I'm not sure how much is this. How much of this one is left?
Like 1 minute.
Let's finish this. Let's finish this. Let's just get this out of the way and get to the second one. Good God.
Yeah.
And because I am such a simple man who enjoys the simple things in life.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Self-awareness.
God damn. Congratulations, you played yourself.
I'm going to go watch Blade 1 and 2. Vampire movies that get me. And you know what? You want another recommendation? How about The Last Voyage of the Demeter? Not like an amazing movie, but it was a solid vampire film, also with a Nosferatu-style vampire. The last 5 minutes are kind of hokey, but the movie overall moves much better, has a lot of kills and some cool character design, and some characters that are at least interesting and likable to watch. So, The Last Voyage of the Demeter, if you're looking for a Nosferatu-type movie, or better yet, even watch one of the older Nosferatus. All right, those are my thoughts. Let me know yours in the comments below. Please think about subscribing to the channel.
Two things.
All right, this one.
We are done.
One.
We're done. All right. So last thing here. Look, dude, Adam, my boy. Yes, Last Voyage of Demeter is actually not too bad. It is worth a look. So are the older Nosferatu films. But in no sane universe would I recommend Last Voyage of Demeter over either any Nosferatu version of Nosferatu. Certainly not over this new one. I'm just gonna.
Let me just
There you go.
state to the pacing bit with Last Voyage. Last Voyage is adapting a very specific section of the Dracula book, one that doesn't really have much levity in it, one that doesn't really have much focus on it. So it's one of the shorter parts of the book. Nosferatu is an adaptation, a plagiarized adaptation of the entirety of Dracula.
And even then, it's kind of a loose adaptation, but still, I mean,
My point
Last
stands. It is.
I would argue. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I would argue that Last Voyage of Demeter. Here's the thing: if Adam and I were to discuss Last Voyage of Demeter and Nosferatu 2024, and he pretty much says, I think Last Voyage of Demeter is more well paced than Nosferatu. And I would just say well, I like Last Voyage of Demeter, but I can't. I mean, here's the thing: if I were to watch just for pacing reasons, I would still kind of go with Nosferatu over Last Voyage of Demeter because of the fact that Last Voyage is based on a particular chapter. There are parts where it does seem a bit slow. But again, it's not to say the movie's bad, but again, whether you find a movie slow or both of them are slow burns for sure. But whether or not you find the slow burns to feel slow, that is entirely subjective.
Yeah.
Someone could come out of Nosferatu 2024 and be super immersed and engaged and thinking like, wow, this movie was like a breeze. For as much of a slow burn as it was, it moves. It has great momentum. Whereas, but then they can watch Last Voyage of Demeter and be like, yeah, but there's some cool kills, but I was kind of bored for most of it. Like it's not case by case. I mean, it's all case by case, really.
Yeah, for me, I personally even if I do enjoy films like the Hotel Transylvania movies, I like my vampires in a slow burn horror setting. That's part of why I love the original book so much and why I've wanted to reread it for so long, because of the slow burn and how it makes Dracula feel a lot more all-encompassing. Nosferatu, both the original 1922 film and the remake, handled exactly that phenomenally, and that's why I fell in love with it. I might check out Last Voyage just for the hell of it, and also partially because the ship chapter is one of my favorite parts of the original Dracula book. So I know for a fact, based off what you're telling me, I don't think it's going to be a film that I would consistently hold in the highest degree, whereas the original Dracula book, if you understand where I'm going with that, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get you. All right, one video down.
And I get maybe he's not the biggest fan of a slow burn, but he was also you were completely representing the movie at multiple points.
Yeah, Yes. Yeah, it's fascinating. Fascinating, man. Fascinating takes.
God. Oh my god.
That's not the word I have for it. The other video is loaded up. We are at the 3-hour mark.
Almost exactly.
And how long is this video?
17
Copyright
minutes.
infringed character, Count Dracula /
Oh, he has a different shirt.
Well, yeah, it's a different video, so.
Yeah, I know.
Right now.
I know. I was just making a joke out of that. Though, I kind of prefer the previous one. The previous shirt that he was wearing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
This is 17 minutes long.
Yeah, I think I think there will be I guess he's going to go a bit more in depth into some of his points.
That explains
here, or maybe not by much, but we'll see what happens.
All right, shotguns at the ready.
Miniguns, more like.
Count Orlok / Nosferatu returns. A movie I recently reviewed and did not care for, even though it sits at a beautiful 80-some% on Rotten Tomatoes, with 70-some% of the audience also agreeing that it's good.
No one cares!
The theater I was at had a different type of audience, one that was constantly rocking their feet to stay awake, others outright snoring during the picture.
So your entire community is stupid. Cool.
Run. And while I wasn't slapping myself to stay awake, I certainly wasn't that engaged all the same. Now I want to break down why exactly this film didn't work for me, and a little bit of the discourse I come to expect in my comments. Let's begin.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, folks. This particular section.
Before I dive in, I want to let you know there are going to be spoilers aplenty in this video, so if you haven't seen the movie Nosferatu, I recommend you go out and watch and make up your own mind, unless you just respect my opinion that much that you know you're one-to-one, where we're brain linked in. Probably not the case. I always encourage people to make up their own minds on film. I never... unless it's like a really horrible, crappy Netflix streamer where I know it's just made for a cash grab purpose, I typically say, watch it, make up your own mind. The internet is a beautiful tapestry of different ideas, concepts, minds being molded and shaped, and hearts being won over. It's also a place of vile, disgusting rhetoric, bad faith commentary, and a bunch of little whiny bitches who call you
Says the guy who wants an echo chamber.
There, mate. Nice self-reflection.
Said the guy who wants an echo chamber. God damn it, dude.
Yeah. guy who seems to be coping and seething over Zim.
Like I said, this
Maybe.
is the -1 arc all over again.
Yeah, I mean, he ain't saying names, but if you know, you know.
Let's go.
Names because you didn't like a movie they liked. That's reasonable. Listen, this channel's called Adam Does Movies for a reason. I cover mainly mainstream stuff. I don't pretend to be a film snob holding a chalice of wine, waxing poetically about all the different nuanced camera angles and thought-provoking shots.
I can think of one person who does.
Oh, what a shot. That's the nuzzling the bulge there.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Here, hold on. I'll be. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta like do something real quick. I'll be right back.
I can think of one person who fit that description, though.
Yeah. In the meantime, savor this still.
Savor this. Yes. Savor. It's quite funny because who was it? I think it was that Star Wars guy. He was talking about Andor, and he mentioned. I think the clip was played in EFAP, where he said, "Oh, all these cinematic snobs with their sipping their martinis and talking about the artistry and blah 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 about Andor." He's, "Oh, I don't care about that. I just want to watch this." And then the people at EFAP who praised Andor were saying, "We don't do that. I don't know what you're talking about." And it's fascinating to then see this guy making the exact same arguments in that, all these snobs who are like high and mighty who think they know better about film than I do. You know, no. I mean, yes, we do know better about film than you do because clearly you don't know jack shit. But we're not snobs. We are much, 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 much lower than you in the YouTube hierarchy. Somehow, I don't know how, because looking at your setup, you're a discount Chris Stuckman. But we just know better than you, clearly.
Yeah. But granted, when he put that description, I immediately thought of the little platoon, and it made me cringe. Because
Yeah, little platoon's not
help.
I just it's quite interesting how when people make bad arguments, they often make fun of the fans or like anything other than the film itself. Or they'll make sweeping statements that don't apply to the film, or they'll make up facts about what happened in the film that didn't actually happen in the film. You see this happen so often. To see it played out again and again, it's fascinating. You can almost make a video essay just on that, let alone anything else.
Yeah. Good gracious. Good gracious.
It's just... I was going to make a joke saying like Adam does films because he doesn't do anything else, but then you said he's got 2 kids, so...
Yeah. Yeah, he has a wife and kids. So...
Does make you wonder.
Yeah. Like, goodness gracious, one of the biggest crimes of film analysis is like insulting or making fun of the audience, and that is exactly like he's calling out people who do that, but also God
doing
damn
it himself.
Self irony, damn it! You showed a hint of that. Why not do it here?
It's just it's. I'm interested to see what he says in this video in specifics, rather than the sweeping statements he made. Mind you, he didn't say sweeping statements before. He made quite specific statements about, well, like this character on screen, and oh, Jesus Christ. So yeah, it would be interesting to see what his more specific anecdotes are going to be and how wrong they're going to be. That's what I'm interested to see.
Yeah. Same here. So, I guarantee we're going to get to another South America to China moment.
That is definitely going to happen.
Yeah. Oh my Christ.
Isn't it ironic that the critics who grandstand about consumers putting up with mediocrity are the ones who put out mediocrity garbage? Oh, sorry, who put out mediocre garbage that they call analysis? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite happy. You see this a lot. Oh, I hate this. I hate this as a thing that a lot of people do in real life, not just for like film reviews or anything. In real life, in any kind of discussion, someone does something wrong. You then point out that they've done something wrong. They argue they haven't. You basically prove that they have done something wrong. And then they say, oh, I do everything wrong, do I? Oh, I'm just terrible. I can't do anything right.
To be fair, I've done that before multiple times.
Yeah, I hate that reaction. I really, really hate it. Especially
Yeah.
when you're at work and you're just trying to tell somebody, look, you've done this wrong, you need to do that right. And then remember for next time you do it so that you don't do it wrong again. And then they come, oh, I do everything wrong, do I? Can't do anything right. I'm clearly terrible at my job. You're like, could you stop overreacting and just do your fucking job? I'm trying to get on with mine. You're currently interrupting me because you're doing something wrong. Do it right. Don't act like a fucking drama queen because you can't take criticism. I hate that. I take criticism all the time. When I do something wrong in my job, more often than not, I'm the first one who spots it. But if anyone tells me, I'm like, oh, right, okay, I need to change that. I need to make sure I don't do that again. It's people who can't take it and then go on this massive drama. I had one guy I worked with who every time he did something wrong, he would go to the manager and complain that people were bullying him.
Yeah.
And it got ridiculous to the point where I entered a meeting with a manager, and the manager said, "Yes, this guy said you did this. What actually happened?" I said, "Yeah, I did do that, and I also did this as well." And the manager went, "Yeah, I probably would have done that as well." It's just people,
The thing,
drama queens.
yeah, for me, like, I myself do have my drama queen moments. I'm going to be blunt here, and I'm still, like, I used to struggle with taking criticism, and in a way I still do, but I'm trying to fix that. Because I think for me, it's like I suffer from a lot of anxiety issues, and that's partially why it took me a long time to handle criticism in some way, as well as just a lot of people who were not trustworthy whatsoever. Um, but but it's something that one can grow out of. It's something that one can like learn from and fix and not and like fix. Even that I I don't know, I'm trying to formulate it, but I think you can understand what I'm saying. I think you can get what I'm
Yeah,
saying. I like it's not easy to get into the habit of taking criticism, especially when you're used to something like this, but it is something that needs to be learned.
oh yeah. There's too many examples of people who give bad criticism, like this guy, for instance. There's too many examples of people who give you bad criticism, and you get defensive about being given any criticism because of it. When in a good, especially at workplace, something like that, there's free reaction. There's you're being criticized wrongly, in which case you should bite back and defend yourself. Being criticized correctly, in which case you accept it and do whatever you need to correct the thing that you did. Or there's criticism that you don't understand, at which point you need to question it. Those are
Yeah.
the three reactions. It's like bite back, um, question, or act accordingly. There's
Yeah.
no when you're biting back at absolutely everything, that's where it can go wrong. Because then
Yeah.
you can bite back against something that is like, yeah, you've done something wrong, and whoops.
Yeah. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
There's that. Although I do correct my boss on a lot of things. Then the work I'm doing at the minute, I'm in a very small business. There's like 4 people in it, so I like everybody else are quite a major part in the machine. So if I was like Amazon or something, I'd have far less of a leg to stand on. But because I'm in such a small business, I can say stuff like that, and it has weight behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But like, yeah. One of the things that I'd want to do, because I think once I finally get done with my Nemesis script, which I'm probably going to restart again because I found a new approach for what I want to do, I'm going to ask around for criticism because I want to make sure that I have everything as solid as possible.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, just ask for feedback on the script and some of the ideas that I have.
Just reread it a couple of times. Like, get to the end of it, go, right, I'm done, good. Leave it for, I don't know, a week. Then come back to it and reread it, and then see if you still like it.
Yeah, though I have a different project that I'm planning to start at some point, so I have to juggle that with college.
Or even better, finish the script for Nemesis, start on the other one, then go back to Nemesis and see if you still like it.
Yeah, I'm taking a short break from the Nemesis script and starting on the other one. So yeah.
I'm still working on GXK. That is going to be a long time coming.
Yeah. This second project is going to be a longer one, though I am hopefully developing it as I am learning. So, yay. And I plan to properly announce it at the end of the stream when we're doing shilling.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah.
I was just looking through my script for GXK. I decided to split it. I get to the point where they go into the Hollow Earth, and I decide to split the film up into the 3 narratives of Godzilla, the humans, and Kong.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm following Godzilla's story as much as it is. I think it's like, I don't even know if it's like 10 minutes long, all considered.
Mm-hmm.
But when he goes to Tiamat's lair, he's blasting a hole into the side of the iceberg. And I put in my script, surely, given that we saw him earlier being like the planes flying around him, said we can't get close to him, he's just too hot. And then when he goes into the water starts boiling. I put in my script, surely he could just swim up to the iceberg and the ice would melt around him because he's so hot. He wouldn't need to breathe a hole into the iceberg. But then, having done that, I thought to myself, well, hang on, if he's that hot, surely he would just melt through the iceberg as soon as he tried to sit on it.
Hey, I'm back. What discussions have I missed during the interim? Sorry if the little quick errand I did may have taken just a bit longer than I would have liked.
Just some discussions about taking criticism, some updates with our script, and GXK.
Okay.
Always GXK.
Yeah.
This film's gonna haunt you.
So basically,
this film's gonna haunt you, Animus.
It's going to for a while, definitely.
Yeah. This whole, Adam here, just I don't know, like, dude, just like if ever. Here's the thing, I don't know, like we'll get to there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there, don't you worry. We're gonna blast through this.
Yeah.
Just like this bulge is blasting through these pantaloons.
Oh boy.
Oh,
a director like Eggers portrays in his movies. Now, that's not to say I don't appreciate it. That's not to say I can't also love films made by directors such as he. In fact, The Northman was a favorite of mine in 2022. The Witch is a movie I've seen a couple times and absolutely adore. And so it's a little bit frustrating and kind of sad when those that don't agree with an opinion have to resort to ad hominem attacks, have to resort to petty things like this guy doesn't understand history. He doesn't realize it's based on a book or a 1922 black and white silent film that I have in fact seen. So that's a little annoying.
Good job we didn't make any of those criticisms.
Stop
get
vague
these.
posting, dude. Stop vague posting.
Dude, even if here's the thing, even if people throw ad hominems at it's like, dude, your takes are just so titanically bad right now. Like for Nosferatu and for -1, and your response to people responding to it, and even when they give constructive criticism, it's just like it come on, dude.
Not to deny that there are people that do this, because I saw in the comments of the video that yes, there are people that did throw ad hominem attacks like that. Hell, one person even brought up his -1 critique. Like, this is just -1 all over again. But not everyone is going to be like that. And when you're it's going to be provoked when you're starting to antagonize your audience like you did in the previous spoiler-free review.
Yeah, it's there's only there's only so much. You basically mischaracterized your opposition. It's like if some of them do throw ad hominems at you, we're not gonna lie, we pretty much have done that here.
We have done that.
Yeah, we have for sure.
We have done that multiple times, only because it was prompted.
Yeah, it was prompted. We were. It's like of course we disagree with your take because your take you're mischaracterizing the film. You're basically just making the film look and sound worse than it already is by leaving out information which damn well is in the film because you've seen it. If you don't care, then it's like, well, then I don't know, why are you even when you just admit that you don't say, when you make that kind of statement, I don't care about X, about this thing or something like that, it's like, what are we supposed to do other than be like, well, I don't know, dude, sorry you didn't care, I guess, but
if you didn't care, then you say, why did you watch it? Because you wanted to care. Try showing at least a semblance of open arms.
And come up with it and have it and pretty much have better justification for why you didn't care here than what than just throwing a skit about Ellen Hutter's seizures.
Or making making fun of Count Orlok.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to counter myself, I looked up what ad hominem means, which kind of goes against his whole cinematic, like what you were saying earlier about people holding their wine glasses when talking about cinema and all that bollocks. I looked up ad hominem to see what it meant, and yeah, okay, fair enough. I was attacking him rather than the film, but then, like I said, he lost all credibility, all good faith when he made fun of people with epilepsy and people who have fits and stuff like that. As soon as he does that, apparently without any self-awareness, yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll attack him left, right, and center.
I would say he lost credibility before that by strawmanning his audience and insulting them.
And he certainly, it certainly doesn't help when he's inaccurately describing the film. When he's when he's not even reviewing the talk, when he's pretty much like inaccurately talking about making inaccurate points for the film for why the movie in his eyes would be bad.
I suppose, yeah. Saying only old people will enjoy the film because of its length. yeah, that's not an add-on minimum attack, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, dickhead. Right.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
When it's just straight up incorrect facts about a person, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. I try to ignore it for the most part. But the point I wanted to get across is
Like
this.
how you ignore
pretend like
how you pretty much ignore those attacks while you talk about incorrect points about the movie you're talking about.
try to ignore it for the most part. But the point I wanted to get across is this. I don't pretend like my opinion is better or worse than anyone. Yes, I might present it in a way that seems like it because I'm trying to be
Oh, hey, there we go. Oh my god, we need a checklist for this.
Oh my god.
He presents his opinion, and then when people say your opinion's wrong, he's just, oh, I'm only presenting it as correct.
Again, Omnivore put it best. You're allowed to have your opinion so long as it's if it's an informed. You're entitled to your informed opinion. That true words have never been spoken before. Where it's like you can have an opinion, but it has to have some basis, have like a solid foundation. There has to be a basis where you can at least be like, okay, I can see how you have that perspective. Like your opinion on Nosferatu and -1, those are two obvious big examples. They're based on things of like what like anyone out there, like most people, that a lot of people, understandably, us included, would just be like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Especially when you go as far as to lie about the thing that you're talking about, or misinterpret or mispresent it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A well-informed opinion is like the fingerprint shield in Elden Ring. An uninformed opinion is like the wooden plank buckler.
Yeah.
One of those is going to protect you from criticism.
wrong with my opinion and my approach, but I would never belittle someone for liking something.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy crap.
Okay. All right.
Irony.
Let's rewind. Let's rewind it back just so we make it sure. Let's rewind to make sure that people understand that.
Okay, it's quite a few seconds now.
That's a little annoying when it's just straight up incorrect facts about a person, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. I try to ignore it for the most part. But the point I wanted to get across is this. I don't pretend like my opinion is better or worse than anyone. Yes, I might present it in a way that seems like it because I'm trying to be strong with my opinion and my approach, but I would never belittle someone for liking something I don't. In fact, I have a bunch of...
Oh, boy.
The irony.
Oh, boy. Wow. Okay.
Didn't you call us
dude.
All right. At one point?
Okay. Okay.
Actually, no. That's oh my goodness.
This is Chris Stuckman levels of like walk back. Oh my god, he's discount Chris Stuckman. He's absolutely discount Chris Stuckman.
He's discount. Yeah.
That's not that far off.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Come on, we can do this. Stay strong.
Yeah,
people.
we can do this.
Presented in a way that seems like it because I'm trying to be strong with my opinion and my approach, but I would never belittle someone for liking something I don't. In fact, I have a bunch of buddies who are also movie critics, and we butt heads all the time, disagreeing about films.
What, you mean the guy you said was too much of a coward?
Yeah.
You Jimmy Neutron haired plank?
Don't Jimmy Neutron like that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You look. Wow. Ah, rich. Just rich. Coming from you.
Dude.
Anyway. Oh, are we
Let's
still
go.
playing the video or?
Continue. Animus?
Hello? Animus? You there? See? Here, hold on.
Can't hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Something happened. Huh.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. So if just quick. Yeah. Let me.
Oh.
There we are.
There it is.
What happened?
I don't know.
I think the
Oh,
mic
no.
went out at one point.
Plugged in, but just suddenly I just wasn't being picked up. I just don't know why. But I did the usual technical thing of I unplugged it and plugged it back in.
Oh.
The rule for life, everybody. If it's something's not right, just take it out and put it back in again.
Yeah.
Just. Oh, God, this. That
Anyway, yes, it can. Right. Let's carry on with this.
Let's carry on. Yeah, we got a couple more
Each of
things.
us likes and the other doesn't. Who cares? That's what's fun about talking about movies. Nosferatu is one such film where I saw a lot of my peers giving high praise to this. It makes sense. It is a gorgeous looking movie from front to back. There are some good performances. I do disagree. Lily Rose Depp did a good job here. I thought it was comical. I thought it was way over.
Fuck you. No.
Comical,
Okay.
yeah,
and Covenant is back right now. Don't even. just no. Just no.
Wrong.
No, you're just wrong. Wrong. Objectively wrong. I'm sorry, dude. Your opinion is objectively wrong, in my opinion. No, objectively speaking.
Not even in your opinion. Objectively speaking, the performance completely fits the character. Oh, how the hell did you find this funny again?
Yeah.
It's like him complaining about Count. I found the character of Count Orlok to be bad because he sounded like an old dead guy. So he's an old dead guy. He's supposed to sound like that. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He's not good at this.
Not really, no.
For the top, silly at times. I was kind of rolling my eyes at her performance, but she's also up for.
Yes, because you think that people having epileptic fits is funny. Because there's something wrong with you.
Because for some reason your take on
what? Let him finish.
Sorry. I'm rolling back a little bit.
I was kind of rolling my eyes at her performance, but she's also up for some awards. So what do I know, right?
Wait,
what do
really?
I know? Well, I know that I like to go to movies with my buddies and like to talk about films. And I also know it's easy to point at past reviews and use that as a way to discredit someone. Oh, well, Adam thought Moana 2 was fine, or Despicable Me 2, or, you know, like there's ways to just discredit completely because you go to a basic kids movie and use that as some sort of a gotcha moment. Or, oh, Adam didn't like the highly critically acclaimed Godzilla minus.
There it is. There it is.
Still on that. You're still on that.
It is.
I was going to say about He says, "Oh, I watched a kids' film," and people use that to discredit me. Kids' films can be good. The good
Dude.
ones are universal.
Sonic 3 was
He said the
absolutely
quiet part out
incredible.
loud.
How that's a kid's
Yeah, Sonic.
movie, and that one was...
Yeah,
Oh my
Sonic
God.
3 is good. Transformers 1 is fantastic. Like, yeah, those are family films. Family pictures,
All
but
of
they're
them are
great.
amazing. How does that make you bad? How does that discredit you?
This is a man defending himself by stabbing his own bollocks.
You're discredited because you're lying about the movies you're talking about, not because you watch them.
I have the one. Yeah, we gotta play that. Play that back. Yeah, we need to. Like, we're sorry that we're playing it back and we're conflating this, folks. But guys, this is nuts. This is fucking nuts.
I know. Well, I know that I like to go to movies with my buddies and like to talk about films. And I also know it's easy to point at past reviews and use that as a way to discredit someone. Oh, well, Adam thought Moana 2 was fine, or Despicable Me 2, or, you know, like there's ways to just discredit completely because you go to a basic kids movie and use that as some sort of a gotcha moment. Or, oh, Adam didn't like the highly critically acclaimed Godzilla -1. He's a hack. He's doing it for the wrong reasons. He wants rage bait and rage views. That's actually the opposite of what I want. I would love an echo chamber. I would love to be talking to a bunch of people that agree with me. There's nothing better than a nice comfort blanket around a person.
Welcome to the internet, buddy. Welcome to the internet. Not everyone's going to agree with you, and not everybody is going to be nice about disagreeing with you. Like...
I still can't get over the discredited thing because he likes a kids movie. I have How to Train Your Dragon as my second favorite movie of all time. How the hell does that discredit me? What the heck?
Exactly.
I still can't. No,
I think he's saying, like, you know, people like Moana 2 isn't exactly. Wasn't that? Hold on, Moana 2 wasn't that the beloved? Or okay, all right. Like, I don't even.
This is one of the few things I agree with him on. How the hell does kid discredit someone? How? That's stupid. That's just fucking stupid. Oh my god!
It's not this. A kids' film can be, well, a lot of kids' films can be. Shrek, apparently, The Last Wish, whichever one that was. That one's apparently good.
Yeah, that one's amazing.
There's lots of kids' films which can be good because they're designed to be good. Because when you make something good, it can be appreciated by everybody. If it's bad, then it's bad, obviously. But it's the way he says it's just a kids' film, like really dismissively. So why do you dismiss kids' films like that?
I don't know. I think what he's saying is, like, people would dismiss his take just because he liked kids' films like Moana 2 or Despicable Me.
Oh yeah, 2. I get that because he likes something that people think is bad. But listen to the way he says kids' film.
Discredit completely because you go to a basic kids movie.
There you go.
Basic
kids movie.
He's discussing the people who dislike him because he goes to a basic kids movie.
And says that
he is describing it as a basic kids movie. That's what I mean.
Yeah, because that's how other people describe it as.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, that's kind of it's kind of weird how you even.
Like, this is one of the few things that I understand him with. Why would you criticize someone because they go to a kids movie? How does that discredit someone at any point? That's genuinely.
I think it's weird that. Well, then he follows it up with saying, like, "Oh, you didn't like Godzilla -1." So is he like saying, like, "Oh, so you think Moana 2 is just fine, or Despicable Me 4 or 2, whatever, are fine, you know, or good?" But then and then you just turn around and, like, you like kids films, but you don't like Godzilla -1, which, you know, just has like here's the thing, I can't speak on behalf of any of the Despicable Me sequels or Moana 2 because I've never seen any of them or really care all that much.
I've seen the Despicable Me movies. I actually quite enjoy them.
But that being said, like, would you even? Well, I mean, would you even say that they even come close to the level of, like, quality as something like Godzilla -1? Like, even though they're two completely different movies going for completely different.
That question multiple times, but I'll say it indirectly. No, they cannot. They physically, by any point, like. I enjoy the Despicable Me movies, even with recognizing their faults, and yes, that includes both of the Minions movies. But -1 is a film that excels in ways that these movies couldn't even come close to, even with the leeway of without the constrictions of being kids movies. Considering kids movies have a very different thing to follow, I don't think, but. Yeah, that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, when people, here's the thing, like, Adam, if you're listening to this, like, when you're listening, whether it would be while this is live or after, or this is or through the playback or what have you, if you have somehow managed to make it this far, or if you just happen to stumble across this timestamp, the reason why people take issue with your take on -1 isn't so much that you didn't personally care for it. It's your reasons for why. When you pretty much, like, say stuff like the main character Shikishima was ... or something like along the lines of like he's not someone worth rooting for because of, like, the journey that he's on. Or when you say something like Akiko was annoying every time the 1-year-old little girl, is annoying anytime she cries. People aren't gonna won't be able to help themselves but to just be like, I'm sorry, bro, what? Like, just go, huh? Like, how could you, like, how? Like, I really don't get you, bro. And so you have to follow up that question, and when your follow-up answer is, I mean, it's just my opinion, bro. It's like it just goes nowhere. Like, there's just, like, people, like, we're still just going to be going, okay, maybe it's like, well, do you, like, I don't, like, how do you, so not only do I not understand how you come to your conclusion, but you're not even going to help me in understanding your conclusion. Like, when you get to that point, like, and when you pretty much even admit that your opinion is no better or worse than anyone else's opinion, it's like, well, then why are people listening to you? Like, why would you even say that? And especially when you have
this much of a following?
Yeah, especially when you have this much of a following that you're willing to accept, like, super chats from. Like, you are making, like, even if this is like if movie reviews is just a fun little side thing that you do, you're still getting capital from it in some way, shape, in some capacity. Because people listen to your opinion. So when you say that your opinion is no better or worse than anyone else's, whether it's an uncontroversial opinion or something like Nosferatu is bad because Lily Rose Depp isn't good in it, or something, or Godzilla -1 is bad because insert crazy reason as to why here. Like, then what is even the point? Then what's the point of your following? Like, what? Why? Why even bother?
I feel sorry for his kids.
Yeah.
When his criticism of a film is that a child sounds annoying when they cry, I feel sorry for his 2 kids.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. How can you say that? Your kids were like, if you have kids and they were like, and they cried at some point when they were 1 or 2 years old, and, like, how could you not be like, and you have this perspective on Akiko? It's like, so okay, what's, like, we have questions. We have questions.
Honest to God, I think it was because he was having Vietnam flashbacks to when his kids were younger, and that's why he didn't like it.
And like, here's the thing, we don't want to read too much into this. We don't want to be like, here's the thing, I don't want to ask these questions. The thing, but like, it's just one of those things of like, so what is going on, dude? Like, like, are you like, okay.
And breathe, and let's get on with this, because honestly, I want my dinner.
I have not
Fair
eaten
enough.
breakfast properly, and
You can
I
use
need to
that
get
as some
breakfast
sort
home.
of a gotcha moment. Or, oh, Adam didn't like the highly critically acclaimed Godzilla -1. He's a hack. He's doing it for the wrong reasons. He wants rage bait and rage views. That's actually the opposite of what I want. I would love an echo chamber. I would love to be talking to a bunch of people that agree with me. There's nothing better than a nice comfort blanket around a person when you can put out a video and you just get your belly rubbed and a bunch of people are like, wow, what a great review. I might disagree with you on this. I actually loved Nosferatu, but I can see where you're coming from. And you presented it in kind of a fun, playful way, not too serious, because at the end of the day, we're talking about movies, people.
Oh, I hate this as well. He's pulling out all the stops for the really bad defense. Guys, why are you being so mad? It's only a film. Come on, guys.
He's putting up the barrier shields. He's putting up all the shields.
I'm always gonna use this as a response to this question. Why the hell do you think things like The Odyssey are so influential? Or The Lord of the Rings, both the film and books?
Stories, one of the oldest written texts in human history, is a superhero story.
Exactly.
It is the stories that go through time.
Monsters and kaiju. I did 2 separate research essays on this. Are some of the oldest tropes in human existence.
Yeah, he's getting mad at people who are mad at his takes. Yeah, and I would go, yeah, exactly, and also add, especially when those people who are mad at his takes question him on why he's questioned his take, ask questions about his takes, and so then he's just like you're just like, here's the thing, like I've never seen somebody just projecting so hard and just be like, leave me alone, or like it's like the South Park gag about Prince Harry and Mary and Meghan Markle, who are just like, they put up like picket signs, saying "Leave us alone, leave us alone," and they're just drawing attention to themselves.
Exactly.
I don't. It's yeah.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's good that he doesn't.
Because at the end of the day, we're talking about movies, people. But I do find people comment and say Adam's doing this because he wants the rage bait clicks. No, I will put a title out there every time now because I want people that saw the movie, since I don't see films ahead of time. I'm going with you guys when they come out almost 99% of the time. I want people that see that movie to go on YouTube and search for their frustration and find a voice that agrees with them. That's why I put that out. And it becomes more prevalent when you have a movie that's getting high marks. So I am going to stand out more amongst the pack. I also do think Nosferatu is a movie that is an easy one to praise because it technically does everything.
I think that is a very toxic mentality. To ask and want an echo chamber is an incredibly toxic and ill-founded mentality, because you are never going to get it. There are always going to be people who find your reviews, and even like Brutally Honest stream, Animus, you are someone who dislikes the video, the movie. See, me and Omni love the movie. All 4 of us.
Well, hold on. I did not love the movie. Whoa, hold on. I don't love. Okay.
No, but enjoyed it. All of us, all 4 of us, and everyone else on that stream collectively agreed that the way he went about it was problematic.
Oh yeah.
The way that Hannes articulated his points about why he likes GXK, was not great.
It was bizarre.
Adam is on a very similar thing here.
Adam's worse, I think.
Even if I disliked Nosferatu, I still wouldn't like Adam's review because he blatantly lies about the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just because of, he doesn't want to give away spoilers. Like, he leaves out details. He doesn't even mention. He doesn't even lend the olive branch and be like, okay, now granted, there are beats in between that kind of lead from point A to point C. There is like a point B or something to that effect. He doesn't even say that. It's
Can I just point out, this is his video, and his video is entitled "Explaining Why I Didn't Like Nosferatu," and we are 5 minutes in, and so far all he's done is like defend himself badly.
Yeah.
He hasn't talked about the film.
Yeah, he's putting up a what is it? Like he's putting up a shield for himself from criticism. Like it's which and yeah, like here's the thing, like an echo chamber isn't really that great of a place because like if everyone kind of agrees, then there isn't really much discussion to really be had whatsoever.
He thinks he's digging a trench to defend himself when he's actually digging his own grave.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's like an echo chamber. Like if anything, like you shouldn't ask for an echo to develop an echo chamber. It's like that's why like streams like EFAP or Sea Monster Live or Zimcast, like we pretty much want to try to like avoid like having everything turn into an echo chamber and just be where it's like I like this movie because A, B, and C, and then someone be like I dislike this movie because of A, B, and C. It was like dude, no, dude, it's like no, it's just an opinion, dude. Like it's or something like that. Like, dude, see, Animus pretty much admitted that he likes ABP too, and it's like I'm curious, and I pretty much would be curious enough to do a stream, maybe discussing it with him. I'll be like, do tell.
Yeah, you do that.
I hate that movie's guts. I hated it, but it's like, I'm interested to hear a bit why he likes it, and I listened, it's like, okay, all right, fair.
I unabashedly have A Quiet Place as one of my favorite movies of all time, and that's something that I'm not afraid to admit. I haven't stated much, but I'm admitting it here now, and even if you don't like or dislike the film, the fact, I'm going to have people who disagree with me. Animus, you're going to have people who disagree with you. See, you're going to have people who disagree with you. There are going to be people who watch this cast who are going to rip us to shreds. To ask for an echo chamber is a losing battle. You are never going to get an echo chamber because by portraying yourself in the way that you are, by doing the things that you do, you are going to attract people who will ultimately disagree with you. Period.
Yeah, people who disagree with you are gonna come inevitably. It's just like it's just the law of the land when it comes to the internet. Like, yeah, it's like everyone has their opinions and all that. It's like, well, gee, maybe it's like, well, hey, gee, at some point, some people who disagree with your take, and not just disagree with your take, but would consider your take to be, pretty, as Ratchet from Transformers 2 would say, terribly misinformed. Like, they're gonna respond to it, and they're gonna have discussions with their friends or whoever about that take.
Yeah.
And they're gonna, and they'll just hash back and forth and be like, and have like these sort of points to bring up, like, and and you could say like, well, isn't that an echo chamber as well? It's like, well, no, it's like no, because there could be points where it'd be like, well, hold on, I don't think this guy's necessarily saying that about what I think he's actually saying is this thing. Like there could that's the point of like a meaningful nuanced discussion on things. So having an echo chamber just completely destroys that, and it like it's like if everybody has a perspective that's worth listening to, then here's the thing, like where everybody has. Hold on, what am I? It's a mess.
It's a
you get into what I did earlier. You start talking about something, you get so irate, you start losing what you're saying because you're so annoyed with this guy.
I know.
Let's continue. Let us continue.
Things so well, but for story, it's missing the mark completely. Let me dive into that a little bit. So Nosferatu, obviously a period piece. It takes place in 1838. We're going to be following the Hutter family, Thomas and his wife Ellen. The movie is going to take a dumb amount of time to get going, and it's going to focus. It's going to linger on mainly beautiful looking shots of people slowly going through the motions of doing things, but I'm not getting a lot of substance here. I don't know much.
Let's go through those, shall we? It sets up the couple at the beginning of the it sets up her having the interaction with Orlok at the start of the film. Then it goes to the happy couple and her reservations about him leaving. It sets up him leaving. It sees him on his travels and all the interactions to do with that. Him seeing a vampire slaying, being a bit weirded out by that. Him having to walk to Orlok's castle. The carriage arriving to pick him up by Orlok's horses. I thought that was very artistic in the way that was done, especially compared to the original. The original tried to do it in that whole stop motion fast thing, which didn't really work. But this one was much more artistic. It's just setting all that up. All of that up.
And
he's called it slow.
It's building up to our main antagonist. The entire start of the film is building up to our main antagonist, establishing that
transition from the bright and colourful normalcy of life to the drab
side of him. But Thomas has to go anyway.
I was just so.
And not to mention, they also in the film also like sets up like Nock like collaborating with Orlok, to make sure that Thomas, can get the rest of the plot going.
Because you get the feeling just from Nock's first scene, you're like, there's something quite not right about this, but it's not quite not right enough for you to go, yeah, he's evil. There's not enough there for you to go, but yeah, you do find out he is.
Yeah, and the setup with Nock is also meant to showcase to the audience and get the audience to be fearful of what Thomas is going up against. And also to continue asking the question, wait, what is this? What are we up against?
Yeah, and what is this what is the thing that we're up against? Like what even is his ultimate end game?
This is the film allows for the scenes to sink in, for you to appreciate it. For him, apparently that means it's slow and boring and doesn't have enough explosions or jump scares.
Yeah.
A lot of substance here. I don't know much about Thomas and his wife other than they seem happily married. However, Ellen seems to also be very smitten with the guy who's seeing her in her dreams.
Smitten.
We talked about this.
Fucking tortured. Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, like spitting. Yeah, sure. I mean, screaming and going into a seizure when she first sees like a big scary monster being the one who called back, who answered her call for comfort, or something of that nature.
He seems to be remembering the one scene where she was nuzzling the bulge and seems to think that's her entire opinion of the situation, despite the fact that she's clearly going between. Oh my god. This is why people don't like you. You get stuff wrong.
Yeah. You're leaving out details or missing out details.
Describes him as a torturous being.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
This is an EFAP Cotton moment. He's clearly paid attention to some parts, like the parts where she's going mad and convulsing and saying things and the darker moments. And then the rest of the time, he's not paying attention to it. So he just thinks the actress has one mode. It's exactly like people, like EFAP, who watched the monster moments and then didn't pay attention to the human moments and then said, "Oh, the human moments are stupid because I don't understand what's going on with them because I didn't pay attention to what they were saying."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fuck. Ugh.
Right, come on, we can do this. We can
can do
do this. We're a third of the way through.
To the
Yeah.
point where she's
Oh, boy.
convulsing in
End
an
of the first half.
orgasmic nature throughout the entire runtime. But a good half hour or so is going to be focused on Thomas mainly and his trek to Transylvania, where he's going to be meeting up with a new client, Count Orlok. Orlok's planning on a big move. He's going to head into town and actually go right across the street from the Hutters family. He just needs this deed to get approved. This is a fine start. I'm on board. Visuals are, of course, great. The music's very haunting, really.
Wait. So he says this is a fun. Oh my! I'm dead. I'm absolutely dead. He just said this was a slow, boring start where it's taken ages to. What the hell he just said then? And then he's just said this was a fine start. Which is it?
Which is I think here's the thing. I think he said when he said it's fine start. Hold on. When he says it's a fine start, I think what he means is like, okay, this takes this like the very first section of the movie before the Transylvania segment, begins. It's really slow. It's not really grabbing me. But once we get to Transylvania, now it's like now we're cooking. That's I think what he means like first half or the third half of the start of this movie, isn't all that great, but the other half is pretty solid. So I think that's what he means is fun. Like it's a fine start, where it's like that's not perfect, but you know what, we're getting there. I think that's what he means. But even that.
I'm going to rewind a bit and listen to it again.
And actually go right across the street from the Hutters family. He just needs this deed to get approved. This is a fine start. I'm on board. Visuals are, of course, great. The music's very haunting, really drawing me in. Again, I love the Northman. I love the witch. Get in that.
Right. So he complains about people using his critique videos of other films to then complain about him and his other criticisms of other films. And then when critiquing Nosferatu, he's then saying, I like these other films, I don't like this one. This is why this film is bad.
It's like
he's doing the thing that he's complaining about.
Oh my god!
Like he's
this guy is an idiot. His echo chamber is between his ears.
It's like, dude, please stop using.
Adam, if you are watching this, Jesus Christ, mate.
I know, right? And Adam, if you're watching this, please, stop using. Yes, the Witch and the Northman are both good. Okay, really good. But seriously, stop. You don't need. Stop using them please stop using movies that you like for Robert Eggers as a shield against criticisms for why you don't like Nosferatu. That's seriously, dude. It's not helping.
Exactly.
We're not talking about the Witch and the Northman.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
You need to make a short.
If this was a discussion about the creator, I wouldn't just say I liked Godzilla. I liked Rogue One. I don't care about the creator. I wouldn't say something like that. I haven't seen the creator, but if this were a discussion about it, I wouldn't focus on the other two movies that he made, or three, and Rebirth. This is the same thing applies here. Stop.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Oh, let's get on with this. Come on, we can do this. We can do this.
That same kind of vibe. I don't mind a slow-moving film as long as there's some intrigue, as long as it's going to take me somewhere interesting. However, after everything at Nosferatu's castle is done, I'm left feeling empty with this movie. I'm not connecting to a single character. Even Thomas, who I mean, Nicholas Hoult is great. His character is really not much of anything. He's just kind of there. And as for Bill Skarsgård as Nosferatu, Bill, who I really liked as Pennywise and haven't really enjoyed him ever since.
Again,
Wow.
he's comparing to other films, and wow, okay, not liked in anything else. That's a thing to say.
That's damn. That's. I mean. Don't get me wrong. The Crow 2024 is terrible, but I mean, I thought he was fine in that.
I've also noticing that we're almost halfway into this video, which is meant to be him explaining why he didn't like Nosferatu, and he's reiterating what he said in his previous video, almost word for word.
He hasn't really given any.
Yeah.
He hasn't given any specific examples of like sequences that made him think, "Oh, I don't like Bill Skarsgård in this. I don't think this was as good as his Pennywise performance."
Yeah.
God damn it, man.
Like this is. Like here's a like, dude. If this of all the time, dude, if this is the spoiler section video is pretty much the time where you could all right. If you pretty much have to do a spoiler-free video just so people can hear your initial thoughts, without going into too much detail about why you like or don't like a particular aspect of a movie, and then you do a spoiler video on the same video. That spoiler video is the time where you can go into detail, where you should be, where especially if you have a pretty hot take on like this, like Bill Skarsgård's Orlok is bad in this. This is that time where you better explain yourself on why you have this take. This is the time where you try to support it. So I hope you have some take. I hope you got something.
The Crow was atrociously bad. Here he is really hamming it up as Nosferatu. Slowly speaking everything, wheezing heavily as he talks, kind of warping around the room as Thomas is chillingly sitting there, not sure what to do. Truth be told, that's the best scene in the film. Even if
I had to make the contradiction criticism again, but I think he's saying that this scene that he doesn't like is the best scene in the film. That means that's how bad the film is. That's what I think he's saying here, and yeah, screw you, mate.
Oh my god!
Wow,
that's a great scene. The incredible uncomfortableness of Thomas Hutto in that scene. He's gone there. He's basically trapped in this car. He's miles from anywhere. He's got no contact with anybody else. He's in this room, in this castle, with this incredibly weird bloke.
He's locked.
He's basically locked.
That is such an uncomfortable scene, and a scene of dread because you don't know what he doesn't know what's going to happen to him, and you don't know what's going to happen to. It's a brilliantly good, dreadful scene in a good way.
Yeah, he's
just warping around and like hamming it up.
Yeah, but
this was not the film for him. This was not the film for him.
Yeah,
it's not.
No.
If I wasn't really on board with how Orlok was being played, I still enjoyed the atmosphere here. I'm not sure if the shot of the prosthetic penis was necessary. I don't know what that really brought to the table. I guess some sort of vulnerability for the character, since Thomas later on will get spooked out and try to leave his establishment, only to find himself in front of the coffin where our dark prince is sleeping at night, our king. Thomas tears off the cover and he's about to impale this guy when pop goes the weasel. He comes to life and you see him in all of his splendor. And I have to say, based on the prosthetic alone, I don't really understand what's so great about this guy. I mean, really, Ellen? I know size isn't everything, but believe me, I know. But him? We got to talk about the...
Okay.
Still carrying on with the same joke from earlier.
Dude, here's the thing. When you, when you pretty much are putting together the makeup design for this creature that's supposed to be that used to be a man, but he's now kind of deformed, it would be really strange if he didn't have a dick.
Exactly.
It would be like, what happened? It's like, yo, not that I care to see it, but but realistically speaking, where's his peepee at? Like, what happened to it? Like, I'm curious. And it's yeah. I mean, really, that's just the. I mean, it's not that much of a. I mean, granted, it's not the most substantive response to potentially make, but it is just like, I mean, come on, pretty.
Yeah.
Sorry, taking my blood pill. Yeah, it's interesting that in that scene where a supposedly dead body, or either a man that the character was just speaking to is now lying in a coffin, rises up and tries to attack him, or a supposedly dead body rises up and starts to attack the main character. There's either of those situations, and the character is now reacting to that in the situation that he's in, or everything else that's going on. This guy's thoughts are entirely considered on the dick.
Yeah.
Was this an arranged marriage? Anyways,
believe me, I know. But him? We got to talk about the mustache in the room for just a second. Now, I know it's accurate to the original story. This is a regal gentleman. They had mustaches back in the day. People were like, it's historically accurate. Maybe learn a thing or two, educate yourself. That doesn't mean it translates well to film. If the overall impression I'm supposed to get from this guy is fear, I'm not getting that. I'm laughing at it. It looks ridiculous. Even if it's true to the story.
same arguments, exactly the same arguments.
Exactly.
He's just reiterating all the stuff he's reading a script. Oh my god, I just noticed it. Look, his eyes are looking down at a script. He's reading a script. It's exactly the same stuff he said before. Why the hell would you say exactly the same stuff he read?
The fact that it'd be one thing if he was doing this off the cuff, unscripted, but dude, you're doing a spoiler video and you scripted this. Take some pride in your work, my guy. Please.
He ain't got no pride. Look at that shirt. He ain't got no pride.
I mean, he literally admitted that he's not that impressive. So, so who knows?
That doesn't mean it works well when translated to film. It's the same reason Hugh Jackman's Wolverine didn't wear yellow spandex for like 20 years. They couldn't make it work right. And yes, it did look great in Deadpool and Wolverine, but that's a much looser, funner storyline with a lot of
Oh.
Yep. Hold on, let me try to get my card world back up.
All right.
Okay. Yeah,
I know it's bad. I know it's bad, but you can't quit early.
Sorry. My internet wanted me to quit.
Yeah. Here's I want to quit too, but we got another video. But we got this thing to go through. Yeah,
halfway through. We are halfway through.
We're halfway through,
and most of his arguments so far have been the same ones that just repeated.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Like his top 10 his top 10 disappointments of 2024 video. Like he has Nosferatu at number 1. I am curious what he has to say, especially considering that it's after the Golden Globe stream that he did, where he mentioned like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a guy doing a stream on me for my takeout Nosferatu, kind of like what that Zim guy did for -1.
Who boy?
I want to pull that video up just so that just in case, like we can only go to that specific timestamp, you know.
Okay, I'll try and download it once this one's done. Either you or I am going to make a short video out of this stream, just taking all the parts where we criticize him for being terrible, like just the bits where he's like he contradicts himself and he makes the same arguments over again, and etc. etc.
I got a final words video to finish, so I oh God.
I might take it upon myself because this thing has been getting to me on a comparable level to the EFAP one.
Yeah, this is.
And I don't
But
even
it's
like
the fact you can
Nosferatu
just
as much as I
take
do
the
Cotton.
clips.
I love the movie, but not as much as Cotton.
Yeah.
He's just so bad. He's so bad.
I know.
Honest to God, this stream has been making me enjoy the movie more and making me despise this guy less more. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Comedy, and I think it just made sense there, as opposed to putting a bunch of different colorful X-Men characters in the Bryan Singer films back in the day. He did, I think, the best he could have at the time. So when it comes to the mustache, sure, might be historically accurate, might make sense to get it as close to possible as the source material. I found it dumb, and that's the message it conveyed to me on screen watching it was, I don't care about this guy. He's not threatening. He talks super slow. There's nothing really sinister or menacing here that's moving the needle for me. This is going to...
What?
It's
what in the needle?
It's not moving the needle for him. I'm not.
Oh. I did not hear that. I heard it's not movie in the needle. I was like, what is that? Like a camel through the needle? What is that?
Sorry, my brother had to drop in for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know, but dude, I think a good number of people seem to disagree with you that Orlok, that mustache-bearing Orlok, is scary.
Yeah, we stated earlier that mustaches can be intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, we already did.
Yeah.
And there is purpose to it.
Yeah, and you could be like, oh, it's like, oh, you guys are going to say it's historically accurate when like, oh, it doesn't work out. It's like, maybe it is. Like, it is. Okay, so like, is that a problem? Like, are you trying to? I don't.
That's like saying, "Oh, clown! I don't find clowns scary, therefore it isn't scary."
Yeah.
No.
No.
That's moving the needle for me. This is going to take Thomas across the courtyard where he's chased by a couple of crazy looking dogs, and then he's going to actually fall off the side of the castle wall.
Hang on. Let me rewind that.
Chased by a couple of crazy...
A bit further.
I don't care about this guy. He's not threatening. He talks super slow. There's nothing really sinister or menacing here that's moving the needle for me. This is going to take Thomas across the courtyard where he's chased by a couple of crazy looking dogs, and then he's going to actually fall off the side of the castle wall to presumably his death. But no, he's...
Okay,
he's not chased across the courtyard.
Not in that scene. I mean, like when he finds Orlok in the crypt and Orlok rises out of it, he does get chased by the wolves across the courtyard in that scene. But in this scene, particular scene he's talking about where Thomas falls off the castle wall, he's only chased out of the bedroom by the wolves.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's just conflated a couple of different scenes together and just made them sound quite confusing.
Yeah.
He's making the movie look worse than it actually is.
Yeah. As if there wasn't like a whole nother scene where Orlok, forces Thomas to let him into the bedroom to drink his blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know.
He's actually fine. He washes up ashore later. We're a group of...
He's not fine.
He's pretty much
traumatized.
He's traumatized, and who knows what was going on when Orlok bites in. He's pretty much drained of blood. Like he's not like
exactly.
Like he's not running. He's not. It's not like getting. He's barely functioning. So like. The most you could say in that is like, wow, that's pretty lucky of Thomas that he got washed up in the shore, close enough to a monastery where someone from there could take him could just like take him back in, and spot him there. It's like it's kind of like it is that's probably like the only part of that movie that I could point to where it's like, okay, there is like that is a bit contrived a little bit, but it's not. But even then, it's at least a likelihood. Like it doesn't break the movie. It is just kind of like, okay, yeah, that's pretty lucky.
And the fact he says, he jumped from the castle wall and died. He's like, well, no, there's a river down there. There's a big chunk of water that he could fall into.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like here's the thing. Like if he said that it was at least lucky for Thomas to have survived the fall, it was to pretty much be able to be found by someone, in the middle of all that woods and what have you. Like if here's the thing. I'm pretty much levying, like a critique on Nosferatu right now better than he is. Right now.
Yeah.
Like I brought up a point that's like, is it kind of weird that ... or is it kind of lucky for this character to ... or have this happen to ... just so for him to be it's like not even like a huge part of the movie. It's just it's like like I said, it's a convenient. It's pretty much a convenience in the plot. It is where he has to be pretty lucky, for sure. But it's still valid, but not huge.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, stranger things have happened.
It's a relevant criticism of the film, which is more than can be said for anything he said so far.
And this is coming from someone who
2 videos.
Yeah. Yep.
Find him, clean him up, get rid of any sort of vampiric curses that are all over his body. Since we found out Nosferatu was feasting on him, Nosferatu latches on to the chest area, the chest cavity, and this guy is going to town. He's loving every minute of it. I'm loving every minute of it. Loving every minute of it. Loving every minute of it.
Please stop.
When you think a joke is good, but it's not.
Yeah, this frame. Okay, this frame. No, would you say that this is okay? This is definitely protein in urine face right here.
Yeah, this is loving every minute of it. Sad face.
Protein in urine and loving every minute of it. I'll just put parentheses, put asterisks, and loving every minute of it. Okay.
And on, let me get a screenshot. Go away, thank you. Print screen. I need to sort out the print screen. It keeps doing this stupid. But anyway, print. Right. Okay. Let's carry on.
Yeah.
The time frame this all happens in is also suspect. I'm not really sure how much time goes by. It's possible I was drifting in and out of sleep and didn't realize it and just missed some of the key ingredients that would lead me to know that this was days or weeks or even months. Thomas took a horse to get there, but then he had to go on foot after some hippies blew out a Dodge with his horse and left him for dead.
That was... Hold on, this isn't... No. Is he... Oh, God, is he being... Let me rewind it, because I'm getting confused with what he's talking about timeline-wise.
And just missed some of the...
No.
Okay.
We found out Nosferatu was feasting on him. Nosferatu latches on to the chest area, the chest cavity.
Okay. Do we really need to listen to this?
He's loving every minute of it.
No, we don't.
Oh. Okay. All right. I think what he's talking about is like how when we pretty much see the moments where Thomas is like riding on a horse, going from Whisper to Transylvania, and we just do like.
This one, I wanted to rewind it because it sounds like he's saying the gypsies took his horse after he escaped the castle.
No, they didn't.
So I wanted to rewind. No. That's why I wanted to rewind it and listen again because it sounded like that was his chronological order, which would be quite wrong. But here we go.
Yeah. The frame this all happens in is also suspect. I'm not really sure how much time goes by. It's possible I was drifting in and out of sleep and didn't realize it and just missed some of the key ingredients that would lead me to know that this was days or weeks or even months. Thomas took a horse to get there, but then he had to go on foot after some hippies blew out of Dodge with his horse and left him for dead. Now that the dirty deed has been done dirt cheap, Count is able to get himself all gussied up, back in his coffin, and he's going to be traveling via ship over to the...
Yeah, so I can't tell whether he's talking chronologically or just all over the place. His review is confusing.
It's all over the place, but for what I understand, okay, the way he said it, the way he phrased this is like really bizarre. So it's like, okay, he goes to Transylvania, or Hutter goes to Transylvania, and then he finds himself, and then like and then he finds himself, and then before he gets drunken drained of blood by Dracula or Orlok, pretty much the same. A bunch of gypsies, or hippies, take pretty much get out of Dodge with his horse. I think the way, I get what he was trying to say, and leave him for dead. I get what he, I kind of get what he's trying to get across here. It's just that, the way he's saying it, as far as the point he makes about the events that play out, it's bizarre. It's not easy to track.
It's not easy to track. It's not accurate. It's... I don't know why. This is terrible. This is a terrible video from a man who doesn't remember half the film, who has self-admittedly just said he doesn't remember most of the film because he wasn't really paying attention to it.
He admitted he was zoning in and out. He just straight up...
Yeah. So his opinion is worthless.
Why should we trust you if you're admitting that you don't care?
This is like a thing that you take super chats with money for. You're making money doing this.
Dude, if you're zoning in and out at the film, why should we care about what you have to say? Why should we listen to you? Why you've admitted that you just want an echo chamber. Why should we care?
Exactly.
You're so shit. You're a thicko. What the hell are we doing here? Watching this video.
Quaint little fictional town of Whisper. This is where I started to question things. He's taking a ship over there? The other dude took a horse. How far away is this? How did he even get on this ship to begin with? What people is he consulting with to make this move happen? I don't know how anyone's in the room with this guy for more than 5 seconds, takes a look at him, hears him speak, and doesn't bolt immediately. Who's he talking to at the shipyard to make this happen? We don't find out. I assume he uses his vampiric glamour to make it happen, but whatever. He's moving on with his life, and so am I.
Maybe he just put a postmark on his coffin and then posted it, and then the people at the shipyard just went, oh, look, a parcel we'd need to send.
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
kind of like in the original film.
Here's the thing.
He said he watched the original film. That's what happens in the original film. The vampire just sends his coffins there, and with a note on it.
Yeah,
it's all sorted. So he could just assume what happened there to have happened in this film if he wanted to. But he doesn't. Yeah. But despite the fact that he's apparently seen the original film, he doesn't mention it here.
Yeah, here's the thing. I would actually be curious if the extended edition would have this. Maybe because I would say the original Nosferatu and I think even the '79 film did kind of feature Orlok just kind of packing his stuff and then heading off to make his journey. And to somewhere so that for someone else to pick up the slack to kind of do the rest of the work, I guess. So the fact that it wasn't featured in this film, it did make me go, oh, okay, all right, I guess, and the fact that there's going to be an extended cut coming out. yeah, you could still infer what happened. You could still piece it together. Like, you can infer that Orlok himself did not personally talk to somebody, to do it, or what have you. And they just be like,
Yeah.
what's this big monster man doing? Why? Who is you? Who are you?
Yeah.
Like.
To be fair, if he rocked up in that great big coat with his hat on and his moustache, and all they could see was his rather dishevelled face, then it would be like, oh, okay, yeah, just give me that. Please don't touch me. Cool, we'll sign that. If you go, no, please go away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he just glamoured somebody and told them to do it for him. There are so many. Even he has just admitted that there are ways that they could be done.
Yeah. The original and Peter Jackson's King Kong films transported Kong from Skull Island to New York City off screen. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is no different.
I mean, like, I would say, like, the whole King. I would say, like, with Dracula, it makes a little more sense than King Kong, pretty much, at least those particular versions of King Kong, where it's like, how were they able to fit him in the ship, or how did they get him on there? There's some questions for sure on that. Whereas, like, here, there's even less of that, and plus the fact that those people probably would barely even be able to make out much features of him if it's like in the dead of night, which is when he's active anyways, like if he were to speak with someone. So
Kaiju Kuru, I am not happy with your assumption that Count Orlok is an accurate representation of a British person. Just because he's got like a gravelly voice, like he's like got like in fact he's like really ill. He's got bad teeth. He's pale. He's got bad dress sense and terrible facial hair. Does not mean he's a British person.
Kuru, that's so crazy, Kuru. That is dirty. That is so dirty, man. Why are you doing my boy here? Why are you doing my fellow seaman like that? Come on. I don't think that could be fair. No. At least the 76 remake showed Kong getting transported. Yeah, that's true. And I think they even justified the ship being able to fit him in. So, I mean, I don't like the 76 movie all that much, but at least it did that. But I'll give it that.
Yeah. Honestly, we kind of needed that.
For an accurate representation of staying the night in Birmingham.
Why Birmingham? Why specifically Birmingham?
Birmingham.
Oh, I don't know. Birmingham. I don't think it's that accurate as a representation, mate. Birmingham ain't that bad. Away.
Okay.
Here's the thing: if Adam does movies or his friends stumble across this stream and they find out, they've talked about your take on Nosferatu even longer than that guy talked about your -1 video.
Honest to God, we kind of needed that.
Oh God, we got Zim Beach here already.
Dude,
oh Lord.
He said this was going to be a 3-hour. Adam himself said this was going to be a 3-hour video in that stream. Really funny, dude. Really funny.
Yeah. Oh. Can you imagine? They took 5 hours to talk about my video, guys. 5 hours.
I didn't think that was.
Oh, dude, we're just laughing about Bloodborne being an accurate representation of staying the night in Birmingham. So, and apparently it's like, and isn't Birmingham the stabbing capital of the UK or something? God, Jim Cooper, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Dude.
I'm not aware of that statistic. It could be. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
My God. Oh, Lordy.
Oh, my God.
Okay, all right. How far are we into this? We at the third
we
half?
are 11 minutes.
We're at the third half, are we?
Yes, yes, we are. The third
Let's
half has begun.
go!
Okay.
If Jimmy
Here we
Neutron
go.
got old, had a failed facelift
Right.
that left him disfigured, and got a worse haircut, and decided to wear preppy clothes, we would end up with Adam Does Movies.
Heh.
Man.
Anyway,
Oh.
Anyway.
Whatever. He's moving on with his life, and so am I. During the ship cruise, he is going to kill a couple people. There is a startling moment where a guy walks down into the hull of the ship, and that's going to be one of the big jump scares. There are several in this movie. Another big problem I have with the film is it's just not scary. It's not eerie. I don't mind jump scares. I think they're kind of lazy, but they're also fun, and they get the blood moving. But I do appreciate a movie that's just disturbing. It kind of keeps you on edge. You get chills while you're watching it, maybe a little bit of a sweat even. This did none of that for me. Again, I appreciate how it looked, but it did not elicit any sort of fear, real concern because I didn't get connected with anyone in the movie. It's just there.
It's just there.
well, at least the film's there.
Yeah. I'm glad it's there. I'm really glad it's there.
You zoning in and out of the film probably didn't help with you not getting connected with the characters.
We've already gone over how the whole scene with Thomas Hutter in the castle with Count Orlok, he's completely isolated from not only in distance, but in just spatially and everything. And that makes that whole scene creepy and disturbing, especially with the way Orlok is acting and moving around. Everything about it. And then this guy's like, oh, nothing's eerie, nothing's scary, nothing's spooky. God.
The arrival sequence in this is probably one of the most tense sequences I've ever seen.
The pigeon.
The pigeon. Freaking
Yeah, you're not gonna
hell.
mention that. Yeah, that scene was disturbing as hell.
Yeah.
Just the fact that he's cradling the pigeon for quite a while, and you're like, "Oh, is he? No. Oh, is he? Oh, he's. Oh, well, no. Maybe the pigeon's going to just. Oh my god!
Exactly.
well, to be fair, they
Sorry, say again.
Yeah, I mean, there's already
the others.
Yeah, the other rat. Well, there's like a rat. Well, there's rats. So yeah, I mean, there's dead rats. So
There's a rat. There's other pigeons. My point.
Yeah.
God.
Movie, it's just there. Willem Dafoe enters the picture at some point during this. He's Professor Albin, and this dude acts like he's in a completely different film. He just has this almost stage play presence to him, and that's where the tone is a little off for me in this movie. Some people playing it a little bit more straight man like Nicholas Hoult, others very extreme with the pageantry. And I've seen Willem Dafoe play this kind of character in like the last 5 movies. It's starting to wear thin on me, and I love Willem Dafoe. But between Poor Things, Beetlejuice, Nosferatu, I feel like I see him doing the same kind of role over and over again.
God bless him for it.
Yeah.
Again, he's comparing the film to other films and then declaring it's bad because it's not like the other films, or it is like the other film.
It reminds me
of, which is not a fair critique.
Yeah, it reminds me of when Corey Coleman on Double Toasted said that the set pieces in Kingdom of Monsters didn't do much. The spectacle in Kingdom of Monsters didn't do much for him because they've been seeing it in stuff like Endgame before, in other films before it. So it's like other films fault, so it's this film's fault that you've seen stuff in previous films that have nothing to do with what the fuck. It's nothing to do with it.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, by the way, I just posted. So in the Golden Globe, I mean, we're not going to go over like the clips of the Adam's various streams like what Zim did, because obviously we're going a long while here just with these 2 videos. I've just posted a comment on their Golden Globes 2025 wins video stream, and and I just said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear."
What did he say?
Well, I just posted it, so I haven't seen anything yet.
Oh, okay. Are we gonna go over the disappointment?
Just that one section where he talks about Nosferatu. It's the last section. Like he put it at number 1 of his most disappointing movies. So
Yeah. Are we going through that?
So we'll just have to do it pretty quick.
Okay. Fine by me.
Him doing the same kind of role over and over again. Anyway, he's going to be your stereotypical smart man scientist guy in the room that knows exactly what's happening, and he warns everyone else, and no one, of course, believes him. And so we're going to deal with this for...
No one believes him except all the people who believe him.
There's only one person who doesn't believe him, and he pays the price for it.
He probably didn't see all the other scenes where people did believe him.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
And
He's
again,
probably
to the
looking at
very
his
different.
phone.
And again, to him being in a very different movie. For one, that's how Van Helsing acts, and for two, it makes sense in context.
Yeah.
And he's not that off. It's not like he's wildly off. He is perfectly fitting for this film.
Yeah, it's like it's not like he's Charlie Day in Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where he's got like sticky notes and marker ink all over, on the wall,
Or
like
Charlie Day in Pacific Rim.
Or that, or yeah, maybe Charlie Day in general, but
where he's
not a scientist. He's not a scientist. He's a spiritualist. Yeah, that is.
This is actually a Mark Russell level of like criticism. Like people just don't pay attention, so they make up what they think the character was and did.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the thing is, the dialogue in this movie, and don't even try to say like, oh, the dialogue's not that comprehensible. It's just like the dialogue is period accurate, and it was just, and yet it was still comprehensible enough to where you should be able to understand what they're referencing.
Exactly.
Like I can understand it. I can understand if somebody may not immediately understand what the phrase "first cock of crow" might mean. Right from the get-go, but it's like, but at some point later on in the film, when they just talk about the first cock of crow again, and and they'll just be like, oh, so that's a reference to like daybreak. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, like the film, it's not like the film is like giving you exposition and just holding your hand all the way through. But it's not like it's actively trying to leave you in the dark on everything either. Like it's going to give you enough for you to be able to be like, okay, so this is A. This is how. Okay, so this is this thing, and
that's
crow
of cock.
First crow cock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is an actual phrase that they say in the movie.
Yeah, you said cock or crow.
Oh, first cock.
Yeah.
Clip that.
First, okay, yeah, first crow of cock. Yeah, it's like because it's like cock-a-doodle-doo, like a rooster.
Yeah, that's what they call them.
Say cock once more.
Giant.
Don't you cock me, sir. Speaking of cock,
the remainder of the film, the last 45 minutes or so, I felt was incredibly lackluster, very slow moving, not a lot of interesting stuff going on.
The last 45 minutes had not a lot of stuff going on. Were you high?
No, he was zoning in and out.
Not a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, just child murder.
Murder.
Nothing really going on.
Child murder.
A plague. The stakes being really high.
Plague, necrophilia, burning,
Let's just
stabbing.
see people going absolutely ballistic. A plague. A guy dying because of said plague whilst lying on top of his dead wife's corpse.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
This is nuts.
And that's just how
he's an idiot.
Yeah, a little bit, just a smidge.
And he's reading a script still. He had the time to write this down.
Redraft, dude. Redraft. Or better yet, don't do the spoiler video at all, please, for the love of God. It would have been better if you just didn't do it.
Jeez. This video is just the same points he said in the last video with one or two extra tidbits of information which just make it worse.
Yeah.
How does this man have 92,000 subscribers?
And I don't even have
For
300
the same
yet.
reason Chris Stuckman does.
I mean, you get, yeah, and then you have
Chris Stuckman does.
I might make a parody video where I make a background like this, but then just put my helmet on the tentacles in a chair or something. And just make really, really bad takes and see how that does, because Jesus Christ.
Oh my god!
I could totally see myself doing a Goodell type of video with all the crazy shit that we've covered the past year.
Yeah.
Like this, I realize I got plenty of material to work
And
with.
we're
but
just
I just got first final words. All right, go ahead.
focused on so many scenes with Ellen spazzing out, drooling, eyes rolling in the back of her head. All the while, characters like Aaron Taylor Johnson are like, nah, she's fine. There's nothing happening here.
That's not what he says.
That's not what he said. He's just saying
is
this is not. He knows that there's stuff happening. He's just saying what he said. Let me just say, Friedrich knows that isn't saying there's nothing wrong going on here. He knows that there's plenty of stuff wrong going on here. He just doesn't believe that it's anything supernatural. It's obvious.
This is the too many human sequences, not enough monster sequences. Criticism all over again.
Aaron
God
Taylor,
damn it, dude.
No, I meant if I said Aaron Taylor Thomas, that's not what I meant to say. It's Aaron Taylor Johnson. Yeah, Adam's wore me out here, Catsaboo. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, we only got a little bit to go. We can do this.
Oh my god.
Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, Frederick, will end up losing his entire family, his kids, and then his wife. They'll all...
Yeah, nothing happens in the last 45 minutes. It's a character losing his entire fucking family.
And then he died from plague. Yeah, exactly. Nothing happens other than that.
You geriatric Jimmy Neutron.
Stop disrespecting Jimmy
character
Neutron
Frederick
like
will
that.
end up losing his entire family, his kids, and then his wife. They'll all be buried next to each other in a very beautiful, tasteful area in the cemetery that Frederick will visit and then proceed to perform some necrophilia on his dead wife, as one does. That was definitely a thought-provoking moment in the movie that I needed to see. Real champagne cinema stuff here. And again, I don't even have a problem with the shock factor stuff. It's just I wasn't at a point with this character where it made sense for him to do that. And that goes back to Thomas, who has no problem betting his wife not more than 10 seconds after she's basically being taken over by an evil demon creature, speaking random nonsense, eyes rolling back, she's convulsing, she's seizing out. He looks at that and he goes, well, now this is the only way I can achieve climax.
Same arguments once again. He's not developed them. He's not thought about them. He's just saying the same thing over again.
You're lying
again,
about
he's saying, I'm not invested in this character who wants to sleep with his dead wife. After the character has multiple times talked about the fact how much he loves his wife, how much he wants to have children with his wife over and over again. And, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like Friedrich. Friedrich is a guy who is a skeptic. He's pretty much trying to make sense out of everything, making sense out of the situation that he's in. He's all like, no, there has to be a reason for everything that's happening. And from his perspective, his wife and children are just brutally murdered, and while he was asleep, like everything that he's ever cared about was taken away from him. From his perspective, no reason at all, essentially, and then he's dying from the plague. So he's just kind of lost. He's kind of off his rocker.
Yeah, forgot
not in the sense of
about that.
not.
Yeah, he's not in his right mind at any point.
Yeah, and he's dying from a plague. So
he was put to sleep, so he wouldn't wake up when Orlok was killing his family. I forgot about that. So he thinks he failed as a father when in fact he was magically induced. So, oh my god, I completely forgot about that. That just makes him more tragic.
Yeah,
but nothing happens in the last 45 minutes. It's really boring.
Oh yeah, Aaron Taylor Johnson's pretty bleh. It's just Aaron Taylor Johnson. Like, oh god, dude, come on. Like you're. Oh,
it's not like he has a rock solid character that follows through in basically every aspect. No, nothing like that.
No, I was just zoning out. Therefore, his character is bad.
Bloody urine in protein at this point.
Urine in protein.
There were some good concepts here that weren't really fully fleshed out at all, such as tying the Black Plague into Nosferatu. He is the one that brings on all the rats into the town. That was fun. That was interesting. It wasn't fleshed out, though. I didn't really see the aftermath of what happened. Because this is first and foremost a movie about an undead dude simping over a single woman, it's Twilight for the film fanatics.
Ah! He did it!
Wow.
He did it!
He brought out Twilight.
Holy crap!
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
He did it.
I have been finally waiting to use this. So it went from South America to China in its cocoon form, its larva form. Did anyone catch that? My God!
Oh my! I can't believe it.
God!
Help!
Does it have the same criticism for the Dracula story then? Because the Dracula story has a similar thing in which Dracula is like trying to hypnotize and seduce this one specific woman. Does he have the same criticism?
Yeah, gee, I wonder. And plus, she's not even a single woman. She's married or engaged. You know, depending on which version you go with. Like, still the same, not single. That's my point.
Bloody hell!
Oh my goodness! How? Wait, no. We've stated multiple times, no, she wasn't simping.
Yeah,
and Kesavu just sort of just reminded me what he said. He said, "Oh, Nosferatu was connected to the Black Plague, but we didn't see how that ended. So, the plague just ended. It wore down just like an actual plague, i.e., the COVID plague, I suppose at this point did. It just bore down after he died. You would just assume that because the important part is the part where the fucking vampire dies.
Exactly. The plague-causing vampire is destroyed. We don't really need. We could just piece together what happened after that. Like when the credits roll, because I guess the town is saved, or what's saved, or maybe, or at least what's left of it.
Exactly.
Nearly there.
It's a Beauty and the Beast, but without the whimsical music and talking teacups.
Shut the fuck up, Adam.
What? The Beast? That is insane. That's insane. How did you?
It's like Beauty and the Beast. I don't even know how he. I don't.
Without the musical numbers and what
How did he make that comparison?
Oh my god! How do you? How?
Wow!
Why are you doing this? Why? How did you even get to that point? Beauty.
He has an echo chamber between his ears.
He wanted Mr. Potts to be No, he's not saying he wanted to be Mr. Potts in the film. He's saying that Mr. Potts may as well have been in the film because this film is like Beauty and the Beast, but without musical numbers or talking.
We kind of got Miss Potts in the film. She died. alongside her children.
Yeah, that's right.
Jesus.
Yeah, and plus the beast.
Come on, we
The
need
Beauty and the Beast isn't evil. The point of Beauty and the Beast is a woman finding the good in something that looks monstrous.
There was never
how do you
anything good about
what the fuck?
about Orlok at any point.
How do you? There's no good to be found in Orlog. What in the hell? How? God.
This is evil incarnate. No.
Yeah.
Jesus
I
Christ.
can't
Let's
believe
get to the
I'm
end.
saying this.
We're
I
so
can't believe I'm
close.
saying this, but did
We're
you
almost
even
there.
watch the movie?
Yeah, please.
No,
We're
he
almost there.
didn't.
He
He
sat
was
down
there,
in the
but not in
theater.
spirit. He's
Coming
kind of like
along.
Nosferatu in a way. He was in one place, but his mind and spirit were elsewhere.
Oh.
Probably simping for a married woman that he will never have.
Are we saying Adam is like Nosferatu?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was saying. I mean,
got
he's like.
terrible hair, it's just on
he
his
already
head.
was. Unluckily for you, he already has kids. So
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, this is like Nosferatu for me, like a real life Nosferatu right now, because I feel the life being
Well,
drained out of me.
Gitsy apparently hates.
He's become the very thing he wanted to destroy.
oh my god.
Right, come on, couple of minutes left. Couple of minutes.
We're almost there.
In teacups. The movie ends in an incredibly stupid way, in, of course, my stupid opinion. Nos, after slaying Frederick Harding's family, has Ellen all to herself. Thomas is off with the other bros trying to track down a MacGuffin of sorts, and this is intentional.
They're tracking down Orlok, you dunce.
He's
They're trying to kill him.
Missed that whole conversation between Willem Dafoe's character and I can't remember her name now, Miss Depp's character. Those two characters talking back and forth to each other, where he says, "I'm going to distract them while you do the deed."
Yeah, because we don't
They
believe
just missed that whole conversation.
Yeah. Von Franz says I'm not entirely I have real serious doubts that an iron stake is going to be enough to kill this Orlok guy. But what I found out that the best way to kill this vampire is for a fair maiden or whatever or something like that to pretty much offer herself to the vampire. By the first crow of cock. Thank you very much. Which means you're probably gonna have to die, but it's pretty much our best way to save what you have left, which is your husband. This was it's not a really stupid. It's not that stupid of a way. She's trying to save. She's saving the one she loves, pretty much. By destroying.
Let's go through that again.
Thomas is off with the other bros trying to track down a MacGuffin of sorts.
A MacGuffin.
A MacGuffin.
The vampire's coffin. How is that a MacGuffin?
They're trying to find where he.
You got the wrong definition for MacGuffin. The MacGuffin is the thing that everyone's after. What everyone is after or trying to protect is Ellen.
Yes. Yeah.
For Christ's sake.
He wasn't watching this film.
No.
He wasn't watching this film. Not only has he got stuff in the wrong order, or he's explaining things so it sounds like he's got stuff in the wrong order, he's conflating different scenes together to make up new scenes, which he makes sound like they don't make sense because of the way he's explained them. He's a mess. He's an absolute mess.
It is. It is a mess. I don't.
Harding's family has Ellen all to herself. Thomas is off with the other bros trying to track down a MacGuffin of sorts, and this is intentional. Professor Albin presented a red herring to get him away from his wife because the professor knows the only real way to stop Nosferatu is through the power of love. It's just the power of love.
Wasn't funny the first time, not funny the second time.
This is just not even. This is not. I don't know how many times this has been right now.
That's right. 'Twas beauty killed the beast. It's up to Ellen to get this guy so horny that there is no way he's going to recall what time it is outside. And he's going to get completely played by this woman after, of course, he bangs and feeds off of her for many, many hours. I mean, I think he went out the way a lot of guys would like to, but still, he played himself. In the final moments of the film,
it's implied that he arrived for dawn.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what time he arrives. It's the whole. He's explaining that. Oh, so they just lured him to with the thing that he wanted, and then like kept him there until it was too late for him to like escape. Oh, how stupid that is! No, you're
Well, here's the thing.
explaining it in a way that makes it sound stupid, but it's not.
Yeah, and here's the thing: even if Orlok was able to like get out of Dodge, realize what's happening out of Dodge, his coffin and his sacred soil is like burnt to ash essentially. So he ain't gonna find a place to get into before and sleep in before daybreak. Like he's gonna be dead. He's fucked.
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
played himself. In the final moments of the film, Orlok is left sucking whatever remains of the blood in this woman's body while she's like, just a little bit longer. There's a little bit more to give. Don't look over the window. Don't look out the windows. Right here. There we go. And before you know it, it's too late. And he dries out like a prune on a hot summer day, which leads us to our final shot, a tasteful bird's eye view looking down on this decrepit, disgusting, disfigured man who is completely withered away and clearly skipped leg day. And
so you.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is like beating it. Honestly, these kind of ad hominems are like
screenshot this screenshot.
Oh God, Adam, you're giving us a lot of protein here to work with.
Print screen.
So much.
Paste. There we go. I think we've got a winner. We have a winner.
We have a winner. Yeah.
Away and clearly skipped leg day. And at that point, I looked around the room to see folks snickering, some getting nudged by their significant other to wake up. And I thought to myself, you know what? I'm probably not going to be alone on my review.
It's nice that he has this story to tell of how people are sniggering at the things that are happening on screen, but also getting frustrated at the things that are happening on screen, but also falling asleep at the things that are happening on screen.
Yeah.
This sounds like a very lively and active cinema that he was in.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd rather be in. I mean, I don't know why anyone would want that. I mean, like first time I saw, I don't know why anyone would want that, because let me just say, it's kind of obnoxious. It gets pretty obnoxious, especially when people pretty much just intentionally jokingly pronounce Cairo, Egypt as Cairo, Egypt. Like when I saw GXK in theaters, someone literally just did that. I don't even know.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Yeah, my viewing of A Quiet Place Day 1 had a few kids in the back just continuously shut up after 5 minutes, but still.
Zack Snyder's Steppenwolf is still more spiny than Orlok. I mean, he looks kind of, he definitely looks a bit bony, on the torso area, but I mean, I don't know, like Steppenwolf
he's
at least
definitely edgier.
He's edgy. Yeah, edgier, and I would even say he even has he's got a bit more muscle. He's got more muscle mass than Orlok,
Yeah.
Like if it was Steppenwolf instead of Orlok, Ellen probably would have been like, you know what? You're not that. Maybe you're not so bad.
Come on, come on, a few minutes. Not even that.
I'm probably not going to be alone on my review. I think that I might actually reach a few people with this one. And again, perfectly fine if you loved it. There's a lot of people that do. I don't discredit those tastes. I just did not see the appeal this time around, and I wanted to love it. I really did. I went in with an appreciation of this director, and I thought for sure he was going to knock this out of the park. But unfortunately, 'twas not the case. Now I want to hear from you, if you could, in a somewhat respectful
You already
manner, 'cause
did.
I'm not
You complained
insulting
about
your
it.
intelligence or knocking you for liking the movie. If you disagree with me, just give me your opinion why. We don't need to strike each other down. I love to have disagreements. That's why I had a show years ago called Movie Feuds with a co-host.
I thought you wanted an echo chamber.
What we did. We argued over the
Oh my god!
Dude, you said you wanted an echo chamber. Why do you want disagreement now?
Come
miss.
on, come
I want an echo
on.
chamber, but also I want to disagree with people. Make
wanna
up
hear
your
you disagree.
mind.
Pick one.
Cut clips from this stream, put it into a YouTube Shorts. Done.
I think that's gonna be a full compilation, dude.
Put it on
can't
Twitter
shove all
and then
into
just
a-
tag him in and be like, "Oi, mate, you shit, bruv."
God, now I have to. Fuck, I have to now. God damn it.
can't shove it into a YouTube
It won't
short.
take long.
You can't shove all of them into a YouTube short. I'm sorry.
Actually, you can, because aren't YouTube Shorts like 3 minutes now?
Oh, right. Right. I forgot they extended the length. Huh.
Aye?
Well,
Yes, sir.
well then, we'll look out for that.
Right, back to the first cock or crow.
feuds with a co-host, and that's exactly what we did. We argued over the pros and cons of a film. That's fun to me. What's not so fun is just attacking on personal beliefs or whatever basis they think they have going for them. It's lazy.
You do it.
All right.
Oh my God.
we gotta stop finding these frames, dude. God damn it.
There's too much protein in urine going on.
Oh no.
Oh God, no! I'm not screenshotting this one. There's too many already. We've got the good one. We have the good one.
I could just use this as my thumbnail, maybe for the whatever. If I do decide to a compilation, Jesus Christ!
Just this picture with the word "nut."
Dying.
My God, what has this become?
My God. Oh, we still have a whole segment of a top 10 video left.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus!
Oh,
And we're already at the same. We're already at the same stream.
oh dear.
Personal beliefs or whatever basis they think they have going for them. It's lazy. It's sloppy. All right, thanks for watching the video. Please like the video and subscribe if you appreciated the content.
No.
I have more videos to
We did
come
not.
almost every day on the channel. It's quite a production over here, and I would appreciate it if you stuck around.
That explains
It's
a lot.
quite a production. Sticking your face in the camera is quite a production.
Yeah. Jeremy Johns has more production. At least he has a green screen.
Well, I need to go back to this guy's channel now and find that video.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So we're basically done with this one. Yeah, I've had enough of this spoiler video. Jeez.
We're not expecting this to become their EFAP.
I've had enough of him.
Yeah, it's only like, it's like I mean, compared to these videos, like it's just like it's a shorter section in that top 10 video, so it's disappointments. So it's number one.
We hope.
Yeah,
We hope it's a shorter section.
Yeah.
Even if we didn't meet on the best of terms right here, I can assure you I at least give my honest opinions. I got nothing to lose here, folks. All right, I got a full-time job outside of this little hobby that makes money, but end of the day, it's not pushing aside my real work. So I have the rare luxury of being able to tell you exactly what I feel and not be scared about the repercussions. All right, hopefully I catch you next time. Take care.
Hilarious.
Wait. Oh wait, hold on. Is this it? Hold on, pause it.
I'm tired. I just got back from the newest.
This is not the same one. Hold on.
No.
Oh no, this is the other video.
This is the first video. Yeah. Okay, yeah,
I'm just downloading the other one now.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, frick. Well, at least we get a breathe. Well, at least we get a breather in between.
Yeah. Just a bit.
A very long one though.
I'm probably just going to continue. I'm probably just going to read the original Dracula, like continue rereading, because I need something good that's actually vampire related.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Okay. Going on.
Navigate the new year and try to make our way through.
No, wait, right. Get to the end. Get to the end. Get to the end.
Yeah, there's timestamps. There should be timestamps there.
I am curious as to what he puts below it, though.
The second place.
This is a quiet place or something.
What?
We'll have our own opinions. Mine is that this movie sucks and it's disappointing. You may have come away thinking, spoilers. I just have to warn you. It's a snowball effect. Once one prominent person says it, and then a second, everyone kind of falls in line. That's how a movie like Longlegs felt to me. And very much the next film on my list, the number one spot. Nosferatu. I can't do the roly-poly of the tongue. There are going to be Nosferatu spoilers. I just have to warn you. There's no way I can bitch about this and not talk about some of the specifics. 2024 was quite the year for Bill Skarsgård. Not only did he give a stellar performance as the Crow in The Crow, he's also a second undead character with Nosferatu. You might not be new here, and so you've heard some of my complaints before, like the mustache and how it wasn't scary, it was just silly. He looked like Sonic's nemesis, Dr. Robotnik. You may have also heard that I didn't think the performance from Lily Depp was anything too fantastic. In fact, I found it outright ridiculous. She's constantly shaking and drooling, and her eyes are rolling back, and then she's like, "So you want to make out now, my love?" And then Nicholas Hoult looks at this entire production and thinks to himself, "Great. Now this is the only way I can achieve climax." People told me this was the whole movie of 2024. Nay, the movie of 2024. Beautiful, rich, dark,
it's
really
good. I didn't go as far as
so much cinematography. This is.
Yeah, it is a great movie.
I didn't put it at number one. That was Transformers 1, but still, it made my honorable mentions. I just read top 5 because top 10 is way too difficult to with.
Yeah.
But yeah, got an honorable mention at least. Also, I pulled up the video to let you know what he put below this. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, Kung Fu Panda 4, Despicable Me 4, Axel F, Wolves, If, Moana 2, Conclave, and Longlegs.
Yeah.
That's what he put below it.
Fascinating list. Anyway. Yeah.
Gritty cinematography, so much cinematography. This isn't a movie, it's a film. And you just don't get the nuance of it all. Well, what I didn't get was some of the out of focus shots throughout the movie. I assumed that it was like artistic interpretation, some sort of homage to the old film. Like, why is this clock just straight up blurry and out of focus? Oh, there, it kicked into focus. That was weird. It wasn't a foreground, background sort of a shift. It was just straight up not in focus. Let's set that aside. Visually, yes, it is a beautiful looking movie with a few hiccups here and there. That's just one little piece, though. I found the
You're gonna get
Did
that-
anyone else remember out of focus shots? Because I don't remember many out of focus shots.
I mean, here's the thing. It unintentionally, like, there's some shots.
Outside of like one sequence with carriage, I don't think, and even then, that was a distance.
Well, I mean, there's shots that are where some stuff are out of focus, but they're like the scene where, you know, Orlok is talking with Hutter. You know, like Orlok is kind of out of focus when he's, you know, while Hutter's in the background and he's in focus. That's more kind of more deliberate than anything. But like an out of focus shot of a clock. What? I don't even.
What are you even talking about?
That's like the most nitpicky shit I've ever heard. Like,
dude, how?
Like, you go into that much detail about that?
How is that? That's one bit.
Yeah.
That's one bit.
It's not like in Godzilla X Kong that I'm going through now, scene by scene, line by line in some cases. I'm noticing a lot, and I mean a lot of the film is blurry at the edges. And it makes me think that they had like some sort of like IMAX camera thing going on. That's the only thing I can think of, because the left and right of the screen in a lot of shots is really blurry, and I don't know why. Because it was in one shot, and I was like, oh, there must be an effect to do with that, and then it just kept happening, and I was like, why does it keep happening? None of these film why. So I can only imagine they used an IMAX camera, and they fucked it somehow.
I mean, Nosferatu also kind of using the IMAX camera, and there's a lot, you know, but there's like a lot of instances, but you know, a lot of whatever stuff that's there is blurry. That's kind of has some blur to it. You know, it is, or you know, out of focus. You know, a good number that is deliberate.
And even then, this film has a very similar thing with G14, where the fact that it is incredibly dark and incredibly shadowy masquerades a lot of the focus problems and issues that would come with filming an IMAX camera and showing something filmed with an IMAX camera on a smaller screen.
Yeah, I mean, there is like a shot in Nosferatu where in the scene where the shadow of Orlok's hand like reaches over the city. Right before we see the shadow, the camera kind of pans up from behind Orlok, you know, and goes beyond. There is like a little bit of blur on the hand, you know, to show like, okay, there is some green screen there, you know. But even then, it's not even that. It's like it's not really that big of a problem, really. Like it's still a great shot.
Ultimately. It is a nitpick at best.
It is
at best. Yeah. And I love the fact that he's just said the cinematography and the look of the film is a small part of the film. It's like, well, no, it's not. It's quite a large part of the film, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to watch the film. But in terms of the way it looks and the way that the cameras and all that sort of thing, is very that's quite a large part of this film specifically. It causes a lot of the mood of the film. So to just dismiss the look of the film like that is very bad faith.
Is he just trying to say like it's a small part in comparison to the writing, though? I think that I think when we hear the follow up to that, then that's kind of, you know, that's what will make or break this point.
We'll see.
Straight up blurry and out of focus. Oh, there, it kicked into focus. That was weird. It wasn't a foreground, background sort of a shift. It was just straight up not in focus. Let's set that aside. Visually, yes, it is a beautiful looking movie with a few hiccups here and there. That's just one little piece, though. I found the acting to be all over the board. Willem Dafoe, for instance, in a completely different movie. He's a one-man show here. He's so over the top with his performance. He's the most interesting character in the movie to listen to, but he's in like a Broadway musical. Lily Depp is completely out of her depth. She's so deadpan, and then she goes to these extremes. And the story.
I like that. She's so deadpan, but she goes to these extremes. Sorry.
Yeah. I got nothing.
And I did like to point out, he says Willem Dafoe is a standout character because he's so over the top. What about Knock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what about him?
Surely,
Knock
surely
is
you can't call
just
him
as
deadpan.
Knock
Yeah.
is as eccentric as he's saying Willem Dafoe is.
Yeah, and by the way, no one is deadpan in this movie. Okay, like no one. But
I can understand certain characters being called deadpanned by a person who can't understand like subtle facial expressions or normal
exactly.
facial expressions as opposed to over the top ones, which is why people probably complain that he just likes Marvel films. That is quite an understandable criticism of him when he watches a film like this with all these subtleties and whatnot going on, and he just doesn't get it, and he just calls it bland and dull and whatever the hell else he said.
Lily Depp is completely out of her depth. She's so deadpan, and then she goes to these extremes. And the story, which has been told many times over and better in the past, like for instance in Dracula, is so empty here. This does not need to be 2+ hours long. This didn't even need to be an hour and a half. What we have is a vampire, Nosferatu, who wants to be close to his love that he yearns for. He needs to be with her. Why? Question mark. They met when she was a youngling. I guess it was a hit it and quit it sort of a situation, but now that she's close to him again, he just has to have her.
Which Dracula are you talking about?
Exactly. What is even...
Also, to the runtime, I said it earlier in the stream, Adam. Dracula is a dense book. A lot of stuff happens in it, even without the structure of the book in mind. If you're doing a near one-to-one faithful adaptation, you have a lot to go through. Nosferatu isn't even the 100% faithful one. It's only like 80% roughly at best.
It's like, let's just say, because Nosferatu, because Orlok, because like in the book, like they pretty much are chasing Dracula, all the way back to his castle in Transylvania, and then they kill him there, and they try to kill him there, which doesn't happen here at all.
Yeah, like
even the length argument doesn't really work. The length argument doesn't work in any way, shape, or form because anything can be as long as it is. But if it's good, it doesn't really matter. His argument is it's long, therefore it's bad. It's like, well, that's not a thing. The length doesn't determine quality.
Yeah,
if
that's what it takes, then I guess. Sorry, Peter Jackson, your Lord of the Rings movies, your King Kong of 5. Sorry, Coppola, your Godfather movies. Including not just the third one, but the first two.
Sorry,
they're bad.
The Commandments isn't an icon of history.
Yeah, 10 Commandments. Yep, got to throw it in the bad section as well because it's long. Long man bad. Yeah. Gone with the Wind. Yeah, 2.5 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, too long, so it's bad. There's a lot. You're gonna have to say goodbye to a lot of movies that you probably really like that are pretty much really long. They're like 2.5 hours or more than that. Oppenheimer, yeah. The Northman. It's actually Northman is. Guess what? Northman is like only like a few. It's actually just a few minutes above Nosferatu. So I guess that movie's bad too. But you really like the Northman. I don't.
It's what I mean. Length on its own is not a definition of quality. But he's saying it's long and bad. He's saying it's bad because it's long without defining what. It's just he's bad at this.
He's not defining why a movie's length could lead into a problem, pretty much. Like, because for instance, like, the Snyder Cut of Justice League, like there's problems that are raised in that movie as a result of it, of just being like, an unedited, of just kind of being like unhinged, or not even like just kind of like like not much in the way of limits in terms of how long it could be. Really, like there's like stuff scenes in that movie, like the stuff with Martian Manhunter or the nightmare scene. They're just like, yeah, this stuff just doesn't need to be here because it doesn't really make the movie better. In fact, in some cases, it just kind of makes it
with
problematic.
with the Snyder Cut, like the stuff with like the Martian Manhunter and stuff like that, that's all added on, and the future scenes where like Batman's talking to Joker and stuff like that's all added on after the film came out, long after the film came out, because Zack Snyder wanted to make it longer to make it even more distinctly different from the original. But then
Yeah.
you do have all the scenes like the bank robbers walking up the stairs, or the scene where the what's her name? Wonder Woman's mum is looking down the cliff at the water, or, or the women singing after Aquaman goes in the water, stuff like that, which is just like they filmed it, and then when they released the theatrical cut, went, yeah, we could probably cut this out. We don't really need all of this, but Zack Snyder went, no, we need to keep it in. But why, Zack? Shut up. We need to keep it in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, like the Snyder Cut isn't even like officially like the fully, Snyder's full vision, because Martian Manhunter was originally supposed to be Jon Stewart, the Green Lantern. Who Bruce was talking to at the end, and Martha Kent wasn't even supposed to turn out to be Martian Manhunter in that scene with Lois. So
Yeah.
Yeah, he drastically changed the film from what it originally was.
What it originally wasn't even what we got with the Snyder Cut. So
I went over it in my Greed and the Snyder Cut video, because there was a film called Greed that came out that was 8 hours long, and then the director was told that he had to cut it down, and then eventually somebody else did. With Zack Snyder, he was told that his film had to be X hours long when he was making the film. So all the stuff that's in the Snyder Cut is just stuff that should have been cut out but wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
He just kept it in for the Snyder Cut just to make it seem longer and different. That's all.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Similar thing happened with GVK. The original version was 4 hours longer than what we ultimately got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them. It's quite interesting because after the film came out, there's all the bits about Ren Zarazawa having like he shoots like Walter Simmons and stuff like that going on. And when I started hearing bits like that, I then thought about the film again and thought, yeah, there's loads of bits in the film which would make more sense if that plot line was still active and if other scenes were still active. Like Madison Russell had a map on a wall with a load of sticky notes on it saying attack 1, attack 2, attack 3. And at the time I thought, what the hell is this? Have we missed a load of stuff? And the answer is yes, apparently.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest complaints, just going on GXK like tangent for a little bit, one of the biggest complaints about GXK is that Bernie keeps saying, I saved the world. I helped save the world. Look at the stuff I did when I helped stop Mechagodzilla. Which anyone who's watched GVK will go, you didn't do shit, mate. You poured some drink on a console, which turned the console off, and then Mechagodzilla stuttered for a second and carried on doing what he was doing. You did nothing.
He didn't even pour the drink. He had the drink on hand.
He didn't even pour. Yeah, it was the other guy. But if in the original film, like Serizawa was still controlling like Mechagodzilla, and then they poured the drink on, which then caused Ren Zarazawa to get electrocuted. If that had been the actual sequence of events, that would have made more sense. Sort of, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Still wouldn't have really done anything, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get on with this.
Yeah, let's finish it.
Who wants to be close to his love that he yearns for? He needs to be with her. Why? Question mark.
Oh, right, yeah. This is what he was actually stopped for. She summoned him accidentally when she was younger. He got with her once. She then got with somebody else who she truly loved, which then pushed him away. When her love then left her, it allowed him to then get back into her life, and he was basically getting off getting back to where he started, sort of thing.
Yeah, and even that, like, here's
That's
the
what it
thing.
is.
Well, here's the thing. Orlok even says, like, our pact, like, she kind of broke his pact that she inadvertently made with him when she got with Thomas Hutter. So this whole plan with him and working with Nock and getting Thomas over there to sign that contract was a way to try to get that pact, like, reinstated. Like, yeah, so.
Yeah, so this once again, this guy's just missed the film. And Kasebu, I think I've seen a couple of screenshots from GVK, like deleted scenes. I don't know whether they're still, like, the actual scenes are still around or not.
I really
it would
hope,
be interesting to
I
see
really
the
hope
unedited
they
version.
are. I really hope. I'd like to see the 5-hour long cut of the movie.
It would definitely make it better.
Good.
One of my ideas for the re-edit of the film was like Walter Simmons putting together Mechagodzilla in response to Godzilla's attacks, and when people confront him saying, "Oh no, but you made Godzilla make those attacks," and he says, "No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And then Ren Zarazawa reveals that no, he was the one who caused Godzilla to make the attacks. That was a rewrite I had in mind. And the GVK original edit is not dissimilar to that, sort of. But it would be more interesting to see what their version would have been. Yeah. Basically, anything would be better than what we got.
Yeah. And I enjoyed what we got, but sure.
Yeah, same. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Question mark. They met when she was a youngling. I guess it was a hit it and quit it sort of a situation, but now that she's close to him again, he just has to have her. We don't know why he's drawn in. That's kind of an important piece. We also don't know why he has this major effect on her. I assume it's because of his vampiric abilities when he's stalking her at night and making her quiver in her bonnet. But Jesus, could we get some backstory to make this make sense?
We had
the backstory.
She says the backstory to Von Franz, or were you drifting in and out of sleep during that as well? Like,
Jesus.
Are we almost done?
In Yogstatov's name, bleach my brain from this stupidity. 22. I think we're at 27 was the whole video, so we're not far off. I don't know. Hopefully he finishes soon.
Because all I know of Lily is she's kind of an idiot. She's an airhead who loves her husband, but then also doesn't really because she's really into this other dude. And why is she into him? Because of vampire magic, I suppose. There's no way she looks at this guy and thinks, oof, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. I gotta have me some Nosferatu. This is not
We've been over this. She's not in love with him.
Same arguments over and over again.
Same arguments, and he didn't even develop them all that well in his spoiler video, so why would I expect anything better?
Different videos, same arguments. It all smells of shit.
Yeah.
Scary movie. It has plenty of atmosphere, but the atmosphere is just, hey, this is a pretty painting. I'm not getting emotion out of it, though. I'm bored to tears watching paint dry here. The only interesting stuff for me was in the first 30 minutes where we see Nicholas Hoult make his way to the castle.
He did this again. Do you remember in the last video? He said the start of the film was mostly just looking at these two characters, like setting them up, and it was really boring to him. And then he said the first part of the film was the interesting part. He's done it again.
He did it again.
It's just
the first part. It started out fine, even though he said, "Hey, John. Well, we've been over it. We've been over it." It's just
Jesus. If you're here, if you're listening right now, I've said your name enough during tonight. Could you just pretend? Could you just erase all this from my memory, please? Please.
Drop a shoe from the sky or something.
Bunnies,
I don't know.
something.
I also So I would send you, but honest to God, I don't think you deserve that. Honest to your dad, I don't think you deserve it.
Yeah, you kind of roboted there a bit, but yeah, I agree.
Whatever you said, I agree.
And
I was like, fuck it.
I'm sending you to Jesus, Adam. He doesn't deserve
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. No, I'm sending you to Orlok.
Jesus has already died for our sins. He doesn't need to suffer with you as well.
Goodness gracious.
Okay.
Okay, we don't know what he's going into. I mean, we do, but we don't know how it's going to shake out. He then stops off at like a gypsy camp and he has this fever dream about killing Nosferatu. There's a naked chick on a horse. Where did that come from, and why is that never part of the rest?
Where does it come? It's not a fever dream, you fuckwit.
Yeah, the film
It's
even
actually,
confirms it. The film confirms that he was out there. That what he saw out there, he actually did see because of the mud on his boots when he wakes up in the morning. It's not a fever dream. Come on, Adam.
Yeah, he's
You're
not
a
watching
critic.
the film. He's not watching the film. He's not watching the film. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's not watching the film.
The movie.
No.
What was the point of any of that? When Nosferatu
no
finally
reason.
gets into the city,
When they have the conversation in this castle, and he's talking to Nosferatu about weird things that people do, and Nosferatu's like, "Oh, right, yeah, they did that, don't they? Yeah." And it sort of suggests that maybe that's one of the reasons he's trying to get away from this place, in case these people work out it or decide to come to his castle and do that to him. Maybe that's part of the reason he's trying to leave.
Yeah, that's kind of a valid reason, for him to, he gets really angry when Thomas keeps asking him questions about what's going on there. He cuts him off, and just like, oh, it's like, okay, all right, I won't ask you anymore. Sorry.
Maybe he's killing two birds with one stone by getting away from this country where they kill people who they suspect of being vampires. They double kill people who they suspect of being vampires, but also moving away from there and then moving closer to this woman who he once had intimacy with and he's trying to have intimacy with again.
Yeah.
Maybe he's being clever.
Yeah.
Unlike you.
I thought maybe we're going to pick things up now. He brought a freaking plague with him. There's a bunch of infected rats running around. That's cool. That's interesting that the vampires bring upon this death. They have this grip on the place. That's why you see that cool hand shot in the trailer. It just fizzles into nothing. It's barely even touched upon. Instead, we're just going to watch him suck off Lily's character, Ellen, for like 20 minutes. He drinks from her chest because it's different, instead of going for a main vein on the side of the neck, which just makes more sense. He goes like, while he's, I guess, climaxing.
He did that with Thomas, and here's the thing: we do see him go for one of the little girl's throats,
Just that his complaint about this is, he doesn't go for a main vein on the neck. He goes for the chest. What you mean where the heart is?
Yeah,
exactly.
and even then, for Ellen or Thomas, he's not trying. He's not trying to he's not trying to go for a quick death. If you go for the main throat, that's a surefire way of killing people. So,
and his interpretation of he's climaxing, that no, he's sucking the blood. That's why his body's convulsing, because he's draining. You can hear the gulping noises.
If you can read into it, it's metaphorically speaking. It's he's kind of getting some pleasure out of doing that, because he's satiating his thirst,
Yeah, that's why people find vampires sexy, don't they? Because there's an intimacy to the whole blood sucking thing. It's like you're embracing each other and getting quite close to each other. That's why people find it sexy for some reason.
Yeah, yeah, and even then, this film is not trying to make it sexy. Like it's supposed to be like just really gross and
It's
almost kind of
gruesome.
alien.
It's gross.
As Omni
it's
Viewer
even
stated
kinda
in his review,
alien-like.
it's trying to put the horror back into vampires.
Yeah.
For hell's sake.
And then, boom, he forgets what time it is, plays himself, and that's that. He was so horned out by this woman that he lost track of time. Centuries-old vampire gets played by lust. You have to imagine this dude's come into contact with a lot of good-looking fillies over the years. Why is this one so...
He said that he laid in the darkest pits for centuries, as he puts it. And then he was called, and then, as he puts it, she stirred him from his grave. Like, so basically, he's kind of been like this for like many, many years until Ellen was like the one to call to for him to answer that call. That's we don't get much details beyond that, but it's not
really, we don't need to.
Yeah, like really, pretty much.
Oh. Also, what's that background noise?
It's probably from Minecraft World.
Yeah, I'm just messing with my Youngery. My figures. Because I need to get myself preoccupied.
So there's a TV or something in the background.
Oh, that's also probably my family.
Yeah, that's probably a TV in the back. Yeah.
Special we don't know. That pisses me off. It doesn't bring me into the film. And even if I had that knowledge, movie's not scary. It has a couple jump scares. Well, I thought we were kind of against that in the art house community. Why is that suddenly celebrated? There's nothing creepy crawly in this film at all. The characters are almost entirely...
Same things
this movie, the jump scares are the jump scares are well executed, but also this film isn't all about jump scares, really. It's about building dread, like the sense of dread and the sense of it's all about the mood.
He can't keep his criticisms straight. He said in the first video that it was scary. No, there was 3 scary bits because there was 3 jump scares, and he found those scary because he's a fucking child, apparently. Then he's saying, now he's saying, oh, there were jump scares in the film, but it wasn't a scary film. It's like, so you're changing your mind to make it sound worse because you still can't understand the film. Basically, he can't understand the film, the video.
True. Yeah.
Nearly there.
Entirely lifeless, which is ironic considering that's Nosferatu's job. But everyone in this movie is incredibly one-dimensionally lame. Where is the substance?
One-dimensional, he says, as he shows a visual of, I can't remember the actor's name now, the shipwright character, who starts off one way and transforms into like multiple moods and like opinions and whatnot all the way through the film. One note.
Yeah. Did you watch the film, Adam? Did you really? Did you watch the film?
One brain cell bouncing around inside his echo chamber.
Did you seriously? My God. Did you watch this? Did you actually watch the movie? No, you didn't. You were zoning in and out. You were barely paying attention to the film. And
it's aggravating.
Theater that was part of that echo chamber.
Yeah, it's aggravating listening to him make the same criticisms over and over again, verbatim in a lot of cases, and then he throws in 1 or 2 extra little details here or there that just make it worse.
Yeah, and he just throws in like an extra criticism, such as about a clock being out of focus in one scene, and it's just weird. It's like okay, why didn't you say that in your previous videos?
Or he'll say Willem Dafoe was a standout character acting wise. Yeah, okay, fine, maybe I'll give you that, maybe. And then he says, oh, but then what's her face's Depp's character was very dull and bland and all the other words he used. And then he goes to this video where he's like, and all the characters were bland. Yeah.
It's just adding details that make it worse.
Yeah.
Seriously, dude. Pick one.
And go with it.
Exactly.
He's just getting worse. He's exaggerating points to make it worse. Which again, as I've already stated, you can go into hyperbole if your point is correct, but you're not.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm not even sure.
That I'm told this film has. It's over 2 hours long. Where is the brilliance that I'm not seeing? I feel like Gomez Adams when he's ranting to the police officer in Addams Family 2. I seek justice? Denied! In fact, Addams Family Values has more nuance than this thing. It's also a far better movie. Shout out to Addams Family 1 and 2.
I don't like I like those movies, but come on. What are we doing here? What are we even doing here?
And yeah, once again, comparing it to another film to say, look, this film is good, therefore this one's bad.
You could do that with literally any film ever that you've ever seen ever in your life.
After complaining that people were watching his other videos to then compare to this one to say he's bad. It's
yeah, there's just
Great films. I'm honestly truly dumbfounded by people's love and adoration for this film. If it's superficial, if it's truly just because you think
I thought it was allowed to have opinions, Adam. Wait a minute.
No, he wants an echo chamber, but no, he seeks discourse in his.
He's okay with disagreement, but I don't understand anyone's adoration for hell. I'm in hell.
He wants an echo chamber, but he doesn't. But he also understands why people disagree with it.
He's okay with people listening to people. He like to hear people's disagreements, or he doesn't mind listening to people's disagreements. And then he's all like, "It's people are allowed to have their opinions. My opinion's no better or worse than theirs." Meanwhile, this is I don't understand anyone's love or adoration for this film. It's like, what the fuck?
So if I go to his videos and look at the comments, I'm not going to see anybody give any valid reasons why this film is good. Is that what he's telling me?
Unfortunately, there's been other people out
because I actually have read the comments of at least the original spoiler-free review. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's either people disagreeing with him and explaining why, having a hissy fit that he disagrees, which it's very few and far between, or actually agreeing with him. That's half the comments.
Yeah. Yeah.
So him saying here that I don't understand why people like this film can be summed up with he's lying because people have told him why they like the film and he's just disregarded the comments about that.
Yeah, it seems that way. Yeah, I mean, pretty good idea for me to like highlight this particular section of this video here, because like we would have missed this bit out because like wow, okay, like jeez.
Just when you think it's safe to stop the stream,
you're wrong.
Good God.
That's fine. Just say that. Just say, hey, I get why you hate it. I get why you didn't like it. But here's why I do. It's really cool looking.
Apparently people have done this to your video, but they've said the actual reasons why they like the video. And then you've dismissed those actual reasons and put in this straw man.
Yeah.
And then when people give you criticism, you say it's fine to give criticisms, and when people give you criticisms, you then complain about people giving you criticisms.
Yeah, you got to pick a lane, dude.
Stop it! Stop contradicting yourself. Stop.
He's
and then you backtrack so hard and give the worst excuses possible, categorized like stereotypical excuses that people have used before and have been laughed at for using, and then you go and use them.
Yeah. This is like I've never seen like this might be the first instance of a human seesaw to exist, or well, maybe not the first. This is definitely This might be has to be a
Human
classic example
seesaw.
at the very least. A human
I'm gonna
seesaw.
make
This
It's
is
a
that.
classic instance.
a classic.
Ooh,
This
I'm gonna
is
make
at
that.
least a classic
It's a
instance of a
seesaw
human
with
seesaw.
his face in the middle. On one end is going to be echo chamber, and the other end discourse.
Yeah.
I'm going to make that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Fine, that's good. That's enough. That's more than enough. But don't come at me and say, "Oh, it was just too
that
smart
scripts
for
again?
you," or "Oh, I'm sorry there wasn't enough explosions to keep your ADD riddled brain from appreciating it." That's not the reason. I laid it out. You can agree or disagree. It's my opinion. You're welcome to yours. But no,
Your opinion can be wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
No one said your opinion can't be valid. We just say it has to be informed. It has to be informed to be valid. And I hate to break it to you, dude. You were very
You're
misinformed.
flat out lying. You flat out lied about the movie at multiple points.
Misinformed at
All
best,
opinions,
and actively misconstruing it at worst.
all opinions are valid, but for different reasons. In your case, yours is valid because of how wrong it is. We can use it as an example.
Yeah. Also, Kuru, a
It's
lot of brain.
Opinions can be wrong.
Yeah, opinions can be wrong.
Also, Kuru, yeah. Yes,
Brain.
that's how much brain damage has been given. Yes.
What would drain damage? I got drain damage for sure for days.
Psychic damage.
Oh,
Nosferatu, easily my most disappointing movie of 2024, from a director whose previous movies I really enjoyed. The Witch and The Northman, fantastic films. And I am still eager to see what he comes up with next, but this was a big miss. All right, there you have it. My top 10 biggest disappointments of 2025.
Okay, that's
Things
over.
got really heated there.
Thank
done.
God.
we're done.
There we go.
We're done.
We're done.
It's done.
Three videos. Holy shit.
Nearly 6 hours.
Almost 6
Oh
hours.
my goodness. Oh
Ah.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to love this, isn't he?
If
Yeah.
he's fine.
Oh my
this,
God,
yeah.
guys. They spent 6 hours talking about me. Oh my God.
I know. It's
This is just EFAP levels of bad. I'm just gonna
This might-
go that far. This was why.
yeah.
How do you? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, this is like I would say this is uncharted territory, but there's quite a bit of it's definitely been charted, but it's like, well, actually there's another layer actually.
I wasn't expecting. This is just lower Hollow Earth. Lower Hollow
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Crazy.
oh god, the bloody subterranean in the Hollow Earth, as if somehow the Hollow Earth isn't subterranean.
Oh God. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, there's that. So,
And
One sec.
basically,
This is just gonna highlight Kuru's comment to add a bit more dread to the thing. This is just gonna get more eyes on you all. And this will lead to more subs.
until we cover you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how much traction this one's gonna get.
Guarantee it will.
Oh yeah, maybe in the long haul, if nothing else. So yeah, people. I would say I highly recommend go seeing Nosferatu, or if you've already seen it, I mean, I hope you. If you didn't see the movie yet, I'm sorry that we spoiled for you, but we did warn you. But if you have seen,
I recommend watching it anyway, just for the cinematography and the acting and the storytelling involved and just everything about the film.
Yeah, it's an excellent movie. It was my favorite movie of the year for that reason.
It is really, really, really well crafted, incredible, absolutely glorious journey. Yeah. go watch it. Don't listen to him. He's clearly shown that. Oof.
Yeah,
He
it's
don't know what he's
fascinating.
talking about.
Yeah.
Right, now that it's 10 o'clock at night, I'm gonna go log off.
Yeah, I think it's time to like close out the stream. I mean, you guys know where
I
to
was
find
gonna
us.
properly announce one of my projects, but I am way too tired to do so.
Yeah, I'm
Do
gonna.
it. Do it. Do it. Do
Well,
it.
I'm
Yeah, we
doing
might.
a. Well, okay,
We don't
then
need to-
fine. If you're gonna beg me to do so, I'm doing a full redux of my Godzilla: The Arrival, my GXK sequel pitch. That is going to be. It was partially inspired by a rewrite of Disney's Wish and how that was done. The rewrite was by Geeky Vander Weekly. Go check their stuff out. And yeah, I'm going to be doing a redux of that pitch and that style, going through the whole thing, explaining my thought process behind it, and making animatics of various different sequences. So,
Yeah, cool. I'll be hosting a stream on The Invisible Man 2020 on the 15th to prep for the Wolfman movie that's coming out because they're both from the same filmmaker and Blumhouse and what have you. So that would be interesting. So hope y'all see me around then. And I'm trying to finish my Final Wars video. And then after that, who knows what'll happen next.
We'll have Adam does movies on the stream, and we'll berate him as to why he has such terrible opinions.
Yeah.
Because he loves discourse.
He is a movie fan, so
he loves discourse until he doesn't. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? Wow, this is. We didn't quite beat my record for the longest stream I've done yet, because my very first stream ever is still the longest, like 6 hours and 18. But one day we'll still. This one hasn't quite got there yet, but we will. But one day, something will. And no, I'm not. And no, I wouldn't even count the Blue Platoon GXK video because that one would probably have to be a 2-part stream. So I don't know if that would necessarily count. But we'll see. Who knows what will happen?
We'll see.
But anyways, thank you all for coming. Especially you guys here. This was quite the journey.
I'm gonna take a shower after this.
Yeah.
I feel dirty.
I feel so dirty. All right, folks. Anyways, and
take care.
Take care, folks.
Ah.